Hey, what's going on everyone? So it's Dennis Ivy here and I'm filling in for yet another video on Brad's channel, and in this one I'm going to be teaching you about WebRTC while we build out two awesome video calling applications. So what I'm going to do here is first give you a high level overview of what WebRTC is and how it works, and then we're going to move on to our first project to implement everything that we learned. So the first project is going to be a simple peer-to-peer video calling application, and in this project we're just going to have a lobby where we can go ahead and join a room and invite another user with some kind of room ID into our room. So in this room you're going to be able to have video calling functionality like muting your mic, toggling the camera, and that's about it for that application. And all in all, that project is going to take up about an hour and 10 minutes of this video. Now, in the second part, we're going to move on to a group video calling application. Now, this second project is going to take up a little bit more time in the video, and that is because of all of the functionality that I added into it. I really wanted to make this special, so in this project, we have a group video calling application with the ability to actually have full controls along with the ability to share your screen. With that, we're also going to be able to see all the room participants and have real-time chat inside of that room. So users can actually communicate in real time. And one of the cool things I wanted to add in here is that feeling for like a Discord clone, maybe a Twitter Spaces application where users can join the application and all their video frames will be in those little circles. And if you actually click on one of those circles, you can actually put a user into focus and then switch between any user that you want to put into that frame. And then you can also go back into group video calling mode where everybody is inside of that frame. One thing I wanted to mention is that there should be a link to the live demo down in the video description for project number 2. So if you want to go ahead and test that out, I'd highly recommend checking it out before getting started and just check out all the features and see how things work before we continue. So with that being said, while project number 1 does use WebRTC, project number 2 will use a third-party service called Agora. So Agora will give us an SDK for the group video calling functionality along with real-time messaging. And Agora is a paid service, but they do have a great free tier that gives us 10,000 free use minutes each month. And that should be more than enough to complete this video and have your own demo. So test that out. And Agora actually does not require a credit card on file to get started. So anybody should be able to go ahead and get started. Now, if you're only interested in one of the projects in this video, I'm going to make sure there's timestamps down in the video description so you can actually find out where we work on each project and just skip through, because project number 1 and project number 2 don't have anything to do with each other. So you can actually start straight with project number 2 and continue there. So if you're here just for WebRTC, you can only complete the first part. You don't have to worry about the second part, or you can just go ahead and start at part 2. So now that we have that taken care of, let's go ahead and run through a couple of slides, and we're just going to go ahead and do an introduction to WebRTC, and I'll give you that high level overview before we get started with project number 1. Okay, so before we get started, I just wanted to let you know that these slides right here will be linked to the video description if you want to access them, along with a detailed article to go with this. So that'll be all linked up. You can go ahead and check that out once the video is posted, and let's go ahead and get started. So first of all, what is WebRTC? So as I have it in the definition here, WebRTC is a set of JavaScript APIs that allows us to establish a peer-to-peer connection between two browsers to exchange data such as audio and video, all in real time. So this is real-time communication. So the thing that makes WebRTC so special is the fact that the connection is between two browsers, and the data that transmits between the browsers never actually reaches a server. So it doesn't mean that we don't need a server involved at all. But as this picture shows right here, let's say we have two clients, that data is transmitted directly once a connection is made and never has to reach that server. So this makes WebRTC ideal for exchanging audio and video, because any latency that would be added by having to hit the server first would actually cause a slight delay. So I know some of you are thinking, if it's real-time communication, this sounds a lot like WebSockets. So WebSockets and WebRTC are similar in a lot of aspects. So I want to break down what WebSockets are and how that functions, and then we'll make some comparisons on when you might want to use one over the other. So WebSockets, the connection is peer to server right here. So we have a browser to server connection versus WebRTC, where the connection is browser to browser. So one is peer to peer, one is peer to server. So they both allow us to communicate in real time. But with WebSockets, let's say peer 1 right here wanted to send a chat message to peer 2. They would send the message, that message would go to the server and then out to peer 2. Now if peer 2 wants to respond, they would send that message to the server and then out to peer 1. So there's a little bit of latency with WebSockets and having to first go to the server, but it happens so fast that half a second or maybe a second wouldn't really make much of a difference for something like a chat message or a notification. But if we wanted to send audio and video data through WebSockets, that latency would be very noticeable. I'm sure we've all been on a call or seen a video where the two people are talking, there's a little bit of latency and they're talking over each other. So that creates a pretty big issue right there. So this is where WebRTC thrives. So by not having to reach the server first, the connection is directly between the two browsers, and that video data can be exchanged or audio data can be exchanged much faster. Now with that, WebRTC uses UDP as its protocol to transport the data, and UDP is very fast, and more on that in a second. So if WebRTC is so fast, why would we need WebSockets if they both give us real-time communication and one can transfer data faster for us? It seems like WebRTC is the optimal path here. Any more speed in our application always seems like a better thing here. So there's some limitations to WebRTC, so let's talk about this and then when you might want to use one over the other. So first of all, WebRTC uses UDP, and UDP is not a reliable protocol for transferring important data. So the way UDP works is that it sends data really fast, but it never validates if the data was received. So because of that, if we're sending something like an audio or video data, if we lose a couple of frames from our video, it's no big deal. It'll catch up. Your video might look a little bit funny for a second, but everything will turn out and it's not a big issue. If we're sending something like a file to someone, if we lose a couple of bytes of data from that file, that entire file can be corrupted. So because of that, UDP is not reliable. You would not want to use it for sending important data. Now, also with WebRTC, there is no built-in signaling. So this means that you can't just use WebRTC and make a connection. WebRTC actually leaves it up to us to make that initial connection. And then once a connection is made, then WebRTC takes over. So this is where WebSockets and WebRTC actually go good together. We would use a process called signaling. With WebSockets, we would send the information between the two peers, the connection's made, and then WebRTC takes over. So WebRTC has its limitations in that way. So how does all of this work? So I'm going to give you a quick example first, and then we'll actually start breaking down the details of this. But at a high level overview, we have two peers, and if they want to communicate, we would have one peer initiate a connection, and they would say, hey, you want to chat? And they would have to send this message out to peer two. So they would send out a message. It doesn't matter how it's done. This can be done through signaling. They can send that message through an email, a tweet. It's irrelevant, but that message would contain some information about this peer right here. So they would have to send their network information to peer two. Now, if peer two accepts this offer, they would go ahead and send some information back to peer one. The means of communication right now is not relevant, but the second that information is exchanged, data can begin to flow, and now the two peers do not need a server involved. They can start transmitting data. So this can be audio and video data, and that connection is made. So what exactly are we sending between the two peers, and how are we sending this data? So as I mentioned earlier, that means of communication in the beginning is actually irrelevant. That could be a tweet or an email, but usually this is through a process called signaling. That's a more practical way of putting this into an application. And that can be through WebSockets or some kind of third-party signaling service. It doesn't really matter. So you'd get the two peers in some kind of room so they can at least know about each other. Then they would transmit the initial data. Now, in that data, there are two main components. There's a session description protocol, an SDP, and some ICE candidates. So first of all, both peers will need to exchange a session description protocol, one in the form of an offer, one in the form of an answer. And a session description protocol is simply an object containing some kind of information about both peers, usually like the codec, address, media type, audio, and video. So just a bunch of information about your network and how to connect to you. So both peers will need to know about each other's network. Now, along with exchanging session description protocols between the two peers, both peers will also exchange a series of ICE candidates, and an ICE candidate is simply a public IP address and port that could be potentially used as an address to receive data. So each peer will typically have multiple ICE candidates that are gathered by making a series of requests to a stun server, and they are exchanged between the two peers. So we'll actually get into this exchange process and we'll go more into detail about what's happening. So exchanging session description protocols and ICE candidates. So right here, we have two peers right here, and we have a server, and then we also have stun servers that we're going to connect to. So we'll go through that process again, the one that we went through in that high level overview. And the first peer will say, hey, let's connect. Here's my session description protocol. So it'll be sent to the server through a signaling process and sent to peer two. Now peer 2 will receive that SDP and they can accept it and they'll say, hey, sure, here's my SDP, let's connect. The second that's exchanged, the two peers are connected, but data can't start flowing yet. They've simply made that connection. So before data can start flowing between the two peers, we still need to coordinate the discovery of our public IP addresses. So that's because most devices nowadays sit behind firewalls and NAT devices. So to do this, we're going to use a method called ICE. So this means we're going to make a series of requests to a stun server, get our ICE candidates, and then transfer them between the two peers. And a stun server is not something that you're going to have to worry about setting up. It's really cheap and easy to maintain. So there's a lot of public stun servers, and in our example, we'll use a Google stun server. So let's go ahead and continue with this process. So what's going to happen here is once the SDP offer and answer are exchanged, this peer right here will go ahead and ask the stun server, hey, what's my public IP address? Now the stun server will reply and they'll send over a series of ICE candidates to this peer, and this peer will send over the ICE candidates to peer 2. Now peer 2 will do the same. They're going to go ahead and make a request to the stun server and say, hey, what's my IP address or public IP? Stun server will respond and the ICE candidates are exchanged. Now, once we find or the network finds an optimal path to communicate through with these ICE candidates, data can start flowing between the two peers and that entire connection is complete. Now, I wanted to talk about one more thing, and that is trickling ICE candidates. So how you send over ICE candidates is up to you, but there's a few ways you can go about doing this. And let's go ahead and take a look at this process all over again, and I'll try to break this down. So when we first create our SDP offer, we also make a series of requests to a stun server to generate our ICE candidates. Now, what we could do is create our SDP offer, wait till all our ICE candidates are generated, and then send over the SDP offer and the ICE candidates all together. Now, more traditionally, what you want to do is not have to wait for this process to complete. You want to send over your SDP offer and then trickle in your ICE candidates as they're created. So you'll notice that we sent over the SDP offer and then we don't get back our ICE candidates in a batch. They're sent over individually. So we would signal over each ICE candidate over to our peer as they are generated. So we would send over the offer, send over an ICE candidate and another, and then that process would continue. So that is called trickling ICE, and we're actually going to run through this. So it's going to help us fix a little bit of a delay here. So let's go ahead and jump to the next slide. And I want to show you this in action before we start coding. So I have a live demo here. So this is actually a GIF in that live demo. And let's go ahead and click on this and go over how this exchange works between the SDP offer and answer. So let's go ahead and open this up, make sure my camera's on. So the GIF is actually at the top of the link right here. So here I am, this is all live right now. Source code is all here. And what I'm gonna do here is open up two tabs side by side. So I wanna make a connection between two peers. Okay, so we have peer 1 and peer 2. So if we go through these instructions, what we're gonna do is first create an offer. So this is what an offer looks like. So I'm going to create an offer, and you see this object right here is just a bunch of gibberish about our network. We're just going to go ahead and copy the entire offer, and I'm going to paste this over to peer 2. So we're creating an offer from peer 1. Peer 1 will initiate that offer, pass it over to peer 2, and this is the more manual way of doing this. You wouldn't actually do this in a real application. I'm just trying to, or I built the demo so you can see that exchange process. So peer 2 will get this offer, and then we're going to create an answer. So whenever we add in an offer here from peer 1, let's go ahead and create an answer from peer 2. So now we have an answer, and you can see the object. One's an offer, one's an answer. Let's go ahead and copy this entire answer and send it to peer 2. Okay, so we've exchanged those. And once we've exchanged the offer and answer, I'm going to go ahead and add the answer to peer 2. And now we see a connection. Both peers are connected. So we have peer 1 and peer 2, and then peer 2 and peer 1 right here. Okay, so one thing you'll notice is there was no ICE candidates exchange at this point, and that's because we're not using signaling. So by the time the ICE candidates were generated, they were actually added to the offer. So I didn't need to actually generate those on my own. Those were created, so I didn't have to actually send those over because we're not using signaling. So that's the demo. Check this out before you get started, and let's go ahead and get right into coding this. Okay, so let's start with a quick walkthrough of project number 1 before we start building this out. So this is my room right here. It's full screen, and here are my controls, and here is the room name. So it's simply a parameter added in the URL. So at this point, I have full control here with my camera, and I can toggle this on and off with a mic. And I'm just going to go ahead and leave the room. And to create a room, we can just go ahead and add in any value here. Let's go ahead and give it a name, and we're just going to call this test. So this is peer-to-peer. I can only have one other person in this room. And let's say I want to share this URL with someone and I want to tell them to join the room. I'll just go ahead and give them the URL to the website. Let's say they try to join the room without an extra parameter here, so no room name. It's going to redirect them back to the lobby. So the room name is test here, so they're going to have to add that in here. So we'll just go ahead and do test. And here we go. They are now in the room. So we have 2 peers in the room, and here are my full controls. Sorry about the quality. It's going to take a minute to adjust. We do actually cover this in the video where we exchange or change up the video size here, but we don't go into much detail about it. So here we have 2 peers. Both peers can see each other. So if I go ahead and mute the camera here for peer 1, the entire camera feed will be hidden here. So my current user where I'm at is always going to be in the top left, and peer number 2, so the person I'm talking to, will always be in the big frame. So that's why right here, if this peer has their camera muted, we're not going to see anything here. So if I unmute this, we're actually going to see that video frame. So that goes both ways, and both peers can actually have full controls here. So if I'm inside of this room right here, or let's say peer 1 is inside of their application and peer 2 leaves, what's going to happen here is my video frame's automatically going to go into full screen and peer 1 leaves. So we can join a room and leave it, and that's pretty much the application. So let's go ahead and close this out and start building this. Okay, so we're going to be building this project out from scratch. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and create an empty folder on my desktop and give it a name, and I'll just call my project peer chat. So once I have this folder, I'll open this up inside of my text editor. I'm using VS Code here, and I'm just going to go ahead and find the project folder right here and open things up. So here's my project. I'll close this out, and the first thing I want to do is go ahead and add in an index.html file. That's going to be our room page eventually, and then I'll add in a main.css file and a main.js file. Okay, so inside of the index.html file, I'm going to set up that boilerplate HTML code. So in VS Code, if I start typing in HTML, I should get this drop-down select menu. I'll click this one right here, and that should build all of this out for me. So if you don't get this, just go ahead and type it out from scratch. Follow along with this video, pause it, whatever you need to do here. So for the CSS file and the JavaScript file, those are already linked up because I'm using the same name here. So the file path is all set. So we have our main.js and main.css. But what I like to do is I like to get this script tag right here and bring this down below my closing body tag. Okay, so we have this, and next I want to go ahead and build out our video frames and the container for those. So we'll create a div here, and this div is going to have the ID of videos. So this will hold the 2 video frames. We're doing only peer-to-peer, so it's not going to be group video calling. We're only doing a peer-to-peer connection. So inside of this, we're going to use a video tag. And inside of this video tag, I'm going to go ahead and give it the class of video-player. And then for the ID, we'll just give it an ID of user-1. So we're only going to have a user1 and user2. Now, for the other properties here, we're just going to go ahead and do autoplay. So autoplay, and then we'll do plays in line. Okay, so once we have this tag right here, we'll go ahead and copy this, bring it down here, and we're just going to change this to user2. So we have our 2 users, and that looks good. So that's all we need inside of our HTML template right here for now. So let's go into our main.css, and I just want to make sure that we can see this, that we're actually outputting this, and then we'll actually start adding in our camera stream or video feed into these tags here. So inside of main.css, let's go ahead and grab our videos tag, or the video frame, the container, and then we're just going to go ahead and display it as a grid. And for this, for the actual columns, we'll do grid template columns of 1 fraction and 1 fraction. So I just want to make sure that both videos take up exactly half of that container. So we'll just go 1 fraction, 1 fraction. That's going to make that 50% each for each container. Now we'll also want to make sure that there's some space between them. So we'll do gap of 2 EM, and that's it for the videos. So for the actual video containers, so for these elements right here, for the video player, let's go ahead and grab this, and we'll style this so we can actually see this. So we'll do video-player. And for this, we're just going to go ahead and set a background color so we can actually see it. So we'll make this black, and then for the width, we're just going to set this to 100%. So I just want to make sure that the width is full width of that container right here. So I'll let the actual column specify the width of that video player. So we'll set that to 100%, and for the height, let's just do 300 pixels for now, and we'll leave it at that. So we'll save this, and let's go ahead and take a look at this. So I'm going to use live server. We'll open up our index.html file, give it a second, And this is what you should have right here. So we should just have those two players and that's it. And the next thing I want to do is output my camera's video stream inside of our page here. So I want to get access to my camera's audio and video and output it here. So for this, let's jump back into our code here and let's move on to our main.js file. So in here, I want to create a variable for my local stream and I'll leave it undefined, and then one for my remote stream. So local stream will be my local camera's video feed and my microphone's audio. And then the remote stream, once we're connected to another user, that will be that remote user's camera and audio data. So once we have that, let's go ahead and create a function called init, and let's make sure it's an async function. So with this function, we're just going to go ahead and call this right away. So this will be the function that starts everything up. And when we load our page, what's the first thing that we want to happen? So typically when you go to a website that takes your camera's audio and video, usually it has to request permission and actually get access to that. So we're going to call a function that's actually going to ask for permission for access to our camera's video and audio, and then we're going to go ahead and actually add this to the DOM. So for this, we're going to call local stream, and then we're going to set this value to await navigator.mediadevices.getUserMedia. So the getUserMedia function, what this is going to do is this will actually request permission to our camera feed and our audio, and we can actually pass in the parameters and what we want access to. So for now, we'll just do video. This will be true, so we do want access to the video. And for audio, we can also set this to true, but for now, I'm going to set this to false because when we're testing this, I don't want to hear an echo back inside of the mic. So I just want to make sure that it doesn't mess with us, but we'll change this later. So we want access to the camera, but not the audio. So that's what this will do, and it will actually set this value inside of local stream. So once we have this, and I'll actually go over where you can find these functions in a second, so let's just finish this up. So once we have access to that, let's go ahead and call document.getElementById, and we're just going to get user1. So this is going to be our camera's audio and video feed, and the video tag has a property called source object, and we're just going to set this to local stream. So I'm going to save this, and this specifically is to this video tag. So once we have that, let's just go ahead and test this out. So let's open this up here, and I'm going to refresh the page, and it looks like I've already accessed or denied the camera's audio and video because I think it refreshed it by default. So this is actually a good teaching moment. We're going to go ahead and go into settings, and we'll go into privacy and security. We'll go into site settings, and we're just going to go into camera. So we're just going to go ahead and remove this. So by default, it already blocked access. We're just going to remove that. And then now on that first load, this is what you're going to see. So that's what that function calls. It actually requests access to our camera. So once we allow this, we should see our camera feed in a second. And there we go. So now you can see me. We've successfully displayed our camera's video feed here. So we don't have the audio right now. So let's open this up in another tab here. So now we have two users, but the two users can't see each other. So we haven't created that peer-to-peer connection. All we did was got access to our camera and displayed it. So let's move on to that in the next section here. So before we do that though, I want to go ahead and show you where you can find these functions, because in your projects, you're probably not going to be doing the same exact thing that I'm doing eventually. So you want to be able to actually find this. So I'll show you a great resource for this. So let's go to WebRTC, or let's do a search. And in this site right here, I'm going to go ahead and link this up in the video description. This is where you're going to find access to everything. So if we look down here, here are all the functions. We're going to use this RTC peer connection function, read about it, see how to use it, and this will tell you a lot more. So I'm not going to go into the details about all of these. I'm going to expect you to do that research, but I just want to make sure you know where to find it. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this out, and let's move on to the next section. Okay, so now it's time to start the process of connecting two peers together and creating an offer, and then sending that offer over to the other peer along with the ICE candidate. So let's go ahead and create another function right here just below the init function, and let's call this create offer. So when we first load up our page and another peer joins, we want to create an offer and send it over to them. So we'll create the function. Let's make sure it's a async function here. And the first thing we want to do inside of our create offer function is create the initial peer connection here. So we're going to create a variable called peer connection, and we're going to set this right here inside of create offers. So we're going to create a new peer connection, and essentially this is that interface that stores all the information between us and that remote peer, and it provides us with a bunch of methods to actually connect to that peer. So this will be that core interface to actually connect to another user. So we're going to go ahead and set this up, and we're going to call this new RTC peer connection. We'll call the function, and there we go. So in create offer, we're going to establish that peer connection object. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get our remote stream, and we just want to set up a media stream inside of this video player 2 right here. So inside of this other video tag, we want to set up the media data or the actual media stream, and then we'll add data to it later. So we're just going to go ahead and do new media stream. We're going to call this, and then we're going to do the same thing that we did right here. So we're going to take this right here, paste this below, and set this to user 2, and then take our remote stream and set it up. So again, there's no actual video feed in there just yet because we haven't gotten that from our user, but we're setting it up and just creating it and making sure it's ready for that. So once we create our peer connection and set up our media stream, let's go ahead and actually create an offer. So we're going to go ahead and create a variable called offer, and this is going to be await peer connection. So this is what's given us access to all these methods right here. We're going to call peer connection dot create offer. So each peer connection will have an offer and an answer. We're creating that offer, and then we're just going to go ahead and go to our peer connection, and we're going to set the local description. So we are the local description. So we're going to peer connection dot set local description, and we're throwing in our offer. So every peer connection is going to have an offer and answer. Okay, so once we have that, let's just go ahead and console this out. So we'll do console.log, and let's just see our offer. And I just want to show you what it looks like right now. So we'll just do offer, and let's just go ahead and call this. So at this point, I'm just going to call this on init. So we're going to call it immediately once we load up our page. So if I go in here, let's open this up, refresh it, make sure it's all working. Let's go into inspect. Maybe we have something wrong here. Okay, it's all working. We see our video feed, and here we go. We see our offer. So we see an object, we see the offer. Here's our string. We see the type of offer, and there we go. So we just successfully created it. Now, I also want to set up my stun server, and as I mentioned earlier, we're going to use a free stun server from Google. So we'll set that up and then pass that into our peer connection. So locally, you actually don't need to set this up if we're just doing this in testing, but eventually, once you're actually using this project in a production environment, you'll need to actually set this up here. So let's just go ahead and do servers. We'll set up the servers, and I don't need equals right there. So we'll set up the servers, and this is simply going to be an object, and we're going to start with ice servers. Let's just do this slowly. So we'll do ice servers, and then this will be an array right here. And inside of this array, we're just going to go ahead and create an object here, and we're going to specify the URLs. And for this, I'm just going to go ahead and copy the actual Google Stun servers. So you can find a lot of different Stun servers. We're just going to go ahead and use these. So I'm going to copy this from some notes that I have here and paste this in. So the URLs here, we set up 2 of them right here, and there we go. So just copy that information and paste it exactly as is. So there's our servers, and we just need to go ahead and pass this into our RTC peer connection. Okay, so once we set up our stun servers, we still have some more work to do. So I'm going to create some space between our offer and this section right here. And I just want to get my local tracks and actually add them to the peer connection. So I have my local stream right here, and I just want to loop through all the audio and video tracks and actually add them to the connection so my remote peer can actually get them. So we'll just do local stream, and we're just going to go ahead and call get tracks here. So get tracks, and we're going to loop through every single track. So we're going to call for each here. Let's see, I did fro each, not fro, but for each. And let's just go ahead and loop through every single track. So we're getting all the tracks. We're going to use an arrow function here. And we're just going to go into peer connection dot add track. So that's a method that object gives us. And we're just going to add the track and then local stream. Okay, so on create offer, we're going to add our tracks to that peer connection. And the next thing I want to do is listen for when our peer actually adds their tracks too. So anytime the remote peer adds their tracks, we want to also add it to the peer connection and then listen for that event. So there's going to be an event listener here. We're going to call this peer connection, and then we'll do on track. So when our remote peer adds their tracks, we're going to go ahead and grab the event here. So we'll grab the event, set up the arrow function, and then here we're just going to go ahead and do event.streams, and then we're grabbing index 0. And then we're just going to go ahead and do get tracks again, calling the same thing. And we're just going to do dot for each. We're looping through every single track from our remote peer. And we're just going to go ahead and set that to the remote stream. Okay, so we're doing remote stream dot add track. Okay, so remember when we set up our remote stream right here and we passed that into the video container? Well, now we're actually adding the track. So any track we add will be added to this object right here, or to that video tag. So that's why we set it up, and then we actually add in the tracks. Okay, so we have another thing to do, and that is when we create an offer, we still need to create ICE candidates. So anytime we set the local description, by default, we have an event listener that can fire off here, and it's going to go ahead and actually start generating our ICE candidates. So at this point, we're just going to generate them and then console them out, and then we'll deal with signaling them over later here. So let's go ahead and also go into peer connection, and then we'll call .on ICE candidate. So that's the event listener. Every single time we create an ICE candidate, we're going to go ahead and create an async function, and we're going to take that event. And in here, we're first going to check if we actually have an ICE candidate. So event.candidate. So we want to make sure that the current event is a candidate here. And then once we get that candidate, let's just go ahead and console out, console.log. And then we'll just say new ICE candidate. And then here we'll just do event.candidate. Okay, so I can't spell candidate. Let's just copy that, bring that in here, and then there we go. Okay, so let's recap here. So we create an offer, then we set the local description. When we set the local description, it's going to trigger the ICE candidates to start. It's going to start making a series of requests to the Sun server, and it's going to create the ICE candidates. So set local description, we'll fire this off, and we'll just have a few candidates created. Now, we also we take our local stream, get all the tracks, and we add them to our remote peer. And then we also want to listen for anytime our remote peer adds tracks, and we're going to add them to that remote stream. So we're just kind of connecting a few things here. Okay, so let's save this again, and let's try this. Let's see the ICE candidates. So if I refresh this, here we're going to see an offer, and then we see new ICE candidate, and new ICE candidate. So there we go. We created the offer and the ICE candidate. So now we need to take this information and send it over to our remote peer to establish that initial connection. So we're going to take this offer right here along with each ICE candidate that we generate, and we're going to send that data over to that peer. Now, once that remote peer gets this information, they're going to create an SDP answer with their information, send it back to us. And once that exchange takes place, the two peers are now connected and data can begin flowing between the two peers. Now, this is usually done through a process called signaling, where essentially you would get some users in a room together and then use something like WebSockets to exchange this data in real time, so it all happens seamlessly in the background. Now, instead of building out our own signaling server and using WebSockets manually, what we're going to do is we're going to use a third-party service called Agora that gives us an SDK to make all this possible without having to actually build all this out on our own. Now, Agora is a paid service, but they do have a great free tier that's going to allow us to use a lot of their service before we actually cross that paid threshold. So let's go ahead and actually create an account on Agora. I want you to sign up, and we're just going to go ahead and create an app there, grab our app ID, and then make this connection happen. Now, with Agora, you also don't need a credit card on file, so that's one of the cool things. So you can actually sign up before you actually need a card for that paid tier. So go ahead and actually sign up, create your account, and once you create an account, you're going to see your Agora console here. And in here, what you're going to want to do is actually go into your project section, and you're going to want to create a new project. So go ahead and create a project here, specify the name. We'll just call this peer chat. And then for the use case, we're just going to specify social and then chat room. Now, for the authentication mechanism, we're going to select testing mode app ID. So this way we don't need a token. You'll need this in production, but for now, we just want to use the app ID. So I'm not going to create my app. Go ahead and submit this. I already have an app that I want to use. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab one of these. Now, to actually download the SDK, let's go back into our console, and we're going to go into downloads, and we're just going to grab the web platform. So there's different platforms that we can use this for. We're just going to go ahead and select web, and we're going to grab the real-time messaging SDK. So let's go ahead and click on this, open this up. This will download a zip file, and we're going to want to open up this folder right here. We'll go into libs, and we're just going to grab this one right here, so the .js extension. Now I'm just going to go ahead and minimize all of this, bring this into my desktop, close this out, and we're going to drag this into our peer chat folder. So once we have that in our folder, let's go ahead and actually make this connection. So we want to actually connect the SDK itself, and we're going to bring this down here. So we're going to copy main.js and then bring that just above the main.js file. So we're going to go ahead and click rename. I just want to get the name here, so make sure it's like that with that .js extension. Now, remember, you could build out your own signaling server. You don't need to use something like Agora. If you're just looking for the concept here, what I'd recommend to do here is just go ahead and actually do it this way. Use that free tier. And then if you want to try using your own signaling server, go ahead and do that. That's completely up to you. I just want to make sure it's easier for this video, and I don't limit this to anybody with a specific backend, because there's ways to do this with Python, with Node.js, and all these other platforms. This way we have one universal way to do it. Okay, so we have the Agora SDK. So that's all set up here. It's in our folder right here. So the file path is connected. And what I want to do next is actually go into our main.js file here, or main.js. And we're going to use our app ID from Agora. And I'm actually going to blur this out. So when this does go live, nobody can use my app ID. You want to make sure that this is actually hidden here. So let's go ahead and specify the app_ID. And then we'll add this in here. And that's also where, when you go into production, you're going to want to use token authentication. And I actually have more videos on my channel about how to do that. So let's go ahead and actually grab an app ID. So go back to your project here. So we'll go into projects, whatever you just created, and you're just going to click on the app ID here. So I click on it, it copies that immediately. We're going to go ahead and bring that in. We'll paste it in here, and that is now set up. Now the next thing we'll want to do here is set up our token value. And at this point, because we set up our authentication to use app ID only, we can actually set this as null and we'll leave it there. But I do want to at least set the value so I can pass it in where I need. And then when you want to update this, you can actually change it directly here. So once we have our token, we also need a UID for each user. So every single user in our application, when you join a channel, this is how we identify who's who. So users can actually send messages to each other, and we know how many users we have in each channel. So how you do this is completely up to you. You can use some kind of ID from a database. You can use a UID generator. But in my case, what I'm going to do here is just generate a random number, and I'm going to make sure it's a big number so we have less of a chance of having some kind of duplicate. So we're just going to go ahead and call math.random, and we're just going to do this by 10,000. So we're going to generate some kind of random UID, and that's it for now. So I'll leave this up to you. But in this case, we also want to make sure that this is a string. So we're just going to go ahead and wrap that. So we'll do string math.floor, math.random, and that should give us our UID. So on each click, or anytime a user goes to this page, we're going to have a new UID generated. And then later on, we can talk about storing this UID inside of session storage or local storage. But for now, let's just leave it like this. So at this point, what we need to do is go ahead and create a client object. And this is going to be our client right here that we log in with, and the client that we have access to all these functions with. So it's actually a lot like this peer connection right here, where we establish that object, and this is going to give us access to everything that we need. So when we create our client, we're also going to need a channel. So this will be the channel that two users actually join. So we're going to create a channel and then join it, and this is what's going to allow us to send messages to this channel and no information about this specific channel. Okay, so we set up our app ID, our token, UID, client, and channel, and now it's time to actually start triggering this. So inside of our init function, let's go ahead and set this up right here. And the first thing we're going to create is going to be our client object. So we're going to call Agora RTM.create instance, and we can just throw in our app ID here. Now, the reason why we have access to all of these is because of the SDK that we added in here. And if you have any questions about all these methods that we're using, go ahead and go into your console and check out the Agora documentation. So we have the documentation right here and the API reference. Go ahead and just find web, and then real-time messaging right here, and any function that we use in this video, just go ahead and reference it right here if you need to know more about it. If you want to try something different, this will tell you everything that you need here. So we're later on going to use the send peer-to-peer message. You're going to see the login method that we're about to use, the create instant method that we just used, and so on. So go ahead and check this out. This will also be linked up in the video description. Okay, so let's go back into our project here. And once we create our client object, the next thing we need to do is actually log in. So we're going to call await, and then we'll do client.login. And to log in, we just need our UID and token. But at this point, because our authentication mechanism is set up to only app ID, we'll just throw in our token, which will be a null value, and that's it. So we create our client, we log in, then we need to go ahead and create the channel. So we're just going to do channel, and this will be client.create channel. So this is all coming from that client object right here. And to create a channel, we're just going to go ahead and give it a name. So this function will either find a channel by this name or it will create it. And later on, this will be some kind of dynamic value like room ID, something like that from the URL. And we're just going to go ahead and have that in our URL like this. So we'll just do something like index.html. if I can type a little slower, and then we'll just throw in the room ID, and that's going to be some kind of number like that. So for now, we're only going to have one channel. We're just going to call it main, but I'll leave this right here so you can actually reference this, and then we're going to update this. Okay, so we're creating our channel, and once we create a channel, we need to join this channel. So we're going to call await, and then we can just do channel.join. Okay, so that's it. We just created a channel, we joined, we logged in with our client, and we are set up to go. Now, what we need to do here is actually listen for whenever any other client actually joins the same channel. So another user, when they actually pull up the website, we need to know about them joining the channel, and then we need to send them a message. So with this, we actually have some event listeners that we can actually work with. So using this channel method right here, or this channel object, we can actually call channel.on. And there is an event listener in the documentation that you can find called member joined. So anytime somebody calls the join method on the other end, we can trigger this, and it's going to respond with a function that we're going to create, and this is going to be called handle user joined. So let's go ahead and test this out. So let's go ahead and create this function, and then we're going to check this in the console. So we'll go ahead and bring this down here, and we'll call handle user joined. We'll make this an async function, and by default, we will get that member UID. So we're getting that member's UID, then we'll go ahead and just continue here, and let's just console out a new user has joined. So console.log, a new user joined the channel. Okay, so with this, I also want to know their ID. So let's go ahead and throw this in, and there we go. So when a user calls the join method on the other end, we're going to respond with this function right here, and let's check this out. So if I open this up, let's go ahead and do inspect element. Let's see, let's open up the console, and I'm going to open this up in another tab. We'll make this smaller so we can actually see the console, and you're going to see this respond in real time. So we're going to see this console get triggered right here. So we'll go ahead and join, and there we go. So we see a new user has joined the channel, and we see this user's ID. It's 2535. So the user just joined the channel, and it triggered this function for us. Now, when a user joins, what's the first thing that we want to do? Well, inside of our application, what we need to do is we need to send this user a message from peer 1. So we have peer 1 and peer 2. So we need to send a message over with our original offer. So right now, let's just work on sending that message over. So once a user joins, we want to go ahead and actually create the offer. So let's take this create offer method, and let's move this down into the handle user joined. So we'll go ahead and paste that in here. And what I want to do here is actually send out a message from the create offer function. So what I'll do is take this member ID, we'll pass that in as a parameter here, and inside of the create offer function, we'll bring that down here, and let's go ahead and actually send out the message. Now, at this point, we deal with all the logic here with creating our peer connection, we create an offer, and we want to go ahead and actually send out the offer once it's created. So we'll remove this right here, and we can actually access the client object. So we'll do client.send message to peer. So this is a function that we have here. And we're going to go ahead and send the actual message. So this will be the text value, and then we can just say something like, hey. So we'll just throw that in like that. And then we need to know what peer to send this to. So to actually send it to a peer, we're just going to go ahead and get this member ID, and that's how we know who to direct message here. So we'll go ahead and add that in, and this will send a message to a peer with this ID. Now on the other end, we need to respond to this message. So we need a way to listen for that event and then actually process that specific message. So let's go ahead and access our client object inside of the init function, and the event listener that we want to handle is going to be message from peer. So anytime somebody calls the send message function specifically to us, so our client object, we're going to go ahead and respond here, and the function I'm going to create here is going to be called handle message from peer. And let's go ahead and actually create the function. So we want to process the actual message. So let's go ahead and create that handle message from peer. We'll make that an async function. And in here, we're just going to get the actual message, and we're going to get the member ID. So we want to know who sent this message. So let's go ahead and finish up the arrow function. And at this point, I just want to console it out. So we're going to get that message value, and specifically we need to get the message.text value. So message.text, and that's going to be this part right here. So let's go ahead and test this out. We'll open up two browsers side by side. Once we have this set up here, we'll actually be able to start sending the offers and answers. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this out. So if I join with another peer, so if I refresh this, we're going to get an alert that tells us a peer has joined, and then peer 2 should get a message from this user. So right now, if I open this up, we should see this alert. We see a new peer has joined the channel. And then on this peer's end, we should have received a message. So let's check this out. And here we go. We see the message of, hey, and it looks like everything's working. So awesome. So let's actually go ahead and send an offer instead of just a message like that. So we do need to send a string here. So let's go ahead and actually call json.stringify. So we'll stringify an actual object, and this will be the message that we send, and then we'll parse it on the other end. So at this point, I want to send some more information with the message. So I want to send a type. So later on, when we're sending offers and answers and ICE candidates, I want to know the type of message that I'm receiving. So this type will be of an offer, and then we send the actual offer, and that is going to be this offer right here. So we're just going to go ahead and send this offer to our peer. Now, on the other end, let's go ahead and actually get this offer. So we'll just go into handle message from peer, and I'm just going to get that message value, and we're just going to do json.parse, and we're just going to parse the actual message here. So let's just go ahead and grab this, bring this into here, and then change this to just message because we already parsed the text value. And let's just try this one more time. So I'm going to need to refresh a few things. And let's see. So at this point, this is peer 2 now because I just refreshed this. Here we have a message, type of offer, and then the actual offer, and we sent that out to the peer. Now with the offer, I also want to send the ICE candidates as they get generated. So this is going to be that trickle ICE method. So let's take this entire method right here. Let's copy that, and let's bring this in right here. So let's just paste this over this console.log right here. And at this point, we're going to send a message of candidate, and then the actual message itself. So the type will be candidate. We're going to change that to candidate. And then the type of, or the actual message will be event.candidate. So let's check this out. Okay, so type is candidate, and then we send over the ICE candidates. All right, so let's try that one more time. Let's refresh this, and then we'll refresh this. So this will be peer 2. So here we have an offer. Then we have the actual candidate. So we have 1, 2, and 3. So each candidate was trickled in one by one. So there we go. That looks good. Awesome. Okay, so there's one more thing that I want to fix up before we move on to the next section. So we're about to start creating an answer. And at this point, ever since we removed the create offer function from init to handle user joined, for some reason, the local stream doesn't get created right away if I refresh the page too fast. So essentially, we're calling local stream.getTracks, and every once in a while when the page refreshes, this is basically a null value, and then we can't get the tracks, and then it throws some kind of error. So let's go ahead and actually fix this. So what I'm going to do here is just underneath our remote stream, we're just going to ask a quick question, and we're going to say if not local stream, so we're using the not operator. If we don't have it on create offer, let's just quickly create the local stream and append it to the DOM. So if we happen to not have it, it's kind of like an extra check here. I'm sure there's different ways to do this, but that should be a quick fix. Okay, so that's it for the create offer function, and let's go ahead and start creating the answer. So just below our create offer function, let's go ahead and create a new function, and we're going to call this one create answer. So we'll call this create answer, and at this point we'll make this an async function, and we also want to pass in the member ID here. So we have this function, and a lot of the logic inside of the create offer or create answer function is going to be very similar to the create offer function. So in the create answer function on peer 2 side, we still need to create that peer connection. We still need to set up that remote stream, which will be user 2 for peer 2. So technically on the receiving end, the user that sent the offer will be user 2 and so on. So it kind of flips it. And they still need to go ahead and create all these local tracks, the ICE candidates, and the peer, or not the ICE candidates, but the basically set up the local and remote tracks and then send out ICE candidates. Now, this is the part that's going to be a little bit different for create answer. So let's take everything that's going to be repeated in both of these functions and let's put that into its own function and have that fire off before we start repeating all of our code here. So let's go ahead and go above create offer, and you'll see what I'm doing here in a second if it doesn't make sense. So let's go ahead and create a function called create. So create peer connection. Okay. So we'll go ahead and make this an async function, and inside of peer connection, we still need a member ID. So we're basically just going to keep passing this down, and we'll create the function, finish this up here. And inside of create peer connection, let's go ahead and take this peer connection from create offer all the way down to on ICE candidates. So we'll copy this. Let's remove that. We'll clean up the function here. Let's bring that into create peer connection. So now we can take all this logic inside of create peer connection, and we can move this down into create offer. So let's just go ahead and call await, create peer connection, and pass in the member ID. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to take all that logic that was repeated, bring that in here, and now inside of create offer or create answer, I can do the same right here. So we create that peer connection, and there we go. So we just cleaned up a bunch of code just to make sure you can recap this. We took everything from peer connection down to on ICE candidates. So both users will have to do the same thing. Okay, so now inside of create answer, let's go ahead and continue here and actually process this. So in create answer, we're going to get the member ID, and we're also going to get the offer from our user. So let's go ahead and get that offer. And when we call this function, you'll see where this actually comes from. So we're getting an offer on create answer when a user sends this over. And what we need to do with this offer is go ahead and set this as a remote description. So every single peer will have a local description and they will have a remote description. So each peer connection has 2 descriptions. So let's go ahead and call this. So we'll do peer connection dot set remote description. And we're just going to go ahead and pass in the offer. So the offer for peer 2 will be that, or the remote description for peer 2 will be the offer. Now peer 2 also needs to create an answer to send back to peer 1. So we'll go ahead and create an answer, and the answer will be await, and we're just going to go ahead and call peer connection dot create answer. So earlier we called create offer, and for peer 2 or the remote peer, we're calling create answer. I guess I shouldn't call this peer 2, I should just say the receiving peer. So basically the second peer that joined. Okay, so we create an answer, and now we need to set our local description for that second peer. So we're going to go ahead and call peer connection dot set local description. So remember, we called this for peer 1 on create offer. We took that local description and set that as the offer, but in peer 2's case, we're going to go ahead and throw in the answer. So for peer 2, the remote description is the offer and the local description is the answer. All right, so once the second peer creates the answer, what do they need to do? Well, they need to send back their SDP answer. So let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to take this entire method right here, and we're just going to send this back to peer 1, or the first peer. Okay, so we're calling client.sendMessage to peer, and the type will be of answer, and then we're going to take the actual answer. Let's copy that, and we'll send the answer to peer 1. We have the member ID because we passed that in here. Okay, so now we actually want to call create answer. So let's go into our handle message from peer function, and this is where we need to process everything. So we'll minimize all this. So we'll minimize the create offer and create answer. And then inside of handle message from peer, let's go ahead and ask a few questions. So the first question we're going to ask is going to be the type of message. So we're going to say if message.type, remember we're sending that entire object, so we actually have this type value. So if the message is an offer, let's go ahead and actually create an answer. So we're going to go ahead and grab this function right here. So we pass in the member ID and the offer into it. So if we received an offer, let's go ahead and paste this in. So we'll go ahead and throw in the member ID. So we need to know who to send this message back to. So we'll just go ahead and do message.offer. Okay, so that's the member ID and that's the offer, and that's where we get it. So this offer will be set as a local description. Now we want to ask this question one more time, and what I want to do here is also process the answer. So when this peer creates the answer and sends the answer back, we need to also process this from handle message from peer. So let's copy all of this right here, and we're going to say if the message type is of an answer, let's go ahead and actually add the answer. So we're going to create this function right now. So we'll call this add answer, and let's go ahead and actually process it. So in add answer, we're just going to do message.answer. We're going to get this back from a peer, and we don't need the member ID anymore because we're not sending a message back. So that's going to complete that transaction. So let's go ahead and actually add the answer. So we'll go down here just below create answer. So this will be that first peer, the peer that initiated the offer. They're going to get back the answer, and then they need to process this. So we'll go ahead and call add answer, and we'll make sure that this is an async function. And let's go ahead and grab the answer. We'll complete the function, and all we need to do here is go ahead and set the answer. So we're first going to check if we have a current remote description. So we'll use a not operator. So if peer connection dot current remote description, so this is actually how we can get it. So if peer connection dot current remote description, just want to type that slowly. So if we currently don't have a remote description, let's go ahead and set it. So we'll just do peer connection dot set remote description, and we're just going to throw in the answer. So I just want to recap this real quick. So remember peer 1 sends out the offer. So let's see, we create everything. Oh, that's peer connection. Let's go into create offer. So peer 1 sets their local description and sends out the offer. And then peer 2, when they get that offer, sets their remote description and their local description. But the last thing in this process is peer 1 still needs to set their remote description, which is going to be that answer. Okay, so peer 1, or the first peer, is going to go ahead and set that remote description. And that almost completes the process, but we still want to do one more thing. We still want to set the ICE candidates. So let's take this right here and let's copy and paste it. And we're going to say if the message type is of candidate. So remember, inside of create peer connection, both peers will send out these candidates as the candidates get trickled in. So let's go ahead and go up here. So if the message type is of candidate, what do we want to do here? So we're just going to go ahead and check if we have a peer connection. So let's just double check this. So we'll say if we currently have a good peer connection, let's go ahead and call peer connection dot add ICE candidate. So this is actually how we add a candidate to our peer connection. So we're just going to call message.candidate. So we sent out the candidate right here. So we're just calling message.candidate. All right, so let's just recap a few things. Let's make sure everything's going good. Let's see, let's go back up here. So we get the offer, we create the answer. When we get the answer, we add the answer. And then when we get a candidate, we go ahead and set that candidate. Now, there's one other thing that I noticed here. So inside of our create peer connection function, I actually forgot to add in a track on peer connection on track. So let's take this track and to the remote stream, let's throw that in. And at this point, everything should be working well. So we're going to open up our 2 tabs and we're going to see that peer connection take place. Let's hope everything went well. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. So we'll open up our browsers and we're going to need to refresh everything here. So I'm sure we're going to have some kind of errors at first. So let's just refresh everything. And it looks like it's already working. Awesome. So here we go. We'll close this out. So you notice how peer 2, I guess it's on this side, I'm frozen right there. That's because I left, and we're going to deal with that leave functionality in a second. But at this point, if I refresh this, we're only going to see peer 1. So that looks good. Now, when another peer joins, we're going to see peer 2 join, and then on that other peer side, we're going to see peer 2 or peer 1. So essentially, we just successfully exchanged the offer, the answer, the ICE candidates, and everything's working well. So if that part didn't fully make sense, go through that slowly and just kind of try to understand everything and watch the beginning of the video where I talk about that exchange process. But we just finished that up and everything is working well. So let's go ahead and actually deal with this, because right now if I make a funny face, I'll just do this. And there we go. So I'm frozen. Awesome. So that's what I wanted to do. So we want to fix that. Okay, so let's go back in here. And the first thing I want to do here is actually go into my CSS file, and I want to make sure user 1 is hidden until user 2 is hidden until we join. So we're going to go ahead and grab this second video container or the video tag, and we're going to hide it and then display it only when a peer joins. So we're just going to go ahead and do user 2, not video, but user -2, and we're just going to do display, and we're going to set that to none. Okay, so user 2 is going to be hidden, and now we can go back into our code or into our website, and there we go. We see user 2 is hidden. Now the next thing I want to do is go ahead and actually display that user as a block element once they actually join the stream. So we want this for the local and remote users, so both peers want to trigger this. So let's go ahead and go into create peer connection, and we're just going to copy this right here, and we're going to paste this just below, and we're going to call user2.style.display, and we're going to display this as a block element. So when they join, we're just going to go ahead and display that as a block element, or when they're about to join, and that'll go ahead and get that taken care of. Now, the next thing I want to deal with is when a user leaves. So anytime they leave, I want to go ahead and hide that again. And there is another event we can listen for with this channel. So we're going to call channel.on, and we can listen for member left. So that's the event. And then we'll add in the function, and that's going to be handle user left. Okay, so let's create the actual function. We'll bring this down here, and we'll just create this called handle user left. And this is going to actually take in the member ID. We don't need it here, but I figured I want to show you how to pass that in if you want to actually maybe remove a specific DOM element. So we'll pass in that ID, and then you can use this later if you need it. So at this point, all we need to do is go ahead and grab that user2 value. So we'll do document.get element by ID, and we're just going to go ahead and grab user-2.style.display, and this is going to be set to null, or actually we'll just do none. Okay, so on user leave, we're gonna go ahead and hide it, but we still have a few things we need to take care of. So at this point, when a user tries to leave here, we're actually not leaving with that user from the channel. So we can close out the browser, but by default, if Agora sees any activity after about 20 or 30 seconds, then that user left will be triggered. So we wanna actually trigger this whenever the user actually leaves, so it happens right away. So let's go down here and let's actually log a user out and leave the channel. So we're gonna create another function called leave channel, and we're just gonna go ahead and make this an async function again. And at this point, let's go ahead and call the two functions. So the first thing we wanna do is create or call await channel.leave. So we wanna leave the channel, and then we wanna log out as a user. So we're just gonna go ahead and call client.logout. Okay. So leave channel should be called anytime a user leaves. Now, one thing we could do is we could just go ahead and actually trigger this anytime a user clicks a leave button, but we all know users don't actually work that way. They usually just close their laptop or click X up here, and we want to account for that. So at this point, let's just go ahead and call leave channel on window. So we'll add an event listener to the actual window, and we can add an event listener called before unload. So basically before the website actually closes, we can call before unload, and anytime a user closes this out, we're just going to call leave channel. So that will ensure that a user leaves or actually leaves a channel whenever their window just closes out. Now at this point, I'm going to need to wait a little bit because we've technically joined with a new user every single time that channel's refreshed. So go ahead and give this about maybe 30 to 40 seconds. Let every single user leave the channel if you've been refreshing it. And then we'll just test this out from scratch, because what's going to happen is if a user joins right now and then we actually try to join with another user, it's going to toggle that handle user left function anytime another user leaves. And if we have two users in there but a third user leaves, it's going to remove that DOM element. So I think that might have been about 30 seconds. Let's go ahead and just check this out. Let's see. So we're seeing this handle or this member left function being called. So it looks like it completed all of those. And let's go ahead and just try this out. So we'll open this up in another tab. So we see two users, perfect. And now when we leave, so let's just close this out. There we go, it removes it, and that looks good. So let's try this one more time. Let's give this a test. There we go, it looks good. Awesome, okay, sweet. Yeah, we just needed to do that delay because by default, again, if we don't call the function, in fact, let me just show you because I guess while we're here, I want it to make sense here. So let's remove that, and let's not actually call the leave channel function. So let's open this up here, and let's join with a user, and then let's really quickly leave with this user and join with another. So at this point, we see two peers in the chat and they're connected. They should be able to communicate. But the problem here is about after 30 seconds, because I left with that original user, they are going to leave the channel by default after that time. And it's just going to remove this window. So that's why we need to call it manually, because then Agora will just respond on its own. So I might just fast forward here, give it some time. There we go. It just triggered it. And we're supposed to be still in our conversation. But because that other user that just left the channel officially, now that element was removed for the DOM. So yeah, that was kind of our issue. So now if I actually go ahead and remove this or comment this out or take out that comment, now the user will be removed whenever we tell them to. So the next thing I want to do here is go ahead and start creating dynamic rooms. So up until now, we only have one room name, and that's main. And I told you earlier that we were going to go ahead and append a room name to the URL so we can actually create multiple rooms and have people join those rooms. So how we're going to do this is we're going to create another page, and this will be a lobby. And essentially we're going to have a form where we can enter a room ID, share that room ID with somebody, and then they can go ahead and enter that same name and join this specific channel. So let's go ahead and create a new template here, and we're going to call this lobby.html. And inside of this page, let's go ahead and set up our boilerplate code here. So we're just going to start typing in HTML. We'll set this up. I'll go ahead and set the title here. And in here, inside of the body, I'm just going to go ahead and actually remove that script tag. And we're going to change this to lobby.css because we're going to add in our own CSS in a bit. So let's actually add that right now so it doesn't throw any errors. So we're going to call this lobby.css. Okay, so inside of lobby.html, let's go ahead and build out our form. So we're going to go ahead and create some tags here. So for this, we're just going to go ahead and do form, give it an ID, and the name is going to be join-form. So with this form, let's go ahead and add in some input fields. So we'll do input, And for this value, this will be a type of text here. So that's going to be the actual invite code. And for the name, I'm just going to call it invite link. So we'll do invite underscore link, and you can call this whatever you want. I just made it like that when I built out the demo, so we're going to leave it like that. And I'm going to make sure that this field is required. So you can't join a room without an invite link. So you have to enter that. So the next input value, this is going to be the actual submit form. So we're going to go ahead and set the type to submit. So type is going to be equal to submit, and then the value. So we want to actually have some text here. We're just going to say join room, and that's going to be it. Okay, let's create some space here. So let's go ahead and check out the page, make sure that we have this set up here. So we're just going to do lobby, and we'll close out the second one. So here's our join form, and we are ready to add in some functionality here. So we're going to throw in our invite code here, or let's say we have a room name like learn code or something like that. Whatever we want, it's up to us. We're just going to throw in some kind of values in here. So let's go ahead and move to this part here, and we're just going to go ahead and add in our JavaScript code directly in line. So we're just going to go ahead and create the script tag. And in here, the first thing I want to do is go ahead and get my form. So the form is going to be document.get element by ID. And we're just going to get the join form. So we'll get that join form. Once we have that, let's go ahead and add an event listener to it. So we'll do form.add event listener. And specifically, we want to listen for the submit event. And we're going to create the function in line here. So we're just going to go ahead and create the arrow function. And when we submit this form, the first thing I want to do is actually just go ahead and prevent that default action. So I don't want the form submitting anything. I want to actually take care of what happens next. So what I'm going to do here is just go ahead and grab the invite code. So we'll set a variable. So we'll do invite code. And this is going to be e.target. So we're going into the form. And we're just going to grab the value of invite link. So invite underscore link. So we're going to grab that invite link right there, and we're going to set that to invite code. And then we just want to redirect our user to the next page. So we're going to do window.location. And this is going to be with the backticks. We're going to do index.html, and then we're just going to throw in the room ID. So we'll do room is equal to, and then we'll throw in the invite code. Okay, so when you're actually creating this invite code, try making sure that it's only one word. You could just go ahead and actually parse it, make sure there's no spaces in there, because that could throw issues. I'm not going to focus on that in this video, but I would highly recommend forcing users to make this one word, because if there's spaces when we're actually creating that room ID, that might be an issue. Okay, so we have the form, and when we submit it, it should go ahead and redirect a user to the index page with the invite code. So we still have some more work to do, but let's go ahead and test this out. So we'll just test this by adding in some kind of ID. We'll do 1, 2, 3. We'll do join room, and it looks like we have an error. So let's go ahead and see what's going on there. So for some reason, the invite code is not actually working. So we did e.target. Oh, we need the value. So there we go. I thought that looked weird because we actually got the object. Okay, so we'll refresh that. We'll do 1, 2, 3, join, and there we go. So we have index.html and the room of 1, 2, 3. So to actually make this room, we need to go ahead and get this value from the URL. So back in index.html, or main.js actually, let's go ahead and open this up. And at the top of the page, let's go ahead and actually get that URL. So just underneath our UID, actually we'll bring this right here. Let's go ahead and parse the URL and get the values. So the first thing I want is the actual URL parameters. So we'll go ahead and set up the query string here, and this is going to be window.location.search. And then once we set this up, we're going to go ahead and get the URL parameters. So we'll do URL params, and this is going to be new URL search params, and we're just going to throw in query string in here. Okay, so we're going to get all that, and then we're going to go ahead and get the room ID. So we're going to do let room ID. So we'll set this variable up, and this will be URL params, and we'll just call get and then throw in the actual room value. So once we get that room ID, I just want to make sure that a user does have a room ID before they actually go to a specific room. So we're going to use a not operator, and we're going to say if there is currently not a room ID. So let's say that a user tries to go to this page, they just try to go to index.html or whatever we call that page. We just want to redirect them back to the login page whenever they don't have a value in here. So we'll do window.location, and we'll just do lobby.html. Okay, so we have our room ID, and let's go ahead and bring this in here. So on channel, we're no longer going to join the main channel. We're just going to go ahead and throw in that room ID. So that's going to replicate this right here. So let's go ahead and just remove that now. So let's go ahead and open up our page and check this out. So at this point, let's just go into index.html, and this should redirect us. So if I click this, it redirects us back to lobby, so we cannot join index.html without some kind of room ID. So let's go ahead and add in 1, 2, 3. We'll join, and here we go. We see ourselves here. So let's go ahead and open up another tab here, and let's go ahead and send the user to the lobby page. So we'll just do lobby.html, and let's say this user right here wants to invite user number 2. We'll give them this invite code. We'll just do 1, 2, 3, and then when they join, there we go, we're in the same room. Now if this user leaves back to the lobby, and let's say they join with 1, 2, 3, 4, they're going to join a room, but they're going to be in their own room because that room name actually changed. So perfect, everything's looking good. This is exactly what we wanted here. And at this point, what I'm ready to do before we actually start styling this is I'm ready to add in some controls. So we're going to add in some controls here to toggle our mic, toggle our camera, and actually leave a room, and then we'll actually start making this application look pretty awesome. So a lot of good work so far. If you got this far, you should be proud of yourself. Let's go ahead and move on to the fun stuff of actually making this thing functional and look good. So we'll go back into index.html here, and in here what I want to do is go ahead and create a container for my controls. So we'll add this just below our videos. We'll go ahead and create a div here, and I'm just going to go ahead and give this the ID of controls. So we'll do controls here, and then let's go ahead and actually add in some controls. So we'll create some space here, and each control item is going to be wrapped inside of a div. So we'll create a div, and I'm going to give this a class of control-container. So we have our control container, and this specific item right here will be the camera button. So we'll do camera-btn, and I'm actually going to give you some images to work with. If you want to use your own icons, you can go ahead and throw those in, but I want to give you some specific images to use here. So we have our control container and our camera button, and let's go ahead and add in the image, and then we'll drag it in here. So we'll go ahead and do image, close this out, and then we'll set up the source here. Now for the images, I'm going to go ahead and refer you to the GitHub repo if you want to use the same exact icons that I'm using. So I'll go ahead and drag this into Frame, and this is going to be linked up in the video description, so go ahead and download this entire repo. So at this point, I just want to walk you through this just to kind of make sure you see all the steps here, and let's just go ahead and bring this into our desktop. So we have the folder. We'll go ahead and open up the zip folder, grab the icons folder and drag that out here, and then let's close this up here. So we'll close the repo, again, find that in the video description, and then drag this into your peer chat folder. Okay, so now we have the icons here, and here we have a camera, invite, a mic, and a phone icon. So we'll just have a few of them in there, and we're just going to use the ones that we need right now. So at this point, let's go ahead and actually set up the images here. So we'll go into the icons folder, and the first one I want to grab is going to be camera.png. So these are all in here. So we see camera.png, and once I have that, I just want to go ahead and duplicate this 2 times and set up the other icons here. So this one's going to be a mic button, and we're going to do mic.png. And then for the leave button, we're going to go ahead and change the ID to leave. So leave btn. And then this is just going to be a phone. So it's going to be like we're hanging up the phone, and there we go, we have our icons. So these still won't be visible because the icons are white and our background is currently white. So let's go ahead and actually create some styling. So we have this container here for the actual buttons here and this wrapper. So let's go ahead and style these up. So we'll go into not lobby.css, but main.css here. And let's go ahead and actually style the controls. So the first thing I want to do is actually get the buttons here. So we'll do control-container. And for this, let's go ahead and give this a background color. So we'll do background color, and I actually have an RGB color that I want to use here. So we'll just do RGB, and I'll just add in these values. So 179, and then we'll do 102, and then we'll set some opacity here. So 249, and then the opacity of 0.9 here. So I just want to make sure that you can sort of see through them because we are going to be placing the icons over the video frame. Okay, so we have a background color. Let's go ahead and add in some padding. So for the padding, we'll just do 20 pixels all around. Set that up here, and then we'll just make sure there's circles. So we'll do border radius 50%. And then after that, we also want to make sure that the button is centered, or the actual icon image is centered inside of this container. So we'll just do display flex here. So display flex, and then we'll just do justify content, and that's going to be centered, and then we'll do align items centered. So we want to make sure it's centered horizontally and vertically. Okay, so we're going to center that, and we also want to make sure the buttons look clickable. So we'll do cursor, pointer, and then we want to style the actual images inside of this container. So let's go ahead and take the control container, and we'll just take the image tag, and we'll give it a height and width of 30 pixels. So 30 pixels, and then width is going to be 30 pixels. And then for the leave button, I want to make sure that this is red. So we're just going to go ahead and give this a different background color. So leave button, we're just going to do background color, and this is going to be an RGB color. So RGB, and the value here is going to be 255, and then we'll do 80, 80, and then we're just going to set that to 0.9. Actually, for this, let's just not give it any opacity. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is style the actual container. So inside of our page here, index.html, we're going to style the controls wrapper. So we just want to make sure we position this at the bottom of the page, and we want to make sure that it's centered. So let's go ahead and get that container. So we'll do controls, and we're going to do position fixed here. So fixed position, so this way we can place it anywhere in the page. And we want to make sure this is at the bottom, but not exactly touching the bottom. So we'll just set that at 20 pixels, and then we want to center this. So we'll do left 50%, and then we can do transform, and this will be transform X right there, and then we can do negative 50%. So that's going to go ahead and center that, and then we want to inline all the items. So we'll do display flex, and we can just do column of 1 EM. We just want to make sure that, or not column, but we want to add in a gap, so some spacing between each item, and we'll just do 1 EM. All right, so let's go ahead and check this out now. Let's see what we have. Let's join the page. We'll just join the room of 1, and there we go. So we have our control buttons, and everything looks good. So let's go ahead and actually link this button right here up to the page. So we'll go ahead and actually make this a link. So we'll just wrap it. So just above the div here, let's go ahead and create a href here, and we'll just point this to lobby.html. So on the leave button, all the user is going to do is just go back to the lobby. So just go ahead and wrap this entire item, fix the indentation, and we should be good to go. Okay, so if I click this, there we go, we can leave. If I go ahead and add in a room name, we're here, and that should be good to go. Okay, so let's add in the functionality to these buttons. So right now, if I'm clicking it, nothing actually happens. So let's go ahead and create some functions here and toggle a few things. So let's go back into our main.js file, and at the bottom of the page, just before or just after leave channel, let's go ahead and create this function. So the first thing we want to do is toggle the camera. So we're going to call this toggle camera, and we'll make this an async function. And in here, what we need to do is first find the video track. So the actual camera, we're just going to go ahead and set this to video track, and we're going to look inside of local streams, and we're just going to search all the tracks. So we're going to call get tracks, and we are specifically looking for a track that has the value of video. So we're going to call find, and in here we're just going to loop through, look for the track, and specifically we're going to check if the track.kind value is equal to video. Okay, so let me just go ahead and close this out. So we're getting the video track, we're going into local streams, we're finding the track of video, and once we have that, we just want to check if this video track is enabled or not, and then we want to switch what we're going to do with it. So we're going to go ahead and check the video track, and we're going to call enabled. So enabled. Okay, so we're checking enabled. If the video track is currently enabled, what we want to do is go ahead and turn it off. So we're going to call video track.enabled, and we're going to set this to false. That means we're disabling the track, and the camera is going to be turned off temporarily, or it's going to be muted. So once we do that, we're just going to go ahead and change the color of the actual button. So we're going to get the actual button value, and this is going to be camera-btn. So camera button. And we're just going to do .style. Let's see, we're getting background color. And we're going to set this to RGB. And the actual value is going to be 255, and we're getting 80 and then 80. So that should go ahead and set that to red. So if the camera track is currently not enabled, that means it's currently muted. Then what we want to do is just go ahead and turn it back on. So we're going to get these two values right here. Paste this in. We're going to set the camera enabled to true, and then we're just going to change this color right here, and we're going to do 179, and then we can do 102 and 249, and then we can actually do the 0.9 opacity. Okay, so that should toggle the camera, and we're simply toggling the actual video track and changing the color. So once we do that, let's go ahead and add in the event listener. So we're going to get the camera button. We'll add an event handler to it. So we'll bring this down here, .add event listener, and we're gonna listen for a click event, and we're gonna call toggle camera. Okay, so that's all we need to do. Let's go ahead and test this out. We'll open this up. Let's go ahead and click the camera button, turns it off, turns it back on, and it looks like we're good to go. Okay, so at this point, we need to go ahead and toggle the actual mic. So before we do that, we're gonna go ahead and go up here, and we're gonna set audio to true because we have not gotten the audio yet. So that was because I didn't want the echo to occur. So at this point, I'm just gonna be able to mute it once it starts happening. But once we set that to true, we're just gonna go ahead and copy this toggle camera function and paste that down here and simply update a few values here. So we're gonna call this toggle mic now, and we need to update this to audio track. So we'll do audio track, and then the type of track that we're looking for is gonna be audio. And let's go ahead and just update this. So audio track enabled. We're gonna update the actual audio track here, update this part right here. And let's see, we actually wanna change this to mic button. So mic button and then mic button. Okay, so we're doing the same exact thing. We're simply checking if it's enabled. If it is, we turn it off. If it's not, we turn it back on, and we style the button. Okay, so now that we have this toggle mic function, let's just go ahead and copy this, paste it, and change this to mic button, and then we're gonna toggle the mic function here, or call the toggle mic function. Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna hear some kind of echo, and I might have some issues because we only allowed the video feed. So if you're seeing this right here, this is probably because we need to reset some settings here, because originally we denied permission for audio, but we need to go ahead and just reset this. So let's go ahead and check this out. We'll go into privacy and security, go into site settings, and at this point, let's just reset everything here. So we'll go into camera, we'll reset all of this, and then we'll go back here, site settings, and then we'll go into mic. So we denied it earlier, so now it's confused on why we're having access to it if we already denied it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and refresh this, and now it's gonna ask me for the camera and microphone tracks before it only asked me for the camera, and I'm gonna get my headphones in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and allow all. And there we go. Okay, so I hear the echo. It's really loud, it's throwing me off, but now I can actually toggle the camera, toggle the mic on and off, and both users can do this. So let's go ahead and try this out. So let's mute it here. So if user 1 turns off their camera, user 2 is also gonna see that user's camera turned off. So if I turn this back on, it's gonna turn it on both sides. And that's it for the control functionality. So we're almost done here. We are ready to style up the page. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and just add in styling to the lobby page and this page. We're going to go through this pretty quick, and then we'll move on to setting the video quality. So when the screen actually gets big, you're going to notice the dimensions of the video itself are going to be a little bit messed up. They're not going to be messed up exactly, but the quality of the video is going to be not the best. So we just want to reset that. So that's the last step that we have to do. So let's go ahead and finish this up. And I'm going to go ahead and close this part out here. Okay, so let's go ahead and go into our main.css file, and let's start changing things up. So the first thing I want to do here is go ahead and start resetting the global settings here. So we'll just go ahead and set this for everything, and we're going to set margin to 0. So basically margin on every single item in our page is going to be 0, and then padding is also going to be 0. And then we want to go ahead and set box-sizing to border box. So just so we actually fit the parameters of any item that we have, so the padding isn't extended outside of the parent element. I don't know why I'm teaching CSS here, but yeah. Okay, so for the videos, we'll display this as grid. We only want 1 frame here, so we no longer want 2 frames because of the style that we're going for. We don't need a gap anymore, and we're just gonna set the height to 100 viewport height. So let's go ahead and just see what we have here. So let's also set overflow to hidden. So overflow, let's add hidden here. Okay, and let's check this out. So let's just see what we have so far. So at this point, we just adjusted a few things. So let's see, display grid, height is 100%. And let's just set the height of the actual video player to 100%. So that's why I didn't fill it all the way out. Okay, so this is more of what I wanted, and let me just reset my camera here so it's more pointed at me now. So this is the height and width that we currently have. We just took up the entire frame. So let's go ahead and just complete the styling. So for the video player, let's also do object fit, and we'll do cover, so make sure that we cover the entire item. So we'll just set that up. And then for user 2, let's see, we're going to leave this as is, but we want to go ahead and style the remote user. So the remote user will take up the big screen. So as we're talking to someone, we want to see them in frame, but we want to make sure that our video frame is here in the top left right here. So let's go ahead and actually add in a new class that we're going to append to our user. So we're going to create a class called small frame here. So we'll go ahead and set this up. The position is going to be fixed because we need to position this anywhere we need to position it wherever we want on the page. So that will allow us to do this. For the top here, we're going to do 20 pixels from the top, and then we're going to do left at 20 pixels. Okay, so for the height, let's just go ahead and set this to 170 pixels. And for the width, let's set this to 300 pixels. So we want to make it sort of like a rectangle here. And then we want to give it some round borders here. So we'll just do border radius of 5 pixels. And let's see, for the border itself, I want to make sure that it's a purple border with 2 pixels. Make sure that it's solid. And we need to add PX right there. And then for the hex value, we'll just do B3. And then we'll do 66F9. Now, I also want to make sure that we have some shadow here. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy some values here and just paste them in. So we added a box shadow and then a Z index just to make sure we're at the top of the page, that this element is always towards the front so it's not hidden somewhere. So to actually adjust our video frame and add this class, let's go back into main.js here. And on peer connection, we're going to go ahead and actually add this class to our video frame. So let's go ahead and grab our current user right here. So now we're going to get user 1. We're going to copy and paste this right here. Let's create some space. We'll change this to user 1. So that's us. And we're just going to go ahead and add in a class. So we're going to do class list.add. And we're just going to go ahead and add the class of small frame. So that'll change our frame. And then after this, we also need to make sure that we remove it anytime a user leaves. So on handle user left, wherever that's at, let's go ahead and actually update this somewhere here. Handle user left. We're going to go ahead and grab that same element. And at this point, we're going to remove that class. So essentially, when a user joins, we'll add in all this styling to our video frame. When they leave, we'll take it out. Okay, so let's save all of that. Let's make sure we can refresh this. And let's check this out. Okay, so I'm in here alone. I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic. And we're just going to go ahead and add in a new user. And there we go. So look at that. So when this user joined, this video frame went up here. So that's us right here at the top in this section. And this is that remote user. So if I leave, now we're in that big frame. So this is us right here. And the remote user is no longer here. So if I add this again, let's go ahead and just watch this update. So our video frame that's currently in here will jump to the top left. So we'll go ahead and add that. And there we go. So that's exactly what we're looking for. I think that looks pretty dang cool. And it kind of represents more of something that you would see on a phone or something like that. So speaking of phones, let's go ahead and fix that. And I know the quality is kind of bad here, so we're going to adjust a few things in a minute. So let's go ahead and make this actually responsive. So right now, if I start bringing this down, I don't want my face covered up here. In fact, I can just do inspect here, and let's just bring this over. So when this video frame actually gets small, I want to make sure that we can adjust for that. So let's go ahead and add in some styling and some media queries. So we'll go into our main.css, go down below the leave button, and we'll just do at media screen, and we are going to do and 600 pixels. So max width 600 pixels. So basically when we get to 600 pixels, that's when we want things to adjust. And we're just going to go ahead and get the small frame, and we're going to set a height of 80 pixels and then the width of 120. I'll leave the actual details up to you. Whatever you want to do in your application is in your control here. So I also want to make sure that the control buttons are small. So control container, image. I want to make sure to actually restyle these. So we're just going to set a height and width of 20 pixels. So we just want to shrink those down a little bit just so they look a little bit more proper. Save that. And let's just go ahead and test it. So here we go. So that video frame is much smaller. So if I adjust this, there we go. When we get to 600 pixels, that looks a little bit better. Okay, so for some reason, the control containers don't seem like they're resizing. I think they are. I just can't really tell. Let's just try doing this at like 1 pixel or 10 pixels. Let's just see. Okay, so that's actually working. That's good. That's just the button here. Okay, I guess I could adjust the padding, but we're not going to focus on that. Okay, so we're about to get to the video quality, but before we finish this up, I also want to style that form here. So what I'm going to do here is actually copy and paste some values. So I don't want to focus on HTML and CSS in a WebRTC tutorial. So I'll just go ahead and add in some of the main template code, and then we'll style this up. I'll just paste in some CSS, or I guess we'll just see how things go. So we're going to create a main container here, and we're going to call this lobby container. So lobby container, and that's going to wrap the entire page. And inside of this main tag right here, we're going to create a div, and this will be the form container. So we're going to do ID. That's going to be form-container. And if you're looking for the actual code here, you can just go ahead and check out the GitHub repo, and that'll all be in there, so you can see the actual examples. So in here, inside of the form container, we want a header. So we're going to do form container header. So form underscore container. Then we'll do underscore header, and these are double underscores. So in here, I'm just going to paste in a value. So we're just going to throw in a p tag, and it's going to have this wave emoji here, and it's going to say create a new form. So after that, we're going to go ahead and create another section for the actual form. So we're going to create another div, and we're going to go ahead and call this form content wrapper. So give it an ID of form double underscore content. And then we'll do double underscore wrapper, and the form itself will actually go in here. So let's take this join form, copy that, remove it, and paste it into form content wrapper. Okay, so that should be it for the actual template. So let's go back in here, and let's go ahead and leave the page. Here is our form, and let's actually add in the CSS now. So we'll open up lobby.css. So in lobby CSS, we're going to go ahead and add in some background color to the body. So I'm going to paste in some code. So that'll give it a dark background. So I'll save this, and we'll just check this out. So that changes the styling here. So once we have that, we'll take the form container. So I'm going to paste in some more code here. So it's going to be the form container centered with a width here. So we have a border radius, a background color, and we position it in the center. So if we open this up, here is our form container. We'll just go ahead and bring this down. And again, I'm doing this for the sake of speeding up the video, because this is not what we want to focus on. So the next thing I want to style is going to be the actual form container header. So in lobby.css, we'll throw that in. We're going to add in some border radius, a different background for the actual form header, some font size, and so on. So here we go. We see that container there. And for the form content wrapper, we'll add in some padding. So we're going into form content wrapper. Let's save that. We're going to add in some padding, and then the actual input fields. So we're going to go ahead and grab two input values. So we're getting the actual input field here. We're styling it up, and we're going to change the submit button to be purple. Okay, so that looks much better, and that is our join form. So let's say we want to join a room. We'll just call this 123 again. We'll join. Here is our page, and when we go back, that looks a lot better. Okay, so the last thing we have to do here is actually add in some quality to this video chat here. So let's go ahead and fix this up here. So this is going to be very easy. All we're going to do is go ahead and add in some constraints here. So we'll go into main.js here, and I'm going to create a variable just above my init function, and I'm going to call this constraints. So constraints, and we're just going to go ahead and throw this into, let's actually fix this up real quick. So we have our constraints, and we're just going to throw this into our get user media function. So let's see, where is that? That was on create peer connection. Oh no, that was, I think it was in the init function. Yeah, right here. So we're just going to go ahead and throw this in here. We'll take all those constraints and throw those in here, and let's just go ahead and recreate these. So the first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and set the video. So instead of just setting video and audio to true or false, we're actually going to add in some values. So when we add the values, it'll be assumed that these values are true. So we'll go ahead and throw in the width of our video. And what we can do is set a minimum value. So we'll do min as 640 for the frame size. And then we'll set an ideal width. This is what we actually want our frame to be. And we'll set that to 1920. And then for the max, we're going to set this to 1920. So ideally, we want that video as big as possible, because when we load it up in here, we want to make sure that it's not stretching a small video frame. So that's why the quality is so bad right now, besides maybe other settings, but we're not going to deal with anything else other than height and width here. So we'll set the width, and then we're going to set the height here. So let's just go ahead and copy all of this. We'll change this to height. And for this, the min is going to be 480. So we're making a rectangle, and then we're going to do 1080 and 1080. And then for the audio, we're just going to set that to true. That's going to be it. So this is how you can actually adjust it. So we just specify values for our video. So we throw in this entire object and we throw that into get user media. So now if I save this, let's look at the difference. So look at the video quality. It's more zoomed out now. The frame is bigger and everything looks a lot better. So that's it for this project. We are done with this application, and what I want to do next is spend a moment talking about group video calling with WebRTC. So at this point, our application only handles 2 users, so it's just peer-to-peer, and group video calling is an entirely different topic in WebRTC, and there's multiple ways we can go about doing this. So we're not going to build anything out, but I do want to give you a high-level overview of how to handle that before we move on to the next project in this video. So how do we take a technology that's fundamentally designed to handle peer-to-peer connections and go beyond that? Well, it turns out there's actually 3 different approaches to solve this exact issue, so let's go ahead and go over them. The first approach we have is called a mesh network, and with the mesh network, we are creating a network of peers that will all maintain a peer-to-peer connection with every other peer inside of a group video call. So let's say we have a call with 5 peers. Well, peer 1 will have to create a peer-to-peer connection to peer 2, then to peer 3, 4, and 5, and all the other peers in the network will have to create that same connection with every other peer inside of that network. So it kind of meshes them together, and this will happen for every other peer that has to join after this. So every new peer that joins will have to create this connection, and all the other peers will have to connect back to this peer. So every single time a new peer joins, we now have to maintain a new connection, and this technically does accomplish what we need here, but this approach has a massive downside and does not scale at all. The problem here is that every single time a new peer joins, we now have to upload our stream and maintain that connection. So this requires a lot of upload bandwidth. So once you go beyond 4 to 5 peers, you're going to start seeing a lot of issues here. So this approach is not recommended if you're looking to scale. Now, the second approach we're going to talk about is less of a peer-to-peer architecture and more of a peer-to-server architecture, and that is the MCU approach, which stands for multi-conferencing unit. So how this works is now each peer will be connected to the server, and unlike the mesh network, we're going to upload our stream to that server, and that server will take in all the incoming streams, process them, mix them together, and then send them back to the peers. Now, the upside to this is that it does scale better and you only have to upload your stream once. The downside is that that server that you're going to send this to has to be very beefy. It has to process all of this, so it could get very expensive to actually handle this. So it scales better, but the downside is that it's going to be more expensive. For the third and final approach, we have the SFU method, which stands for Selecting Forwarding Unit. And this is very similar to the MCU approach in the sense that we still have a peer-to-server architecture and we're still only uploading our stream once to that server. Now, where this differs from the MCU approach is that we're no longer going to mix those streams together and process them. The server will now act as a router and simply just make sure that we get all of our peers' streams and that all of our peers get our stream. So it's simply going to direct traffic, and that's all it's doing. So the benefit to this is that because we're no longer mixing and processing all those streams, we now don't need such a beefy server, and it's going to be a lot less expensive. Now, while this approach does have a lot of benefits to it, one thing to be mindful of is that we're still only uploading one stream, but we are now having to download multiple streams. So if we start having a group video call with maybe 20, 30, 40 people, you do have to be mindful of people's download speed. Most people nowadays would probably be fine with this, but it's just something to consider is the fact that you do need download speed in order to start downloading all those streams. So the benefit that the MCU approach has is that users only need to upload once and download once. With the SFU method, they upload once and then download multiple times. Now, in part 2 of this video, we are going to be creating a group video call application, but instead of using one of the 3 approaches that I talked about, we're going to go another route, and we're just going to use a third-party service. So anytime you're building out an application like this, you have to decide, do I want to build all this out by myself? Do I want to set up that infrastructure and deal with scaling this application? Or is there a third-party service that can make my life a lot easier? So the trade-offs is that usually a third-party service is going to cost you some money, but that can also save you money down the line if you're having to still pay engineers or spend time on building this out. So I wanted to make sure that you can see both approaches, make that decision for yourself. And if you're going to follow along for the next project, go ahead and stick around, and I'll see you in part 2. Hey, welcome to part 2 of this video. I have no way of knowing if you just skipped ahead to this part or if you followed all the way along up until this point. But either way, this is a great place to start for project number 2. And with that being said, let's go ahead and do a full walkthrough of the project. I'll show you where to get the source code, and we're just going to start coding this up. So if you want to get the source code for the project, there will be a link in the video description. Go ahead and download this. I'll add in instructions on how to actually get started. There's also a starter template here. We're going to cover this, and that's all down in the description. So this is our project, and a little backstory behind this is I actually ran a open source project for a project called Mumble, and it was a social network that we built out. And after about 20 days and 500 plus PRs, it just got way too overwhelming to manage it. So I just kind of let it go. But I did want to keep the name because I love the logo, love the name. So I decided to make this like a version of Mumble. So that's going to be the name of our project here. And that logo and all that's going to be also in the source code. So right away, when we join this website, we're going to see, or when we join a room, we're going to see a Mumble bot send us a message, and it's always going to welcome us to the room here. So we have a chat room right here. I can say, hey, and then hi. That's all real time. And any other user in this room will actually see this. And I also see my name right here. Now, if I actually want to share my screen, I can go ahead and toggle this right here. Select the screen I want to share. I have 2 screens. Let's say I'm teaching someone a code or I'm doing a tutorial. We can actually go through and share everything that we have. So if another user wants to join this room, what we're going to do is go ahead and copy and paste this link right here. And immediately, if they don't have a name, it's going to redirect them to the lobby. So let's say user number 2 is Paul, and the room name is 1. So we see Dennis in the room as a participant. And when Paul joins the room, immediately Paul is going to see Dennis's stream. So if Paul wants to put Dennis's stream into focus, all he has to do is click on this, and this will expand it into focus, and we can always toggle it, just keep changing that, and it's just going to adjust our actual video frames and basically change what's in focus. So let me actually hide this. So when Paul joins, we see welcome Paul, and now we see 2 participants here. So Paul will not see any messages that were in the room prior to his stream or him joining the room. And if we go back to this room, Dennis is going to see that Paul has joined the room. So if Paul actually wants to join as a presenter here, we're not going to deal with invites. Maybe in the live demo, we'll actually add this. But at this point, anybody can join the room. So if Paul joins, now this is Paul's stream. So if Paul wants to show his face in the frame here, we can toggle back and forth here. And if we go back to Dennis's screen, Dennis can also toggle back and forth. So Dennis can now see Paul. Now, if Paul leaves the room, we can go ahead and just leave like that by closing this out. We'll actually get an alert that Paul has left the room. So that's the core functionality. We just have participants. We have full capability of toggling the mic, toggling screen sharing, changing up our video frame. And actually one thing is when you actually go from sharing your screen back to presenting, I made sure that your mic is muted and that your camera is muted. I don't know, I just thought of this funny situation that if you were sharing your screen, but maybe you had someone in the room with you and then you went back to just turning off your screen sharing and your camera turns back on, that might be a little bit awkward. It just might create a funny situation. So you'll actually have to toggle your camera. I'll just show you that one more time. So for sharing, and then we go back to here. So we toggle the camera or screen sharing off. Camera starts as off, and so does the mic. So a little warning there, anybody can create a room. And again, the messages are in real time. So if I message something right here, everybody in the room will actually see the message. So source code, live demo. And with that being said, let's go ahead and close out this demo and let's get started. Okay, so to get started with this project, we're going to want to download the initial project files, get that starter template, and then we'll just start building on top of this. So this GitHub repo is linked up in the video description. Go ahead and clone it or download it from here. We'll download it as a zip file in this case, and we're going to want this starter template right here. So this is the code for the entire project. Specifically though, we want this starter template, and this is what we're going to build on top of. So let's go ahead and drag this into our desktop, and I'm going to close out the GitHub repo, and we'll open up this folder, and specifically I want this starter template, so we'll bring this out here. And at this point, I'm just going to delete the zip folder because I don't need it. If you want to actually test it out, get that project up and running, you can go ahead and do that, but I'll just remove that. And let's just rename this to Mumble 2. Okay, so I'm going to open this up in VS Code. Whatever you want to use as your text editor, that's your choice. I'm going to use VS Code because I like live server. So let's go ahead and open this up, and we'll just check out what this project looks like, and we'll recap the files that are in here right now. So the first file I want to look at is going to be room.html. I'm going to open this up in live server because I first want to see the output, and then we'll actually take a look at the code here. So we have a header bar right here, a sidebar for the chat, some stream controls, and participants on the left. Now, if we go to create room, we have a lobby.html page, and this is simply a form with a form to enter your username, the room name, and then an actual button to go to that room. So not much of a template. There's just some functionality added here. So let's go ahead and actually go back to the room. So we'll go back to room.html, and let's take a look at some of the JavaScript that was added here. So we do have responsiveness right here. If we move that in, our participants can be opened up by toggling this right here, and then we can also toggle the chat by clicking this right here. So we're actually going to build in this section in the middle right here for the actual stream right here. This is something that we're going to take care of and actually hand code out. I just left it empty for now, but that's what this looks like right here. Pretty simple template. So we'll just review some of the code here and actually take a look at the IDs and classes that we're using and how all this was done. So let's go ahead and start with room.html. I'll try to zoom out a little bit here. So we can see that we have our header bar right here that's repeated on both pages right here. Not much to it. We're not really going to mess with this section. We can actually leave it alone. If we go down to our container, we have a room container that encapsulates the entire room. And we have a section for our members right here. So this members container actually goes down pretty far. If you can see this line right here, it actually goes down pretty far with the demo users that we currently have in here. And if I minimize this, let's go ahead and minimize just this section right here. So we have the members container, and right after the members container, we actually have the stream container. So this is that middle section right here. So this is that stream container. Let's just see what we have in here. So we have some buttons. We have the stream actions with buttons right here. We have SVGs for the actual icons. We can minimize those stream actions. We'll minimize the stream container. And then we have our messages container right here. So that's an ID that wraps the actual messages, and then each message uses the class of message wrapper. So if I scroll down, we're going to see a lot of repeated messages. Eventually, we're going to get rid of all this dummy code here, at least this stuff right here. This will be auto-generated when users type in a message. But if I minimize that, there we go. That closes this section out, and here's the entire page here. So our navigation bar, main container, room container, we have a members container, stream container, and messages. So left side, middle, and right. So if we go to the lobby, let's go ahead and check this out. I'll minimize the head tag right here. And in here, we have our navigation. Let's go ahead and actually fix that. I don't want to delete something and screw something up right away. So we'll minimize the header. Then we have our main container, which is the room lobby container. Here we have a form container, which is going to make up this section right here that actually contains the entire form. There's some styling there. And if we minimize this section, I guess I don't need to minimize it. So that's our header. And then we actually have the actual form. So lobby forms, the class, we have our field wrappers, and then the actual input fields. So not much to the template right there. We just have some styling that's in styles.css. We have a main.css file. This is going to be the entire template code. We're not going to mess with this at all, actually. This is just our base code and our navigation bar. Basically any code that's repeated. Now, any code that's associated with the lobby and room, let's go ahead and just save those. I hope I didn't delete anything. Inside of the room right here, this is any code to the actual room. Here we have the styling for our members, the participants, the messages, all that sort of stuff here. And inside of lobby.css, our form container, and so on. Now, I mentioned JavaScript here, so we do have a little bit of JavaScript for our room and our lobby. So inside of our room, we need to make sure that messages as they're added are always placed at the bottom here. So we did add a little bit of JavaScript to actually make sure that when someone types, this scroll bar automatically goes to the bottom. So we want to see the latest message here. So here we have some functionality that actually scrolls and makes sure that the message is at the bottom. And let's see, let's just kind of go over the chat container. Here we have the functionality to open and close that chat container, and then also for the participants right here. So the members container, this is that functionality for that responsiveness. We added something that can toggle this and make sure that it opens and closes. So that's really the entire template right here. You can kind of go through that, familiarize yourself with everything. Not much that we're going to do here. In fact, we won't touch this at all. And any code that's currently in here, we're not going to modify anything. We're just going to simply add to it. So let's just go ahead and get started. And what I want to do is go into the room.html page. And I want to start by making a container for our video frames and then the actual large display. That's going to be the frame that takes up that focus of the entire page. So all the streams will sit inside of this section right here. So stream container. Let's go ahead and open this up. We'll minimize this. And then let's just go ahead and add this just above stream actions. So we have our controls on the bottom. I'm also going to minimize those right there. We'll create some space here. And we're going to create a div, and this div is going to have the ID of streams underscore container, or double underscore, so make sure there's 2 underscores right there. And inside of this section, we're going to create another div, and these will be the actual circles that you'll see. So each circle is going to have a video double underscore container class. Okay, so we have a video container class, and then the actual containers themselves will have IDs. This will be how we know which containers associated with which user and when to actually add in a video frame. So we need a way to actually identify them. So for now, let's go ahead and give each user an ID. We'll just do user-container, and this user will have the ID of 1. So later on, this will be dynamic, but for now, we'll just do 1, and then we'll just increment those. So we have the actual container. Now we're going to add in a video element here later, but for now, let's just add in an h1 tag so we can actually see it, and then we'll just go ahead and throw in the number 1. So let's go ahead and create some space here. And what I'm going to do here is copy each container, and I'll just duplicate this a few times. So let's just go ahead and copy and paste a few, change the ID to 2, the actual value to 2 here, and then we'll do 3, 3, and 4. So we're going to go ahead and style this so we can see it. And here we go. We have our stream container, or streams container, and then the actual video container. Now above this, whenever we click on one of these streams right here, just like I showed in the demo, we're actually going to take that video stream and then present it into the big container. So let's say someone's sharing their screen, or you want to put focus on someone. This is going to be that section where we actually add them in and display them in a larger frame. So let's go ahead and create the div here, and this ID will just be stream, whoops, made this outside of the quotes here. We'll do stream double underscore box like that. Okay, so that's all we need for this section. Let's go ahead and just check this out. Let's display it, and here we go. We have some elements here. We don't see much here, so let's go ahead and just style that. So we'll go into our room.css file. So inside of styles, we'll go to room.css, and let's just go ahead and find where we want to put this. So I want to put this underneath the stream container section to kind of keep that hierarchy. So we have the main container, and we'll just add the styling here. So we have an ID there, so we'll just do stream double underscore box. And in this section, at this point, let's just go ahead and add in some background color so we can see it. And for the color, I'll just pick one of these, I guess. Let's just go ahead and grab that color, and let's just set a height of 60 viewport height. Okay, so let's just take a look. Here we go. So that's going to represent that big frame right there. And then we actually want to style these video containers. So let's go ahead and underneath here, let's just grab the video double underscore container section. A little bit slow there. Okay, so we have the video container. We have the actual circles here. Let's grab that, and let's go ahead and start styling this. So the first thing is I have that number inside of them. So let's just go ahead and make sure that's centered. So we'll do display flex, and let's just go ahead and to justify content. We want to make sure it's centered. This is technically not really relevant to what we're doing, but let's just go ahead and center it so even the demo looks good. Align items. Let's center this horizontally and vertically. And then for the actual item, let's go ahead and set a border. We'll set this to 2 pixels, solid. And then I have a shade of purple that I want to use. It's going to be a hex, and this is going to be B366F9. So that should give us a purple shade right there. Okay, so we should see an output. Let's just make sure it's connected. Here we go. So they're not circles yet, but we'll fix that. Now underneath here, let's go ahead and make that a circle. We'll just do border dash radius, and we'll set that to 50%. That'll give us a circle. And then underneath that, let's go ahead and do cursor pointer. So we want to make sure users do know that they can click on that to expand it. So we want to make sure it's clickable, and that will visually show someone that that is. And then after that, let's just go ahead and set overflow to none, or let's just do hidden. So the video frame itself will be a square, and we want to make sure it doesn't actually overflow from this container. So we want to make sure anything that overflows just gets cut out. And let's just finally end this with a height of 300 pixels and a width of 300 pixels. And we'll make sure this is responsive too. Okay, so we have a height and width here. And here we go, we have our circles. So now we want to style that container and actually put these in line so they're actually correctly placed inside of that frame. So I'm a little bit zoomed in, so that's why it looks funny. Normally on a screen, you'd see it maybe around this width right here, but because I'm so zoomed in, it's going to look like they're being crushed down. So what I might have to do is make those responsive a little bit sooner than I planned. So let's just go ahead and start with a container, and we'll just see how that looks. So now we want to style this actual streams container that holds all those circles. So we'll just do streams __ container. And let's first display it as flex. Want to make sure it's a flex, and then we'll do flex wrap. So whenever it starts collapsing in on the circles, they actually go down and actually wrap the element. So we'll do flex wrap, set that to wrap, justify content. Let's just set that to center, and align items. Let's also center that. Let's see, why do I have space here? Okay, so I do want to set a margin at the top. Let's just go ahead and give some space. So margin top, let's set that to 25 pixels. And then margin bottom, the reason I want to set some margin at the bottom, we'll actually do 225 pixels. The reason why I want to do this is that if we start zooming in, or let's say we get a lot of frames, if someone scrolls to the bottom, if we have no margin here, the buttons will actually cover that person's video frame. So we just want to make sure that we actually have some space here. So that's why I added that. Now I should actually add in a gap here. So let's do that too. So let's just do gap, create some space between the users, set that to 2em, and there we go. Okay, so it gets crushed down here. I want to make sure this is responsive. So this is what it would actually look like right here. The demo always looks funnier when I'm videotaping. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually update this. So let's see, the video container, let's create our own media query right here. So let's just copy and paste that, and I'm going to set this at 1400 pixels. So what I'm going to do is grab this video container, copy and paste that in because I'm too lazy to type it out, and let's just update the height and width. So whenever we're at 1400 pixels, we'll set that to 200 pixels in width for the video container. And then let's just go ahead and copy this again. And then at around 768 pixels, I just want to go ahead and make these 100 pixels in height and width. Okay, so let's check this responsiveness out. So if I start crushing that down, there we go. It starts shrinking, and then they just slowly adjust based on whatever the current width is. So I'll just keep the zoom at about right here. I think that's a good size. If anything, I'll just reduce them down to 200 pixels permanently, and we'll leave those at least for this video. Okay, so now that we have our template ready, it's time to move on to displaying our video stream to the page and also connecting to other members inside of this video chat application. So we want to see our own face on here and our peers. So let's talk about how we're going to do this. So in the first part of this video, if you built out that WebRTC peer-to-peer chat application, I talked about how we can scale WebRTC to group video calling as opposed to just peer-to-peer. And I mentioned the three main approaches, and we have the mesh network that we can build out that has a lot of cons. It's very limited. And we also have the SFU method and MCU method. Now, instead of going into all of that and building out our entire network, what we're going to do is use a third-party service called Agora that builds on top of WebRTC, and Agora provides us with a lot of functionality to actually build out and scale our applications. So with Agora, we're going to create an account, download an SDK, and then just use the Agora SDK to build all the video part of this application out, along with the real-time messaging. So this chat box, participants, that's all going to be real-time using Agora. So Agora is a paid service. They do have a free tier to it. We have up to 10,000 free minutes that we can use when we get started. So that should be plenty for this video to actually build out your demo. So let's go ahead and get started. You don't need a credit card on file. So we'll just go ahead and get started with Agora, and I'll just teach along the way. So let's go ahead and go to agora.io. The first thing we're going to want to do is create an account. So do that. We're going to create an app on Agora and then download and connect the SDK. So let's go ahead and go to login. Once you're logged in and you have an account, you'll have this console right here. And in this console, we have our projects here. So go ahead and go to more, create a new app here. So I already have a few. I'm going to use one of these, but at this point, go ahead and create an app and go ahead and give it the name of something like Mumble 2. For the use case, we'll do social, live stream. I guess we can just do chat room. And then for the authentication mechanism, go ahead and select testing mode app ID. If we select this method right here, that's going to require us to have a token that we have to keep refreshing. So we don't want to deal with that right now. Let's just go ahead and authenticate with only an app ID. So once you have this set up, go ahead and click submit. I'm not going to click this because I already have an app. So go ahead and submit that, and then you're going to see your app right here. So what we're going to need is this app ID. So you can actually click on this and that'll just go ahead and copy that app ID. So we'll get back to this in a second. So at this point, once you've created your app, go ahead and go back to the main console, and you should see this download section right here. So Agora has two main SDKs. We have, let's see, we'll actually want to select web here. So let's go ahead and do that, get this out of the way. So Agora has RTC, so that's one of the SDKs that stands for real-time communication, which will give us video and audio. And then we have RTM, which is for real-time messaging. So we'll use that one later, but for now, let's start with video SDK. And select 4.x. So there's a 3.x here. We want to make sure we're at 4.x. Go ahead and click on this, go into this section, and we're going to want this file right here. So I'm going to minimize this, and I'm going to drag this into my desktop, and then I'll drag it into the Mumble 2 folder. So that's the SDK. We're just going to want to go ahead and download that and then connect it. Now, at this point, I'm just going to grab this SDK and drag that into my JavaScript folder. I just wanted to move that in there. I'm kind of doing things manually, but I like to keep it very simple. So if you're more advanced, you can use your more advanced methods, but this way everybody can follow along. So once we have the SDK, let's go ahead and bring that in here, copy and paste this script tag right here. And we'll want to make sure that we take this Agora SDK. Let's just copy the name and paste this above this room.js script tag. So we'll want to make sure that's above it. And now that we have the SDK, let's go ahead and actually create a JavaScript file specifically for all the logic dealing with Agora. So at this point, inside of the JavaScript file, we're going to call this room_rtc.js. So that's the Agora SDK, that's Agora RTC. So at this point, we're creating a JavaScript file that's going to have all of this logic with Agora. So the first thing we need is our app ID to actually use an app with Agora. So we'll just go ahead and create a variable called app_ID. And in here, we're gonna need to get that app ID so we can actually authenticate our user. So back in your console, let's go ahead and actually go to the console itself. So we'll actually go back in here and we'll find our app here. So go back to your projects and go ahead and grab the app ID here that you just created. So go ahead and copy that. I'm obviously going to blur out my app ID because if somebody gets this, they can start using it and then use up all of your minutes. So let's go ahead and copy that app ID. We'll bring that in here, and then I'm going to hide this later, but make sure it's at the top of your page and just paste that in. And that's how we connect the Agora SDK to our project right here along with the app inside of our console. So inside of this room_rtc.js file, let's go ahead and start configuring everything that we need here. So we have our app ID, and at this point, what we need for each user is a UID. So each user has to have some kind of identification here. So what I'll do here is we're going to generate a user if there's not one inside of session storage. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and go into session storage, and we just want to do .get item, and we want to get a value of UID. So at this point, we don't have this user, so we're going to run a check here, and we're just going to say if we don't have a UID, so we're going to use the not operator, let's go ahead and just generate a UID. So we're going to set this variable right here, so we either have nothing or we're going to create it, and we're just going to do string, so we want it to be a string value, and we're just going to generate a random number between 1 and 10,000. So later on, if you had a full-scale application, this could be like a UID in the back end or something that actually connects to your user, so it's more permanent. But at this point, we're just going to generate a number, and I'll leave that other part up to you. And actually, I'm going to have a lot of videos on my channel about how to do this. So just go ahead and check those out, and I'll actually scale this up. So anyways, I'm going on a side tangent. Okay, so we're just going to generate a number between 1 and 10,000. So if we don't have a UID in the session storage, go ahead and generate a UID. And then what we want to do is go ahead and take this newly generated UID, and we're just going to do session storage.set item. So we get an item with get item, and then set it with set item. We have the key and then the actual value, which is going to be the UID. So each user is going to need a UID. This is how we know who's who in a stream. This is how we can identify each other. So once we create a UID, we'll store it in the session storage. And now we don't have to create a new UID every single time a user goes back to the page. So let's go ahead and set a few more values. We also need a token. And in production, this is how you would generally authenticate users with Agora. We have a token that we would actually generate. But for now, because our authentication mechanism was set to app ID only, this is going to make this process a little bit easier so we can focus on the core functionality of Agora and get our application working. And I actually do have a few videos on my channel on how to do this specific thing with the token, but we're not going to worry about that right now. So after our token, we're going to need a client object. At this point, we're just going to set the variable. We'll leave it like this. And the client object will be like that core interface for all the functionality for audio and video streaming. It's going to store all the information about our user and basically any functionality that we need to actually start this video stream with. So we're not going to worry about this until we actually start coding this up. So the next thing I want to do is make sure that we can get a room ID from some kind of URL parameter. So our URL will look like this. It'll be room ID and then room, and then let's say our room name will be some kind of number like that. Let's just do 234. So what we're going to need to do is go to our URL and get this room value and then find out what our room is going to be named. So let's go ahead and get this value. We're going to need to parse that URL. So let's go ahead and first get the URL value. We'll get the query string. We'll do window.location.search. We first want to get this value. Then we want to set the URL parameters value and then get the actual room value out of this. So we'll do URL params, and this will be new URL search params. And we're going to throw in the query string into this. So we have the query string, and then we can actually set the room value by doing room ID is equal to URL params.get. And we're going to look for this room value. So let's just go ahead and pass that in. And this is how we create custom rooms. This is how we can actually have multiple rooms inside of the same app right here. So what I'm going to do at this point is if we don't have a room, so if not room ID, we're going to use a not operator. Typically, we could just redirect our user to the login page. But at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and set a room ID for this purpose. So we're not having to constantly create a room ID in the URL. And we're just going to call it main. So if we don't have an ID in there, we'll just go ahead and call the room main, and that's it. So we'll change this later. Okay, so we have our room ID. We're just setting up some core code here. And what I want to do here is go ahead and set some variables for our local tracks here. So local tracks. This will be our actual audio and video stream. We're going to store this inside of an array here. Now, we also want a place to store remote tracks. So when users join a stream, we want to get their audio and video streams and also store them in a variable here. So we'll do remote users, and this will be an object here. So we'll have like a key value store where we'll have like the user's ID. Let's say the user's ID is 54, and then we'll just have like the audio and video track like this, which will be automatically created for us. So we're not going to worry about that, but this is why we're going to make it an object so it can be key value pairs. Okay, so now that we have the track set up, our room ID and URL set up, let's go ahead and actually get going with having a user join a room and displaying their stream here. So first, let's set up a function called join room init, and let's make sure it's an async function. And in here, we're going to go ahead and make sure this function triggers right away. So on load, we're just going to call join room init, and the user will join the room. So join room init, we're going to create the function, trigger it right away. Now in here, we're going to take that client variable that we just set up right here, and we're just going to go ahead and call Agora RTC.create client. So we're going to use a create client function, and the reason why we have access to this is because of the SDK that we downloaded and added right here. So we're calling Agora.create client, which will create the client object. And in here, we have two required parameters. So first, we have the mode, which can be live or RTC. And this is simply the optimization algorithm to be used. And then we have the codec here, which is simply the encoding method that the browser will use for encoding. So we'll set codec, and this will be VP8. Okay, so first piece of Agora that we used right here are the Agora SDK. And at this point, what I want to do is reference the Agora documentation. And I just want to make sure that you know where to find everything. So from your console or even from the Agora website, we have the documentation here that you can follow. So go ahead and select the platform that you're using or the product. We're using video calling right here. select the actual platform. So we're using web, and here you have a bunch of documentation along with the API reference here. So here you have it. Again, select the platform, and at this point we're using video calling. Use the 4x documentation and go ahead and look at all the methods here. So right now we just called create client. If you have questions, click on it, read about it, and here are going to be all the functions and everything that we're doing here, and this will explain a lot more. So I'll go over what I can and I'll explain the functions as we're using them, but I would highly recommend looking through and actually studying up the details here. So I'm also going to link this up in the video description, so make sure to check that out here. Okay, so let's get back to it. So we created a client object, and what I want to do now with the client is actually join a room. So we're going to go ahead and call await here, and using this client object, we're going to call client.join. So this will actually join a room here. So we need to use some credentials here. So the first thing we need is our app ID. So we set the app ID at the top. Let's go ahead and use that now. Then we want to go ahead and throw in the room ID. So what room do we want to join? And then we want to go ahead and pass in the token. So token at this point is null, so we can leave it just like that. We set the variable right here. So we have the token. And then we want to throw in our UID. So this is how we join with a specific user. So we joined a room and we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and save this, and let's just make sure that everything works so far. So I'm going to go ahead and click inspect element. And if you're seeing something like this, it means it's working well. Agora is going to console out a few things for us. So that means we're connected and ready to go. So now that we joined a room, I actually want to display our video stream here. So what I'm going to do is create another function that's actually going to output our stream. So we're going to get our camera feed or camera and audio and then actually display it to the DOM. So underneath here, let's go ahead and create another function. We'll call this join stream. So we joined the room, but now we want to join a stream as like another presenter. So we'll make this an async function, and let's just go ahead and continue here. Okay, so we have the join stream function, which will be called on the initial room joining here. So later on, we'll actually join through a button here. We'll actually click a button to join the actual room as a presenter, but we'll call it on load right now. And let's just go ahead and continue here. So when a user wants to join, we first want to go ahead and get our audio and video tracks. Now, I think this should say tracks here. So let's make sure that's plural. Let's add an S. I thought that looked a little bit funny. And let's just go ahead and call await Agora RTC dot create microphone. Gotta type this slowly. So microphone and camera tracks. Okay, kind of a long word there. Okay, so create microphone and camera tracks. So we're going to call this function, and what it's going to do is it's actually going to ask a user, if this is your first time on the site, it's going to ask you for access to your audio and video feed. So make sure you have some kind of webcam added to your laptop, or if you have a desktop, make sure you have a webcam, and this will actually trigger that and request that permission on the first load. So it's going to get your audio and video tracks, add it to local tracks, and this will be stored in an array. So that's why we added it like that. So we're going to get that feed, and then what we want to do is create an actual video player. So we're going to go ahead and do player, and we're going to use backticks here so we can actually add in some dynamic values. And let's just go ahead and grab one of these video containers. So we'll grab this right here, and we're just going to paste that in, and let's just go ahead and format it. So at this point, we don't want the H1 tag in the middle. What we do want to do here, though, is make sure that the ID is based off of our user. So we want to remove the 1, and then we'll just pass in our UID. Now, inside of this div, what we're going to do is go ahead and create another div for the actual video player, and this is where that player will be added. So we're going to create a div here, and this player will have a class of video-player. So we'll do video-player, and then we also want a custom ID. Sorry, my voice squeaked there. We want a custom ID, and we're going to call this user dash and then the user's UID. So this way we actually have some unique values that we can actually access. So we're going to create like the container for the video frame. It's not going to be in here just yet. Now, once we create that container where we're going to store this, we want to go ahead and add this video player to this streams container right here. So we'll just do document.get element by ID. We'll get streams underscore container, double underscore, and then we'll just do insert adjacent HTML, and we'll just throw in the player before end, and then we'll actually throw in the player as a second parameter. So that's going to take this player right here that we created and add it to the DOM here. So we're simply going to add it. And once we do that, we want to go ahead and actually play this video stream right here. So we're going to call local tracks, and the audio track is stored in index 0. The video track is stored in index 1. So we're going to get the video track and we're going to call the play method. And what this play method needs, it's actually going to create like a video tag for us, and it needs a place to append that actual video stream here. So what we're going to do is go ahead and append it to this div right here. So we're going to take this value, so user UID, make sure you're using backticks right here, and we're just going to call play, and that's going to add in that video stream into this video player. So let's go ahead and make sure that this file is linked up here. So let's just take this script tag right here, copy and paste it, and then add in _RTC. So we first want to make sure that this file is connected. Let's save that. Let's save this file, and we're going to run into one small issue here. So I want to show you it, and then we'll fix that. So let's go ahead and open this up here. So at this point, on load, we're going to see our 4 and then our 5th circle once that user joins. So we call this function, and we added this player to the DOM, but we're not seeing the video stream here. So one thing also, I guess I wanted to show you something else here. Let's go ahead and actually deny access to our camera feed, so that way you can see what it might look like on the first load here. So let's go ahead and move all these websites out, or we'll just remove those. And then if I refresh this on first load, it's going to ask me for access to my camera. We'll click allow. So if you're doing this for the first time, you'll see that. And here we go. So that actual video element doesn't have a height and width, so we want to make sure it actually fills out that container. So we'll go into our styles, room.css, and let's go up here inside a video container, and let's just go ahead and style this up. So just below video container, we're going to get that video-player value, and we're going to set a height and width. So we'll do height 100%, and then we'll just copy and paste that. We'll just do width, and then we'll just leave it at 100%. So I forgot the H there. So with that, we also want to make sure the video tag itself is styled. So we'll do video-player, and then we'll get that video tag. Let's get this value, and then we'll just do border radius. So we want to make sure it doesn't overflow just in case. We also want to make sure that that's cut off. Okay, so let's try this one more time. So we added a height and width to this video player. Let's make sure that that's saved. So now when we actually add that item to the DOM, we should see it. Okay, so here we go. If I refresh that again, we got access to the camera. It takes a second, and there we are. So that looks good. We're actually able to display our stream. So if I add in another tab here, let's go ahead and load that up. We're also going to see that video stream, but the two users can't see each other. So we want to start adding that in next here. So what I want to do is actually hide this display, because eventually we're going to be able to click on these frames right here and add whatever frame that we clicked on to this big stream here. So let's go back into room.css, and for the stream box, at this point, let's just do display none, and then it's going to look a little bit better. And there we go. So let's just go ahead and move on to the next step. Let's go back into the code. So for this next step, what we're going to want to do is actually publish our stream and then create a function that's going to handle the event whenever another user publishes a stream. So right now, we're simply taking our local track and we're playing it, but we're the only ones that can see it. So we need to publish this track to the channel, and then anytime another user joins and publishes their track, we're going to need this function to run as like a side effect and then take that track from that user and display it into our stream. So this is how we're going to get remote users and view them inside of our browser here. So let's go ahead and create the function that's going to handle this. So this will be handle user published. So we'll create the function. Let's make sure it's an async function. And for the actual parameters, we are going to get the user value. So the actual tracks here from the user, and then the media type. So media type here. And this function is going to run as a side effect. So what we're going to do is go ahead and place this function inside of the join room init. So we're going to create like an event listener, and this is going to take this client object. Then we have an event listener, so we can go ahead and call on user dash published. So anytime a user publishes, we're going to listen for that, and we're going to call handle user published. So this is the function that's going to trigger whenever a user publishes. Now let's go ahead and actually build out the function, and then we're going to publish our track, and we'll actually see this in effect. So when a user publishes, what we're going to do is go ahead and call remote users. So this object right here that we set up right here, we're going to go ahead and get that, and we're going to add the user to this track. So we'll go ahead and call user.uid, so we get that user's UID, and then we'll just throw in the entire user object. Now, once we add that user to the list of remote users, or I guess this key value store of remote users, we're gonna go ahead and subscribe to that user's track, so we can call client.subscribe. And then for this, we're gonna subscribe to the user, and then we'll just throw in the media type right here. So we're gonna subscribe to that user's track, and then what we're gonna do next here is create a player for that user. And this player will be the exact same player that we have right here. So let's copy this value right here. Let's paste that in, and we are gonna need to update a few things here. So let's just go ahead and change this UID to be the UID from the user that was just added here. So we'll just change this to user.uid, and we'll do the same here. We'll just do user.uid. So we have the player, then we also need to append that to the DOM. So let's just grab this, we'll bring this down here, paste that in, we'll fix the indentation, and there we go, we just added the player. Now, when we add a new player, we also want to make sure that this player doesn't already exist in the DOM, just so we're not having duplicates. So let's go ahead and actually make a query for this player by the user container, and then if this player doesn't exist, then we'll add it. So let's go ahead and remove this value right here. So we'll remove the let right there, and we'll actually set the variable up here, and we'll just do document.get element by ID. We'll just take all of this in right here. Let's go ahead and copy that. Let's use backticks right here, paste that in, and then we'll just ask a question here. So we'll just say if the player is equal to null, so if it doesn't exist, let's go ahead and create a new one. So we'll just finish that statement here, and we'll just copy all of this and bring this in here. So that's just making sure that we don't have any duplicates. And I know it's a little bit repetitive, and now I'm just copying and pasting a bunch of stuff. So we check if the player exists. If the player doesn't, we just go ahead and set this value, grab that element, and append it to the DOM. So we add the player to the DOM, but now we need to actually play that track. So let's go ahead and check the media type. So we're gonna have two media types come through. We're gonna have an audio track and a video track here. So let's go ahead and first check the media type. We'll just do if media type is equal to video. Then what we'll want to do here is go ahead and take that user object, access to video track parameter, so video track, and then we'll just call the play method here. And in here we'll use backticks, and we're just going to append that video tag to the user dash and then the ID value here. So this is the same exact thing that we did right here for the local track, where we actually create a video tag and then append it to this tag right here into this div. So we're doing the same thing for the remote user. At this point, we just call user.videotrack and then play. So we also have the media type of audio. So we'll just go ahead and get that. We'll do if media type is equal to audio. Then let's just go ahead and play the audio. At this point, we're not doing anything with the DOM. So we'll just do user.audiotrack. And then we'll just call .play. And that'll just play the audio. Okay, so we have the listener for, or the event listener for the user published event. And now what we need to do is go ahead and actually publish our local tracks here. So whenever a user joins the room, we call join stream, and we have our local track. So the last thing we need to do here is actually publish that track. So we'll just go ahead and call await. Then we'll do client.publish. And we need to specify the tracks that we want to publish here. So we're going to throw in an array so we can publish multiple tracks. And at this point, we're going to publish our local tracks audio first. So audio is index 0. So we're publishing the audio track. And then we're going to publish the video track right here. So we're going to do index 1 for video and then audio right here. So we're publishing those. And this function right here is what's going to trigger this event listener. So whenever we call publish, every other user inside of the stream is going to go ahead and trigger this and then call handle user published. And that's what's going to trigger this function right here. So let's go ahead and test this out. I'm going to save it. We'll open up the browser here. Okay, so we see our track in here. And at this point, what I'm going to do is go ahead and just copy and paste it. And we're just going to go ahead and back to this user, and we're going to wait a second. And here we go. Now we see another track. And for the remote user, we also see this track. So I'm using the same webcam. If I go ahead and actually publish more, we're going to see 3 right here. So those events are firing off and everything's working good. We're actually seeing remote users here. Now we do have one issue, and that is, I actually hear an echo right now, so I can actually get my headphones and bring that to the speaker. I don't know if you can hear that. So essentially, whenever a user leaves, we have nothing that tears down this element from the DOM. So right now, if I close this one out, we're going to see this go black here because the video tag is no longer functioning. It's not published anymore. And if I close this one out, here we go. Now we just see ourselves. So we need to handle that event of not only publishing a track, but also removing that track from the DOM whenever a user leaves. So we're listening for the publish event. Let me just refresh this so we're the only ones in here. Okay, there we go. So we're listening for that event, but now we want to go ahead and just remove that element. So we're going to add in another function here. So we'll just go ahead and create a handle user left function. So we'll do handle user left. So that's going to be the name of the function. It'll be an async function. And at this point, we're just going to throw in the user object here. So we know what user left. And we need to add in an event listener. So let's go ahead and actually go up here to the join room init function. We'll copy this, and the client object has another event that we can listen for. And at this point, this is going to be for user left. So whenever a user leaves, we're going to call handle user left. So this is the function that's going to respond to that leave event. Now let's go ahead and bring this down here, and let's finish up this function here. So in this function, what we want to do is first delete the user from that object of users. So we're going to go into remote users, and we're just going to go ahead and delete user.uid. So that's the key. We're going to remove that user. And let's see, what did I not do here? Oh, I didn't finish the arrow function. Okay, so there we go. So we're deleting the user, and then we just want to go ahead and remove that user's frame from the DOM. So we'll do .get element by ID, and we're just going to go ahead and get the user dash container. We'll throw in user.uid. Okay, so here we go. Let's go ahead and give this a test. So we'll save that. We'll go ahead and add in another user. Give it a second to load this user in. We'll add in a second and then a third. Okay, so we publish the users. If I go back to this first one and close this out, here we go. Oh, I forgot to call remove. Okay, so give me a second. We'll just do remove. Okay, so we're simply removing that element from the DOM. Let's go ahead and save that. We'll add another user here. And if I click X here, there we go. And there we go. So now we can publish a track, and we can also remove that track. And if I join with another user, it'll obviously do the same thing. So the next thing I want to do here is focus on actually presenting these video frames into the big stream here, or into the big frame. So right now it's hidden, but at any point, let's say a user is sharing their screen, or I just want to focus on, let's say, user number 2 here that's talking. I want to be able to click on this user, add them to that big frame, and then switch between which users in that frame, along with also removing them. So let's go ahead and actually move on to the next section. And before we get started with that, I want to go ahead and actually remove some of these containers here. So we'll just remove container 3 and 4. So I just wanted to make sure that whenever we add a new frame into the DOM, we're not having all of those placeholder elements taking up the space, so we can actually see it. So that just looks a little bit cleaner. So let's go ahead and move on to the next step here. So we'll close out room.css, and let's just open up room.js. So anything that has to do with the DOM and click functionality, we'll leave that in room.js. Anything to do with the Agora RTC SDK, we'll leave in room_RTC. So let's keep these files separate. And in here, let's just go ahead and scroll down from all of these events here, and let's just set some variables to start with. And then we're going to build out a few functions that will actually handle the click events for any time we click on one of those video frames. So the first thing I want to do is actually go into room.html, and I just want to query all the stream. Actually, let's see, I want to query the stream box right here, so I can actually add event listeners to that and append elements to this div right here. And I want to get all of these video containers so we can add in click events to them. So let's go ahead and call this display frame. I guess that's the most descriptive thing I can think of, is just the display frame. So it's the one that's going to display the main element. So we'll just do document.get element by ID, and this will be stream underscore box, or double underscore. So then we want all the video containers. So we'll just do video frames, and this will be document.get element by class name, get elements by class name. So elements by class name, and we're just going to get all the video containers, double underscore container. Let's make sure that's the name of the class here. So that's all of these containers. So that's going to be an array of HTML elements, or a collection. And then the next thing I want to do is set a variable for the user ID in display frame. So anytime we click on an element, I want to know what user is actually inside of this display frame, because we're going to take this element, put it into this box right here, and we just want to know what the current ID is. And there's a few reasons for that, but before we have a user in there, this value is going to be null. So we're going to leave it as blank, but at some point we want to know which item is actually in there. So now what we'll want to do is go ahead and create a function that will be in charge of expanding a video frame and adding it inside of this div right here whenever we click on it. So this will be called expand video frame. We'll go ahead and create the arrow function, pass in the event here. So finish up the arrow function. And essentially what we're going to do in this function is we're going to first check if we have any item inside of the stream box. If there is one, we'll remove it and add in the new frame that we just clicked on. And then we'll change the actual styling of this stream box. So right now in the CSS, you don't see it because we have it as display none. So this function will be in charge of actually changing that styling and then moving an element in or out of that stream box. So let's go ahead and actually first go ahead and get that display frame. We'll just do display frame dot style dot display, and we'll just do block. Let's see if I can write display here. So we'll do display and then block. So first we'll make sure that we can actually see that element. So if I save this, let's actually go ahead and add the event listener to all these video frames. So we'll loop through all the video frames. So we'll just do for, finish up this for loop. We'll do let I is equal to 0. Then we'll get the length of video frames. I'm one of those people that writes my for loops like this, so I like to keep it old school. So while the video frames is less than I, let's go ahead and increment I. And let's just go ahead and add the event listener. So we'll get each video frame, get the index right there to add event listener, and we're just going to say on click. Let's go ahead and expand the video frame. Okay, so this right here is actually going to add the event listener only to the frames that were already there. So I'll show you what I mean by this. So when we're here, if I click on this event, it's going to expand that video frame. That's all the function does. But if I refresh that and I wait for a new video frame to be added, if I click on this, nothing's going to happen because this item was just added and that event was not added to it yet. So we'll actually deal with that in a second. So right now, only 1 and 2 right here can actually expand that frame. So let's continue here. So we're going to call expand video frame. And the first thing I want to do is check if we have an item in here. So right now we're just displaying it as block. That's actually going to be the next step here. So let's go ahead and check for a child element. We'll just do child is equal to display frame. And we'll just do dot children. Get the first index. So we want the first child, which would be that video frame. We'll say if there currently is a child. So we'll get the child. And we're just going to take that child, take them out of this stream box right here. So we'll remove them from this element and we want to stick them back into the streams container. So we'll say if child, let's go ahead and do document dot get element by ID. We'll grab the streams double underscore container. Make sure there's an S right here. So it's streams and not stream. I know we have 2 IDs here, so I want to make sure that, or 2 IDs that have a very similar name. So I want to make sure we don't confuse that. Yeah, so we have stream container and streams. We're adding that to here. So we're taking that streams container and we're just going to do dot append child. So this function will take that child element and add them back into the stream, so it'll remove it from that main frame. Now, what I want to do next here is go ahead and take the current item that we clicked on and add them into that main stream box. So we're basically going to reverse what we just did right here. So at this point, we remove any item inside of that stream box down to stream containers, but the current item needs to be placed into that main stream box now. So we'll just do display frame dot append child. So we're going to call this function again. We'll go ahead and get e dot current target. And I know sometimes e dot target works, but for some reason it was clicking on the actual video tag and it was placing the wrong element in here. So if you want to follow along exactly, make sure you don't get an issue, go ahead and just do e dot current target. So we're taking the current element and we're adding this into that display frame. And what I also want to do is go ahead and take that current user in display, or that user's ID, and we'll just do e dot current target dot ID. So now we know what item is in this display frame. So let's go ahead and actually test this out here. We'll just bring this down here. Remember, the actual video frame that gets added, this will not work because we have not added the event handler. But if I click on 1, here we go, we see 1, and don't worry about the size here. We'll rework all of that out. So if I click on 2, it's going to take 1, bring them down here, and it's going to place 2 in here. Now if I click on that, or if I click on 1, it's just going to keep changing. So those items keep flip-flopping. We're removing an item and adding 1 in. So the next thing I want to do here is actually shrink these items right here. So whenever we have an item inside of this main frame, I want to make sure that all of these items in here are set to 100 pixels in height and width, just so they have some room there, and it looks a little bit better, I think, that way. So we'll just go ahead and create another for loop here. So as we expand an item, we're just going to loop through all the items here. So let's copy and paste this loop right here, just so I'm not typing that out again. And we're just going to do video frames I, and we'll just do dot style dot height, not scroll height, but height like that. And that's going to be equal to 100 pixels. And we're going to do the same to the width here. So we'll just do width, and there we go. So the only issue that occurs here is the fact that we don't want the main item in that display frame to have the height and width of 100 pixels. We actually want to expand it and make it large. So these are shrinking, but we want to make sure this item stays big here. So let's go ahead and add in a quick question. We'll just do if the current item in the display frame, so we want to check this condition. Let's actually copy and paste this into the if statement. So we're just going to go ahead and say if the video frames ID, so the current ID value, if this is not equal to the user ID in display frame, the value that we just set right here, then go ahead and change the height and width. So let me go ahead and just try this again. We'll click on 1, 2, and there we go. So right now the height and width is going to be like that because it actually adjusted it because we clicked on it at some point. But if I click on it for the first time, one stays the same while these are actually shrunk here. So let's go ahead and actually add this to this video frame now. So we'll go ahead and add this event. So we're going to take this expand video frame event. We'll bring this into room_RTC here. And we're just going to call this as we append this item to the DOM here. So we're just going to go ahead and grab the currently newly added item here. So on handle user published. Actually, let's do this at join stream here. Let's start here. So let's go ahead and grab this. We'll just do document.get element by ID. We'll just get the user dash container dash UID, and we'll just do dot add event listener on click, and we'll just do expand video frame. So I just pasted that in. So once we add the item to the DOM, go ahead and add the event listener. So let's copy this entire method right here, and let's just bring this, or line of code, and let's bring this down into handle user publish. So anytime a new user publishes their stream, let's go ahead and add this down here too. So we want to make sure every single user has that. Now at this point, we're going to have to do user.uid, and I think we're good there. Okay, so let's go ahead and just try this out. Okay, so when a new video frame gets added, we can click on this. There we go. Click on 1, 2, and then that frame. And let's just go ahead and add another user. Now we can just switch between these two. You can see that's changing, and all of that's working. Okay, so let's move on to the next step. So the issue that we're currently having is the fact that that video frame is actually small because we're not adjusting the size of that container. So let's go into room.css, and what I'm going to do is go ahead and find the stream box here. So let's see, we'll go into stream box, and I just want to make sure that the current video container that has the height and width set right here, we're just going to take this value, and we're going to say anytime this item is inside of stream box, let's go ahead and do this. We'll do stream _box. Let's go ahead and also style that stream box's video container. So at this point, let's just go ahead and set the border to 2 pixels solid, and we'll just change the color to black. So we'll just do, I believe we can do 0, 0 like that, or 000, and that'll work. We're going to set the border radius to 0. So we just want to change that, make sure it's not a circle anymore. And we're also going to set the height of 100% or to 100%. And we'll just use the important property there. And we'll do the same for width. So 100%. And we just want to make sure that this happens so it overrides what we currently have there. Important. I don't know why I can't spell that word. Okay, so we set the height and width. And that's it for this box right here, but we also want to style the actual video tag here. So we'll just do stream _box, and we'll just do video, and the video tag doesn't have a height and width, so we're just going to make sure that the border radius is set to 0 like that. So we want to make sure that it's not a circle once it's added. So let's go ahead and test this out. So we'll just go ahead and click on this. Actually, if I just refresh it, there we go. So give it a second, let that video frame come in. Then we'll click on 2, this one right here, and that looks a lot better. So now we're actually able to display the frame and style these elements. So that looks a lot better. So we still have a few things that we want to fix up here, and one of those issues is the fact that if we've clicked on one of these video frames, when that frame expands, all these other streams right here actually get shrunk down into these small circles here. So they expand and shrink, but what happens is if we're currently displaying someone in that main stream, anytime we add in a new user, that user stream by default is going to be set to a height and width of 300 pixels because we haven't restyled that new user. We've only restyled what we currently have here. So I'll show you what I mean by this. So let's go ahead and add in a new user. And when this user is added, automatically their frame is set to 300 pixels in height and width. Now, when I click on it, it does adjust it, so that's fine. Everything works out. But we want to make sure that anytime we handle that user joined event, we fix that issue here. And we also want to fix the issue of the current user in that frame leaving. So let's go ahead and refresh everything, and we'll go back in here inside of room_rtc.js. And we're just going to bring this down into handle user published event. So we're going to take that video player, we're going to check if it exists, we're going to add it to the DOM, and then we're going to run one more check. So the check we want to look for is to see if we currently have any styling to that display frame. So we're going to do display frame. I want to make sure I'm saying that right. So if we currently have a style to that display property, then that means we're currently displaying a user there. So let's go ahead and just change that. So we'll take this player right here, and we'll just do player.style.height, and this is going to be set to 100 pixels. So we'll do 100 pixels, and we'll just do the same for the width. So we'll just copy and paste that, and this will be the width here. So when they join, if we're currently displaying someone, set them to 100 pixels of height and width. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll actually display this user. We'll display another user. Now when this user joins, automatically this is set to 100 pixels in height and width. So we checked, is someone in this frame? Change that styling. Now for this other user, because there's no one being displayed, this is going to stay at 300 pixels. Now I want to show you another issue that's going to occur here. So we're going to have to kind of like bounce around here and fix up a few things. So right now, this is that remote user, and this is the user in this tab. So if I click on this user and they're displaying their stream, if I close this user out so they leave the stream, what's going to happen here is automatically that video tag is going to be removed, but that frame is still going to be displayed out there. So we want to make sure that we read which user left, and if they were the ones that were currently displaying their stream, we just want to resize all of these back to their original 300 pixels in height and width and just make sure that's fixed up. So let's go ahead and just move back in here. So this is going to be inside of handle user left right here. So whenever a user leaves, let's go ahead and see if they were the user that was currently inside of that main frame. So we're just going to go ahead and check what that ID was. So we'll do if the current user ID in display frame. So we're going to get that ID, and we're just going to check if that was this current user. So we're going to get this entire ID. So we're about to remove it, or I guess we did just remove it, but we also want to know, do we need to hide that main frame? So if that's the case, if they were the ones in there, let's just go ahead and do display frame dot style dot display, and we're just going to set this to null. So we're going to remove any styling that they have there. And the next thing we want to do is make sure that all the video containers that were there all get resized back to 300 pixels. So I just want to show you issue by issue. Okay, so this is that remote user. When they leave, there we go, we changed the styling, but these right here should be set back to 300 pixels. So we just want to go ahead and resize those next. So we're going to go ahead and remove that main frame. Then we're just going to go ahead and get the video frame. So we already have this value stored right here. So we'll just get all the video frames. Actually, I'm going to query it again because I just realized I need to get the new video containers. So let's just grab this, and we'll bring this back into handle user left. We're going to get all those video frames. We're going to make that query again, and we're just going to loop through those video frames and resize them. So we'll do let I is equal to 0, and then we'll do video frames dot length. We'll get all the video frames that are currently in there. If this is less than I, increment I, and let's see, we'll just do video frames, get each size dot style dot height, and this is going to be set back to 300 pixels. So that means the main user left. We're just going to reset everything back to normal. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. So we'll just go ahead and open this up. We'll make ourselves the main frame. We'll add in a few new users. Now I'm just going to select this newly added user, and if they leave, I think it's this user, there we go. We just reset those video frames and that looks good. Now, if we open one of these up, I don't know which user's what right now. So I think this is this remote user. Click on that. There we go. That looks much better. So we're actually resizing everything and just kind of moving things around. Now, if someone's in this main frame, I want to be able to click on this and actually shrink the frame down and set it back to where we were. So I want to have the ability to remove frames without always having somebody in this main stream. So once we finish this little section up, we're going to work on actually changing this video quality right here, and then we'll just move on to the next step. So let's go ahead and go back into room.js here, and we're going to create a function to hide a stream here. So let's just do hide display frame. So not a stream, but the main frame here. And we're just going to go ahead and make an arrow function. And what I want to do here is set user in display frame. I want to set this to null, so I just want to reset this value. Then I want to go ahead and get the display frame. We'll just do .style .display, and this is going to be set to null also. So we want to set these values, and we also need to grab the current element in there. So we want to see if there's a current element in that main frame, which there is going to be if we're hiding it. So we're just going to copy and paste all of this. We're going to take this child, and I guess we don't need to ask this condition because there is a child in there. That's why we're hiding it. And we're just going to add them to the streams container. So we're going to move them down. Now, at that point, I just want to go ahead and loop through all those video frames. Let's just copy this right here inside of handle user left. And I just want to resize all those frames back to 300 pixels. So we're just going to loop through all of them, resize them, and that's it for the function. So the last thing we need to do here is go ahead and do display frame dot add event listener, and we'll just listen for a click event, and we'll just do hide display frame. Okay, so let's check this out. Let's make sure it's all working. So we're going to open this up. We'll open up a user. We'll add in a second user. And if we're in here, okay, so it restyled that. Let's see, why is that user not showing? Actually, we're having an issue here. So let me try this one more time. So I'll click on this user. We'll remove them and we'll add them again. That might have just been a lag here. Okay, there we go. So it's all good. So if I click on this, I want to hide it and resize it. So I can go ahead and toggle all these users. I can go between them, and I can also hide a user and reset all of this. So that looks good. I want to go ahead and just remove those placeholders right here. We can remove 1 and 2. I just wanted to keep that there just to work on that toggle functionality. So let's actually remove the second frame. There we go. So that's all in there now. And now let's go ahead and move on to setting the video quality here. So right now, if you look at this frame, it doesn't really look that good. And if we actually look at the settings here, so let's just go ahead and minimize that. It's a little bit blurry here. If we actually go to inspect, you'll actually be able to see that video size here. So right now the video dimensions are 640 by 480. And there's a lot we can do here. We can actually set the frame rate, set the actual dimensions here. So for now, I'm just going to set the dimensions of this and actually make this frame a little bit bigger so it'll look nicer. So you can actually read about how you can do this in the documentation if you want to really advance from here and actually set a lot of like really advanced settings. But for now, let's just go ahead and go back into create camera and microphone tracks. So this is where we want to set it. And because we're setting microphone and camera tracks, we can actually set 2 encoder configs here. So we can do one for the audio. We're not going to work on that right now, so let's leave that as an empty object. And then we're also going to set the encoder config for the video. So the audio is the first object, the video will be the second. So once we have this object, let's go ahead and add in encoder config. Okay, so let me actually move a few things out of here so we can see this. So we'll do encoder config, and then this will be an object right here, so we'll move that down. So remember, we have 2 objects and then an object inside of the encoder config. Just make sure you set that up correctly. And we're going to set up a width here. Now, for the width, we're also going to throw in an object here. And we're just going to set the minimum frame here. So let's see, we'll do min. And for this value, let's just go ahead and set 640 for the minimum width. Then we'll just go ahead and set our ideal width. So this is what we always want it to be. We'll just do 920. And then the max width will also just be 920. Okay, so once we have the width, we're just going to go ahead and move down. We'll set a height here, and we'll create another object. We'll also set the min, and this will be 480, and then the ideal will be, let's see, we want to have this at 1080. So we'll do 1080, and then the max will also be 1080. So this is completely up to you. I just want to show you where we can actually adjust this, and I just want to make sure our video quality is a little bit better. So an object here, this wraps it, everything looks good. I think we're all ready to go. and let's take a look at this. So now if I open this up, look at the video quality. It's a lot bigger. So if we do it before and after, you can see the frame right here. You can see the picture frame, the outside, and then you can see almost the entire bed. But if I remove this, we're going to see all that shrink and the quality will actually go away. So let's go ahead, remove it, save it, and take a look at this again. I'll extend it, and there we go. So it's cut off, so you can actually see that adjustment and the quality itself actually changed. So I'll just go ahead and undo that, save it, and there we go. So now what I want to do is actually go on and move on to setting up the control buttons for muting our mic, turning our camera on and off, and that sort of stuff. So all that functionality that you see on the bottom right here, all these controls. So let's go ahead and start adding some functionality here. So we're going to start by going into room.html, and I'm going to change these buttons here. So right now, if we have a class of active on a button, it's going to be purple here. So by default, when we first join, I want to make sure that our camera and audio is active. So let's set that to true, and then we're going to add in some custom IDs. So we'll take this class of active, move that to this button, and this is going to be our camera button. So we'll do camera-btn, and we'll just copy this, bring this down here. This will be the mic button. So we're going to add in some event handlers to these. So we just want to make sure we have a way to identify them. This will be screen, and this button right here will be leave. So we're not going to add the class of active to these because they're not going to be active right away. And this button eventually will be read, the leave button. So we'll just call that leave button here. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the next step here. So what I want to do is first toggle the camera. Actually, I was going to toggle the mic first, but I actually want to toggle the camera so you can see it, because when I toggle the mic, you might not hear it. I'll have to just put in my headphones, see if I hear an echo, and we'll test it that way. So let's start with the visual part first, and then we'll adjust it. So to do this, let's go back into room_RTC. So we'll close out room.js here, and I'm just going to move down to the very bottom here, and we'll create that function here. So we're going to create a function called toggle camera. So in toggle camera, we're going to throw in the event here. We'll finish up the arrow function here, and we're also going to make sure it's an async function here. So I always like to do that just in case I need to use a wait somewhere. Okay, we've got the async function, and let's just talk about the logic here. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and just get the button. So we'll just do e.currentTarget. So that's the button that we clicked on, so current target. So we'll get the button, and then I also want to set the class to it. So I want to adjust the actual active class. So if we are currently active, we'll remove the class of active, meaning we're turning it off, and then we'll just flip it and we'll change it up based on what the current status is. So to check if we're currently muting the mic, so muting is a word that we can actually use for the camera itself. So it makes more sense for the mic, but you can actually mute the camera, which means it'll turn off the camera stream. So for this, we're going into local tracks, and the camera is index 1. So we're going to go ahead and say if index 1, so the video, we're just going to go ahead and do if it's muted. We'll check the status of muted. Then we'll just go ahead and unmute it. So we'll just do await. We'll do local tracks 1. So we're grabbing the video track, and we'll do set muted. So this is how we can actually change the status. And we're just going to do false. So if it's currently muted, we're going to unmute it. So false meaning it's going to turn on the camera. With this, we also want to change the class of the button. So we're going to do button.classList.add, and we're just going to add the class of active. So this will make sure the button's purple, and then we'll just add in else. And in this section, all we're going to do is simply invert this right here. So we're going to set muted to true. That means that if we are currently muted, then we're just going to go ahead and, or if we're not muted, we are going to mute it. So we're going to set muted to true. And we're just going to remove the class of active. So that's going to change the color of the button. So that's all we need to do there. I'll save that. And then the next step here would simply be to add in an event handler. So let's just go ahead and do document.getElementById. We'll get the camera button, camera-btn. And then we'll just do .add event listener on click. So when we click the button, let's go ahead and toggle the camera. So let's go ahead and test this out. So we'll open this up here. So I'm going to bring that into frame. We'll click it. So right now you see that the purple was removed and you don't see the camera. If I toggle that again, purple's added and it just switches. So perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. So to do this for the mic, it's actually very easy. It's the same exact function. So we're just going to update this. So we're going to take our toggle camera function, and I'm just going to paste this above. So we have toggle camera, and this one's going to be toggle mic. So we'll change this to toggle mic. Now the only functionality that we're going to change here is we're going to get index 0. So index 0 in local tracks is the audio. So we're going to go ahead and check the same thing. If the audio is currently muted, we'll set it to false, meaning we're unmuting it, and so on. And we're just simply updating the class. And all we have to do here is simply add in the event listener now. So we'll bring this down here, and let's just go ahead and update this to listen for the mic button. Click right here, and then we're just going to do toggle mic for this one. Okay, so one toggles the camera, one toggles the mic, and I'm going to need to throw in my headphones here so I can hear the echo. It won't actually capture it in a screen recording. So let's give this a second, and we'll just click. Actually, here I need to add in a second user. Okay, now I hear the echo. And if I mute it and then unmute it, perfect. I can hear the echo, it's all working, and then I can also toggle the mic. Now, one thing I want to work on here is whenever this mic is toggled, see this black frame right here? I want to make sure that we actually have some kind of background so it looks a little bit better than just having it black. So if we have a bunch of people in the stream, let's say they're just muting their camera, I want to make sure something is visible because it looks like something's broken. And actually at this point, it does seem like something's broken here. I don't know what's going on here. I'll fix this background first, and then I'll see what's going on in that section. Okay. So right now, let's go ahead and unmute the camera. There we go. Then we mute it again. And all right, perfect. So to do this background right here, what I'm going to do is go ahead and look into my images folder. So we have this logo right here. So this is the Mumble logo. It's actually the same logo that we're seeing up here. So this logo that we have in the header bar, we're just going to set that to the background color. Now it can't see it because I'm not sure why I can't see it, but I guess that's irrelevant. It's there. Let's just go ahead and actually go into our CSS, and we're going to go into our video container. Now for this, all we're going to do is set a background image to that video container. So we'll just do background dash image, and the actual image, we just need to set the URL. So we'll do URL, and we're just going to point this to the images folder. So we'll do slash images, and we're just getting the logo.png. Okay, so we'll save that, and if I go ahead and check this out, there we go. So we see a logo there, and it's repeating. It doesn't look that good, so let's go ahead and just finish up the styling. So we're just going to go ahead and do background repeat, and we'll just do none for this, or no repeat. So we're going to make sure the image isn't repeating, and I also want to make sure it's centered. So let's center that in the middle. So we can just do background position, and this will be center. And I also want to set the background size, so we'll just do background size to 75 pixels. Let's just do 75 like that, and that should be good. Okay, so now when a user mutes their camera, we actually see something. So if I mute my camera on this side, this other user will see it, and then if we unmute it, there we go. So we both see the stream, and then when we mute, that's the output. So what happens when I click on this? So if I happen to click on that user, let's say this user mutes it. So if you mute it, this logo looks a little bit small, so let's go ahead and just make sure this is filled out to size. So we'll just go up to Streambox video container, and if the video container is in here, we'll just set the background size and make that a little bit bigger. Let's see, we'll do background size, and let's just set this to 300 pixels. I think that should be a good size here. All right, so there we go. So if it's in here, it's large, and if I move it down, it's small down here. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so it just took a few minutes, and I tried to solve that issue that was occurring where when we started adding multiple video frames, it looks like some of the frames weren't being added, and I came to a few conclusions here, and I really don't think it was an issue. I think the problem was the fact that when the camera quality is so high, it's kind of overloading this camera right here. So that's kind of the theory, because when I went into this section right here, and I would highly recommend that if you're having this issue, test this out, and if you're still having it, let me know. Maybe we'll see it in the comment section. If I fix it at some point, we can try doing something else, and maybe I can add a fix for that. But when I removed this right here, and I just try to add on a bunch of streams, and I think I got up to like 15 streams, no issue occurred. It was only when I added in this quality right here. So when I set the height and width, I think what's happening is it's overloading the camera, and it's just making it hard for the camera to actually load up in time, and it's breaking something. So I think that's the issue. Again, try just taking all of that out, testing it if you're having it, and if that doesn't fix it, then I'm not exactly sure what to do. We'll come up with a fix later. But it seems like it's only because I'm loading it all on one camera. So if you're working with remote users, it shouldn't really be an issue because they're loading up their own camera. So yeah, I think that's the only solution. We'll see kind of what happens here. I'm going to leave it at the high quality. If we see that issue, we're just going to assume that that's what it is, and we'll move on from there. Now, there was one issue that I saw. I noticed that whenever remote peers were being added, we have this function right here. Let's see, where was that? Inside of handle user published, I think. We were calling player.style, and I realized until this item is added to the DOM, we actually can't do this. So what we're going to do here is let this item be appended to the DOM, and then we're just going to go ahead and actually query and then update it. So we'll just call, let's see, what do I want to do here? I actually wrote this as a note. So we're going to go ahead and get this video frame. So we'll do video frame, and we'll do document.get element by ID, and we're just going to grab this item right here, and we'll throw that in. Just use the backticks, and there we go. So let me just comment this out real quick, and I'll show you what was happening. So essentially, when I expand the video frame, and if I add another user, we'll look at the console. This is the issue that I'm seeing. So let's add another user, and when it adds this user, it looks like it's saying no height for undefined or that type of property. Sorry, I hear an echo, so it's throwing me off. But essentially, we're not setting a height to a real element yet. So we're just going to go ahead and query the video frame. Then we'll do video frame, and we'll just set the height and width to that. So let's go ahead and give this a test. So we're grabbing that new video frame that was being added in handle user published. And let's try that one more time. So I'll mute my mic, make this full screen, add another user. Actually, here, let me refresh it again, just so I see the latest console. And let's try this. So when I add this user, I think I'm good here. So yeah, I don't see any issues. So now we're actually able to query that item, and yeah, that just solves that. So I just wanted to fix those two issues. I'll try to fix bugs as I go, but also we'll try not to interrupt the video as I'm doing right now. I just want to make sure we catch everything. So the next thing I want to do actually is I want to go ahead and actually learn how to display our screen here. So very often you might be in a meeting. Let's say maybe you're using this as like a streaming platform. You want to be able to share your screen if you're playing a game or maybe coding. We want to be able to toggle this and actually see what's going on here. So let's go ahead and work on that. So at this point, inside of our room.html function, we have our screen button right here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a function, and we're going to go ahead and toggle that function, and that's actually going to request our screen, basically request access to see our screen. We'll select which screen we want to show, and then we're going to unpublish our video track and actually show that screen. So let's go ahead and take care of that. So we'll go into room RTC, and the first thing I want to do is set some parameters here, so some default values. So right here we have our local tracks, remote users. Let's go ahead and do local screen tracks. So we'll set something up for that, and at this point it's just going to be undefined. We don't have any screen tracks. Not everyone's going to want to share that. So the next thing I want to do is go ahead and set a value called sharing screen, and this will just be set to false. So by default, until we share our screen, this value will be false, and we just want to make sure that we can check this if we need to. Now let's go all the way down to the bottom, and underneath toggle camera, what I'm going to do is create a function called toggle screen. So we'll do let toggle screen, and we'll make this an async function. Let's go ahead and add in our event, and I want to call the event listener right away. So let's copy and paste one of these here, and we'll just do screen button. We are going to toggle the screen whenever this is clicked. So when we click this button, what do we want to do? So right away, I want to make sure I can get a few buttons here. So we want to get the screen button. So we'll do screen button. That's going to be equal to e.current target, because that's the button that we clicked on. And then I also want to make sure that the camera button is hidden. So the only way to toggle the screen off is to actually click this again. So when we click this, I want this camera button to go away. We're going to unpublish the stream, and then only when we toggle this again do I want this camera button to actually appear. So we'll go back here, and we'll just do camera button, and this will be document.get element by ID. We'll just do camera-btn. So we'll get both buttons, and let's go ahead and check a condition here. So we'll first check if we're sharing the screen. So we'll do if sharing screen, and I actually want to use the not operator, because right away I want to see, if we're not currently sharing, I want to actually work on that functionality right away, which means that we're about to toggle that screen and share. So if we're not sharing, then let's go ahead and set sharing to true. That means that we're about to toggle it. So we'll first change that value. And then I want to change the button. So we'll go into our screen button and we'll add in a class here. So we'll do screen button dot add class list here. And we're going to set this to active. So we're going to go ahead and toggle this. And right after this, I want to grab our camera button. And we're just going to go ahead and add in the class list of, or we're going to remove the class of item or active. So the reason why we're doing this is because when we toggle our screen off again and we want to turn our camera back on, by default, I'm going to have the camera set as muted. So the audio and video will be muted. So if you want to turn off your screen, you're not surprised if your face all of a sudden just appears on camera. So I want to right away make sure that the camera is not active. So we'll also take our camera button and we'll do style.display, and we're going to display it as block here. So the reason why we'll display it as a block element is because if we are currently sharing, we're actually going to hide it. In fact, let me just go ahead and add this right now. We'll do else, and if we are currently sharing, let's go ahead and set this value. Let's see, I'm trying to remember how I wanted to do this. So we'll set sharing screen to false. So that means that we're actually turning off our screen. And one of the things that we'll do is camera button right here. We'll take this value and set it to none here. Okay, so that's kind of why I'm changing this up here. So the style here is going to be, actually this is going to be block. Okay, so there we go. So we're going to hide it up here, but then we'll show it down here. So there we go. Sorry, I confused myself up a little bit. I just wanted to make sure you understand what's going on with the buttons. So let's actually just try this. So right now, I guess nothing's going to happen. So if we want to share our screen, we're going to click that. Our screen will be toggled, and then when we click it again, we're going to turn this off and then turn the camera back on. So we'll work on that in a second. Okay, so the next thing I want to do, once we finish the button functionality here, is I want to go ahead and actually get our screen sharing track. I was about to say screen recording. Now to do this, we earlier used a function called get camera and audio tracks. Where was that? Let's see. Somewhere here. So I'm trying to reference this. So we got the microphone and camera tracks, but at this point we already have our audio tracks. So the only thing we need is a screen track. So we'll set this to await, and we're just going to call Agora RTC dot create screen video track. Okay. And what this is going to do is, again, it's going to toggle us and ask us what screen we want to share and if we approve, just like we would with the camera on the first time. Now, once we do that, let's go ahead and remove our current video track. So we're only going to be able to share our video or camera track. And sorry about the outside noise. Let's go ahead and do get element by ID. And we're just going to grab the user dash container. And we'll grab our current UID. So throw in the UID, and we're just going to remove it. So we'll remove the current item, our current video track, and then after that, we also want to automatically display our screen into the big frame. So we'll do style or display frame dot style, and we'll just do dot display, and this will be equal to block. So right away, if I'm sharing my screen, I want to be able to see if it all worked, if the users are seeing exactly what I want to show them, and so on. So I figured it'd be good practice to automatically display that. Now after this, what I need to do is create a player, a video player. So let's just grab one of these. Let's take this value, we'll bring this down here. So we'll create the video player, and we'll have to actually initialize the variable here. So we'll get the player, and at this point we're just getting our current UID. We don't need to get the user UID because that's for remote users. And let's see, the next thing I want to do is go ahead and add this player into the DOM. So we're going to display that main frame as a block here, and then we're just going to go ahead and do display frame, and then we'll just do dot insert adjacent HTML, and we'll throw in the player before end. We'll throw in the value like this, and we'll just call the player. Okay, so we're going to take this new video player, we'll throw it in there, and the next thing I want to do is go ahead and actually let's go ahead and add in the event handler. So when we add in this player into the video frame, automatically I want that frame to be clickable so a user can actually toggle that. So we want to add in that expand video frame function. So we'll just do document dot get element by ID, and we'll just go ahead and grab the current item, So get element by ID. Let's see. We'll just grab this user container. I guess I could have set that into a variable. So we'll grab that item and we'll just do .add event listener, and we'll just listen for a click event. And we're just going to go ahead and add in expand video frame. So every new item that we add in, we want to make sure it has that function. So in this case, we're just adding it to the new element that we just created. Okay, so once we do that, let's go ahead and set the user in display frame ID. So we want to go ahead and take this current ID. So we are now inside of that display frame, and we use this later to check certain values. So let's go ahead and again, we'll grab this value right here. So that UID of this video player, we'll set this value. And after that, I want to go ahead and actually play that screen track. So just like we did earlier with that screen or the video track, so we grab all, or we create the track, and then we call local tracks play, and it's going to go ahead and create a video tag and throw it into this frame. Well, we're going to do the same exact thing here. So once we set user in display frame, we're just going to go ahead and grab the local screen tracks. And at this point, we only have one track, so we don't have to do anything like index 1 or anything like that. We can just grab that local screen track and we'll just call play. And where do we want to add this? Well, we want to add this to user UID right there. So we want to throw that into this value. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and play it. So at this point, it's only going to play locally, but it won't work for remote users. But I just want to make sure that you can see what's going on here. So let's try this. So I talked a lot there. Let's go ahead and just try this. So when I click on this, it's going to go ahead and ask me, hey, what screen do you want to share? So let's go ahead and just share this current screen. And there we go. Now I am sharing the screen. So if I move all this code to my right screen, let's actually restart this. I'll share that right screen now. So we'll go in here, and let's say we're asking somebody for some help. Well, we can just share our screen, and the code's very small because that screen is not so zoomed in. And there we go. That's how we can do it. And then we're going to work on the toggle functionality. But what happens when another user joins here? So if another user joins, they're only going to see our video track and not our screen track. So we have to do a few things here. We are currently still only publishing our video track and not that screen track. So we need to publish, we need to unpublish our video track and republish the screen track. So this is only happening locally. So let's go ahead and fix this. So I'll drag my code in here. Let me go ahead and just refresh this again. Okay, give that a second. All right, so let's go back in here. And what I want to do here is go ahead and unpublish the current video track. So we're just going to call await. We'll call client.unpublish. So just like we have published, now we can unpublish. And we're going to unpublish only the video track. So we're just going to call local tracks, and we're going to unpublish index 1. So we still want our audio track to be published, because if we're sharing our screen, we still want people to hear us. So we're only unpublishing the video track. And the reason why we have to unpublish it is because right now with this client object, we can only publish one track at a time. Now there's ways to do two. We're not going to get into that. For now, we're just going to publish one track at a time. So that means we have to unpublish this local track, and then we're just going to go ahead and copy and paste this, bring that down here, and we're going to call client.publish, and now we're going to publish our local screen tracks. So you see what we're doing here? We're unpublishing our video track because we can only publish one at a time, and we publish our local screen tracks. So our audio is still published. All right, so let's go ahead and save this now, and let's check out what this looks like for a remote user. So I'm going to drag this code into the right screen. If I toggle this, we'll go ahead and publish that. And now if I join as a remote user, I can see myself as a remote user. Now if this user is sharing their video track or screen track, I can actually see that. There we go. So I can toggle myself and see this remote user's screen track. It's all working perfect. So now we're going to work with some untoggle functionality. So let's go ahead and continue here. So I'll close this out. We'll refresh this, and we'll drag the code back in. I know it's kind of getting a little bit slower here, but I just want to make sure we go step by step and I explain everything. Now, at this point, if we do this, I just want to make sure that when we publish our screen, automatically it's going to get displayed in the big frame. So I want to make sure that we loop through all of our video frames and set those frames to a height and width of 100 pixels. So let me find where I did that. I'm just going to copy the code. Here we go. So we'll just grab all the video frames and let's just update them. So we'll take this and we'll bring this. Actually, let's see. That was setting them to 100 pixels. Here, let's just we'll actually go back into room.js and we'll do this right here. So we'll take this entire for loop and we'll just bring this in. This is where I'm getting lazy and I'm copying and pasting code. So after we publish it, the last thing we're going to do is go ahead and loop through all our video frames. And at this point, let's just go ahead and set document, or actually we're going to set video frames is going to be equal to document.get elements by class name. And we're just going to grab video underscore container. Let me just move this over. Okay, so that looks correct here. Just want to make sure we're setting that. And there we go. Okay, so now we need to work on unpublishing and republishing our video track. So right away, if we're currently streaming, we're going to set sharing screen to false now. And we're still going to make sure that our camera track is, or now we're going to make sure our camera track is visible. After we do that, what I want to do is remove the current item. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this value right here. So we're just going to take that container again, and we're just going to remove it. So we're going to remove that current screen container. Once we do that, let's go ahead and unpublish our local screen track. So I'm going to take this unpublish method. We'll bring this down here, and now we're going to unpublish local screen tracks. So once we do that, I want to publish my video track. So I'm going to put all of that inside of its own function. Let's see, I'm seeing an issue here. I just want to make sure everything's working. Oh, okay, it looks like I have this extra bracket right there. Okay, so at this point, we're just going to call a function called switch to, let's see what I want to, oh, switch to camera. So switch to camera. Okay, so we're about to call this, and I'm just going to comment this out because we're going to create it in a second. So let's go ahead and make this function right here next to join stream. So a lot of the functionality is going to be the same, so I'm just going to go ahead and make this underneath join stream. And let's just go ahead and create the function. So we'll just call this switch to camera. We'll make this an async function. All right, so what do we want to do in switch to camera? So the first thing I'm going to do is create another video player. So some of this functionality is getting redundant. So we're going to take this, bring this down here. We'll create the video player. Then I want to make sure that this is added to the DOM. So let's grab, grab one of these stream containers. So at this point, we'll just grab this right here, paste this in here, and I just want to make sure it's in the big frame so we can kind of notice that something happened. So let's just go ahead and do document.get element by ID. And at this point, let's just go ahead and change this to display frame actually. So we'll take that display frame and we'll throw in our new player in there. So this is going to be that video stream. Once that's done, let's go ahead and mute our video and audio tracks. So just so nobody gets confused, let's call await local tracks here. And we're just going to take the index of 0. So that's going to be our audio track. We're going to do set muted. And we're just going to do true here. So we're going to mute ourselves immediately. Copy and paste that. We'll take the video track now. That'll also be true. And we're also going to take that mic and screen button and change up some of the classes here. So automatically we're just going to do document.get element by ID. We'll take that mic button. So mic-btn, and then we'll just do .classlist.remove, and we're going to remove active. So we're going to be muted, so we want to make sure that the user knows that they're muted. Whoops, what did I do here? Okay, so we're muting or removing the class of active from the mic button, and we're also going to remove this from the screen button. So we want to adjust that. We'll remove the class of active there. That looks good. And now we just want to go ahead and play our local video track again. So we'll take this right here from join stream. We're going to do the same thing. And we're just going to go ahead and bring that down here. We're going to play it. And we're also going to publish it. We're going to publish our video track here. But we're going to do something a little bit different. So I'll bring this into that switch to camera function. And we've already published our audio track. So that's already published. It's muted at this point, but it is published. So let's go ahead and just remove this one. We don't want to republish that. That's going to cause an issue, so we're only publishing our video track. Okay, so kind of a lot of jumping back and forth there, but if anything, just go through that again. It should make sense. So now we have this switch to camera function, and we just want to go ahead and call that right here. So let's see if everything worked. I hope I don't have any issues. All right, so we'll save that, and let's go ahead and try this. So I'm actually going to take this code, move it to the right screen. Let's go ahead and Here, let's actually refresh that, and I'm going to toggle this right away and see how it actually adjusts that frame. So we'll toggle this. We'll share this screen, screen number 2. Now I'm sharing the screen, and I want to toggle my camera again. So I'm going to click this. It's going to go ahead and deactivate my mic, my camera, and the screen. And now here we go. I can see myself. So you see how that republished the camera. So let's see what this looks like for a remote user. So right now, I'm currently showing my face. Let me mute the mic here so I don't hear that echo. So if I go ahead and share my screen again, so I can retoggle it, the remote user now sees this right here, the screen. And we'll go ahead and untoggle or toggle that again. And now we're just seeing that mic muted. So the local user just sees black. We can fix that later. I won't worry about that right now. But here we go. Now we're seeing that, and we can just keep going back and forth. So it's all working. Let's just double check. That's good. Awesome, awesome. And we are good to go. There we go. All right. So that is the screen sharing functionality. What are we doing next? So let's see. Let me go back into the code. Bring this over. And I think at this point, what I want to do is actually give users the ability to create new rooms. So I think I need to close out a few of these tabs actually. But I want to make sure that users can actually go to create room and specify their name, because we are going to get to the point where we're actually going to display users' name in the chat. So I want users to be able to create or join a room. So let's start dealing with this functionality. So right now, if I do something here, nothing will happen. Let's go ahead and build this in. So let's jump back into, or not back into, but let's jump into join form for the first time. So in the JS file, we'll go into lobby, not join. And in here, we'll also pull up lobby.html. So let's just, oops, didn't mean to open that in live server. We'll close out room RTC, room HTML, room CSS, and we'll do lobby HTML. We'll open that to the side. Okay, so here we have a form. We have a container and we have a lobby form. So let's get this form and add in an event listener that actually responds to when someone submits it. So let's set the value of form, and this will be document.getElementById. We're just going to go ahead and get lobby _form, and we'll add the event listener right away. So we'll do form dot add event listener, and we're going to listen for the submit event, and we'll just add in the function right in here. So we'll make that an arrow function, and let's see. So the first thing I want to do is prevent default. So we want to take care of all the functionality that occurs when the form is submitted, and I need to get the room name. So I want to make sure that this is not required, because I want to do something a little bit different here. So the name will be required. We'll leave that right there. But for the room value here, this is all inside of the form. Let's go ahead and get that. So let's just go ahead and specify the value of invite code. And this could be the room name, invite code. The reason why I call it invite code is because if I'm in a room and I want to add another user, I would just send them the room name or invite code. It really doesn't matter at this point. So we'll go ahead and get the target value. So that's going to be the form, and we're getting room.value. Okay, so we're going to get that invite code, but if an invite code doesn't exist, we're going to use a not operator, and we're going to go ahead and say, hey, if we don't have an invite code, let's just go ahead and create a new invite code. So for this, we're just going to go ahead and do string, and we're going to generate a random number between 1 and 10,000. So we're going to do math.floor, and in here we can do math.random to generate a random number. So we'll do random, and at this point, we'll just do by 10,000. Okay, so there's different ways to do this. You can maybe force users to create a UID. This part's up to you. I'm just showing you the functionality. So let's go ahead and do window.location. So we're just going to redirect a user. So once the form is submitted, we're going to redirect the user to the room.html page. Now at this point, we also want to throw in the room value, and this is how we're going to get this from the other page here. So we'll do room, and then this is going to be the invite code. Okay, so inside of our room_rtc.js file, we're getting the room ID from the URL right here. So we're getting that room value, and then up until now we've just been setting that room to main, but we want to actually change this. So let's go ahead and just give this a test and see what's happening. So if I'm in the room here, let's go to create. I'm just going to add in a name because that is required. If I go to room, we just see a random room generated. Now if I go ahead and paste this in, as long as we're in the same room, we can see another user. But if I change this value right here, we're in that room page, but this user and this user are in two separate rooms here. So let's say I can add in a random amount of characters. It doesn't really matter. We're in two separate rooms, so that's how we're able to do that. But if I want to create a room and have a specific name, so let's say I name my room test here. I can go to the room. Here I'll see it. So if I send this number or this value to another user, let's just go ahead and bring this in here. Give me a second here. Okay, so if another user goes here and they specify their name, let's just do Dennis, and I tell them, hey, the room name is test. So they can go here, and now we're in the same room. Okay, so that's the idea here. Either generate a random room number or a room invite code, ID, whatever you want to call it, or create another one or a custom one. Now, the next thing I want to do is go ahead and actually have a display name. So at some point, we're actually going to have a chat here, and I want users to be able to actually see our name here. So on the sidebar and then when we're actually messaging. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and try to get the name from local storage. So right here, let's just go ahead and do let, and we'll call this display name. And the idea here is to get the name from local storage. So we'll call local storage dot get item, and we're just going to go ahead and get display underscore name. So if we've actually been on this website before and we've entered a name in, we should just go ahead and get that value from local storage. So that way we're not having to type this in again. Now we can always update it, but we're just going to go ahead and get that value. Now, if this value does exist, we're just going to go ahead and do if display name, if it does actually exist here, let's go ahead and just add it to the form here. So we'll just do form, form dot name dot value, and we're just going to set it. Sorry, I don't know what's going on here. So form dot name dot value. Okay, and that's going to be equal to display name. So let's go ahead and test this. Actually, before we finish this up, we're just going to go ahead and actually submit the form with this. So when we submit the form, we need to update this name. So we'll just do local storage. So local storage dot set item. So when we submit it, if we don't have a name yet, we'll just do display underscore name, and we're just going to set the name value. So we'll do e dot target dot name. And every time I do name, for some reason it seems to mess this up, so we'll just do that slowly. So we're going to set the name value anytime we submit it. Okay, so let's try this out. So we'll go in here, we'll go to create room. Okay, so it looks like I already have the name Peter inside of local storage. So that's the beauty of local storage. It automatically filled this in. So if I do Dennis, we'll just go ahead and set the room name as 1. Now, if I go back to create room, if I refresh this, Dennis is right here. So if I go ahead and do inspect here, I'm not going to go into the difference between local storage and session storage, other than the fact that session storage will be cleared once we're off this website. It's just for the session, whereas local storage will store this value in here for a set amount of time or whatever we actually want to leave that as, whether it's permanent or a specific amount of time. This value will always be in here. So that's how we get the local storage. So if I remove that and I refresh that, let's try this again. So right now, if I refresh it, nothing's going to be in there. If I added Dennis, that value was added to our local storage, and that's always going to be there. So for testing purposes though, because I want to open up multiple tabs, let's change this to session storage, and then we'll do session storage right here. So that's all we wanted to do here. And what I want to do is make sure, before we jump into the next step here, is I want to make sure that a user always has a display name. If they don't, I want to make sure that we simply just redirect them. So let's actually take this display name value, and let's copy that, and let's move this into room underscore RTC. So we'll bring this in here. So we're going to get that display name. Now we're going to check. We're going to say if there is not a display name, so we'll use the not operator, not dispatch event. So if there's not a display name, let's go ahead and simply redirect the user. So we'll not allow the user to be in here without a display name. So we'll do location. So window.location, and that's going to be equal to the lobby page. So lobby.html. Okay, so let's try this. So if I go ahead and try to enter the room without a name, so we'll just go ahead and add in some kind of room name. It actually requires it. So let's just go ahead and add in Dennis. Now I'm in the room, but if I go in here and I clear that local storage, let's go into application. Let's go into session storage, actually not local storage, we'll clear that there. And in session storage, if I remove this and refresh it, it's just going to redirect me back to the lobby page. So I cannot enter a room without a name. Okay, so let's move on to the next section here, and what I want to do now is start adding in some real-time features into this project by listing out participants that are currently in the room. So as users join or leave the room, we want to be able to update this right here and the participants total, along with a chat room on the side. So this is all going to be in real time. Now, typically, you would need to use something like WebSockets to add in real-time communication and some kind of signaling server. But for this, Agora actually provides us with another SDK called Agora RTM, and we're going to be able to use that SDK to build all these features in. So there's a lot of cool stuff with that. And up until now, we've worked with the RTC SDK, so real-time communication. That has everything to do with audio and video. Now it's time to add in another SDK and start building this out. So if we go back into our Agora console, go ahead and go into, let's see, we'll go into documents here or downloads. Actually, let's start with the API reference and let's look up the RTM SDK. So go ahead and select web right here for your platform. And down here, if we scroll, we can see real-time messaging. So this is the SDK, this is the API reference. And if you look here, we can see a lot of features here. So we can send peer-to-peer messages, we can send messages to a channel, and we can also get information about this channel, like who's in it, and get updates on when people join or leave a channel. So that's how we're able to communicate, is by joining channels and sending messages either directly to peers or to these channels. So let's just go ahead and get started, and you'll see how all of this works. So what we're going to do here is go back into our console, and I'm actually going to go into the download section. And we're just going to go ahead and download the SDK for RTM. So we have real-time messaging. Let's go ahead and click that. And we're just going to need to add this into our application and connect a few things. So I'll move this over here and I'll minimize this. Let's just grab the zip file right here. Let's go ahead and go into the libs folder. And let's take this one right here. So the .js extension. And we're going to drag this into our project. So we'll close all of this out. And back inside of our code here, let's just go ahead and connect a few things. So the SDK is right here. Let's drag this into the JS folder. So let's move everything in one section here. And then we'll go back into lobby.html and let's just connect it down here. Let's see, that's actually supposed to be in room.html. So we'll minimize that and let's go in here and we'll just bring this down here. So let's copy and paste this. And I'm just going to go ahead and get the name here. So this is Agora-RTM. Make sure you grab the right one. We're going to copy that name and I'm just simply going to update everything from after JS all the way to .js. Okay, so let's jump back into room_rtc.js, and what we need to do now is configure the RTM SDK here that we just added. So just like we did with the RTC SDK, we created a client object, then we take our room name and UID that we have generated, and we join a room with a specific user. So we join a room right here, we use the UID, token, app ID, and so on. Well, we're going to do a lot of the same stuff with the RTM SDK, except for in this case, we're going to join a channel, which is going to be like a room. So it's kind of similar here. And with this room, we're able to send messages to and get information about all those users. So the first thing I want to do is configure a client object. And at this point, let's just call this RTM client. And I'm just going to prefix it so we know that this is for the RTM SDK. And we also want a channel, and this can also be called room channel. That's kind of the same thing. I'm just going to go ahead and keep it that way because that's a common convention when we're dealing with something like this. So we have our client and our channel, and we want to go ahead and initialize this. So inside of the join room init, when we join this video call, we're also going to join the channel using the RTM SDK. So let's actually move this down here. So we're basically joining two things at once here, and we're going to go ahead and get the RTM client. And at this point, we can call await Agora RTM. So before we did RTC, now we're doing RTM right here because we have that SDK. And I also need to set this value. So we're calling Agora RTM dot create instance. So again, I would highly recommend you look at the Agora documentation, go back to the same place that I showed before, look at the API reference, and you'll see the details about all these functions if you need to do something else there. So at this point, we're just going to go ahead and pass in our app ID. So that's how we create an RTM client instance. Now, once we create that RTM client instance, let's go ahead and actually log in with this client. So we're going to call that client object. We'll call login. And to log in, we are going to need our UID. So we have the UID that we specified earlier along with the token. Now remember that we set our token or the authentication to app ID only. So token is okay if we leave it as null. So let's just recap this. We created the UID and we also have our token. So we're using the same exact values to log into RTC and RTM. Okay, so we log in here, and the next thing we want to do is go ahead and actually create or join a channel. So we're going to take that channel value that we just created, and we're going to go ahead and call await. And here we're going to do RTM client dot create channel. So again, if this channel exists, we're just going to join it. If it doesn't, we're going to create it. And we're going to take that same room ID. So the room ID that we created for the RTC client here, well, we're going to join the same thing. So we're joining a room with that room ID from the URL. And once we actually create the channel, we need to join the channel. So I actually misspoke there. We're going to create it and then join it. So we're going to call channel.join. And let me just throw in await here just in case. Okay, so we create the RTM client. We log in with that client using our UID and token. And then we go ahead and create a channel and we join that channel. So we're in that channel. Now, once we're in that channel, what I want to do here is I want to see everybody else that's in this channel. So at this point, let's just go ahead and create another JavaScript file. So any of the functions dealing with the Agora RTM SDK, we're going to keep that separate so we're not adding to this file and making this longer. I think we're at about 210 lines of code right now. So we'll still work in this file here, but I just want to make sure that any functions that could be separated are separated here. So we're joining the channel at this point. Everything's looking good. So let's go into the JS file and we'll create a new file, and we're going to call this room_rtm.js here. And let's go ahead and create this function. So when we join a channel, there's going to be an event listener just like we had right here where we had client on user publish. So anytime a user publishes their stream or leaves right here, we have these side effects that get called. Well, with RTM, we're going to have the same thing here. And this is how we're going to be able to update those participants in the DOM and actually know when someone joined. So we're going to go ahead and call the channel here, and we're going to call the on, and then we'll do member joined. So make sure that's a capital M and capital J. So on member joined, we're going to call a function, and this is going to be called handle member joined. So we're just going to go ahead and actually call this function here, and we're going to build this function inside of Agora RTM. And before we actually start working with this, let's go back into room.html, and I want to make sure that we actually connect RTM here. So let's go ahead and bring this down here, and we're going to change this to RTM like that. Okay, so we added that in. We want to make sure that we have access to everything. And actually, just in case, let me bring this above RTC. So I just want to make sure that we're actually having access to all these functions. So I think placing that above would actually be better. Okay, so we'll go back into room RTC. So we're calling handle member joined, and in room RTM or room_rtm.js, let's go ahead and create this function. So we'll do let handle member joined. We'll make this an async function. And by default, when we call this function, we want to know the member ID. So we actually have access to that. So we'll do member ID. And let's go ahead and make this an arrow function and close this off here. And for now, let's just console this out so we can actually see it. So we'll do console.log, and we'll just do a new member has joined the room. And then let's just console out the member ID. So let's just get the core functionality in, and then we'll actually start working with the side effects here. So we have the function. We call the function here on member joined, so it listens for that event. And here we go. So let's check this out. So if we go back into our application here, let's open this up. Let me close out a few of these. So let's go ahead and actually go into inspect here, check the console. I'm going to refresh this. So we're in the room right now, but if I join as another member, we should see this consoled out. We should see a new member has joined the room, and then that should actually show up here. Okay, what did I do here? Okay, so we should actually see this consoled out because it's going to fire this off. So let's try this. And we're also joining the same room. So the room is going to be 5694. So we have to make sure it's the same one. So let's move this down here and let's join. We'll copy and paste that. Oh, I guess I need the room name here. And let's just join as Tim. So let's throw in a name. So we'll go to room, and right away we see, here, let me mute this so I'm not hearing the echo. Okay. So immediately we're seeing this get consoled out. So we'll just say a new member has joined. So here we go. We can see it. So we can see that user's ID, and we know someone else has joined the room. So perfect. Now let's go ahead and actually add them to the DOM. So when a new member joins, I want to be able to update this. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and clear this out, and we're going to start updating that sidebar. So let's go into room.html, and let's go into the member section. So when a new member joins, we're just going to go ahead and create this element and actually add them. So I'll leave this top one right here, and I'll just comment this out because I do need one at least to work with because I want to take the styling. And let's just take all these member wrappers, and we'll go down to the last one and we'll clear that out. Let's see this, we'll save it. Okay, so we see no members, and I'm also going to reset participants to 0 because we're going to update that. Okay, so when a new member joins, let's take this div. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go back into room RTM. Here, I'm hearing an echo, so I'm going to need to close one of these out. So we're going into room RTM here, and we're going to create another function, and this is going to be called add member to DOM. So we're going to go ahead and add a member. We're going to make this an async function, and at this point we're just going to pass in the member ID. So member ID, and we're just going to call this, let's see, let member item, and I'm just going to paste in what I copied. So I'm going to use backticks. We'll paste this in, and we're going to add this item to the DOM. So at this point we're going to want to change this value of 1 to the actual user ID, because when a user leaves, we need to be able to query this and remove it. And we're also going to update the name. Later on, we'll actually add this as a name value, but for now, we'll just throw in the member ID. So let's go ahead and actually add this to the DOM. We'll just do let members wrapper. Whoops, accidentally capitalized something there. And then we'll do document.get element by ID. And this is going to be member underscore list, or double underscore. So we'll take that members list, and that's right here. And we just want to add that item to this section. So let's go ahead and get that member, and we'll just do members wrapper dot insert adjacent HTML, not element. So we'll do HTML, and we'll just go ahead and add this before end, and we'll throw in the member item. So we'll take that member item, we'll add it, and then let's go ahead and call this function right here. So we'll add the member to the DOM, pass in the member ID, and let's try this out. So let's open this up, and if I go ahead and join with another member, let me mute a few things here. We should see this pop up here. Actually, here, I keep forgetting to join the room. So we'll join as Tim again, and we'll mute our mic. And here we go. We see the member has joined a room. So we don't see the name, and we don't see our own ID, so we're going to fix that. So when the other member joins, we don't see all the participants. So we're going to fix all of this right now. So let's go ahead and join with another room, or with another member. We'll just do Eric, and this is 5694. Yeah, 5694. We'll go back here, and as that member joins, we can see them enter the room. So perfect. And then this one's only going to see that newest member, and then the current member that just joined won't see that. So we're going to update this in a second. Now, what happens when we actually leave the room? So when we leave a room, the members don't get removed. So we want to actually remove these members here. So as they leave, we have another event that we can listen for, and this is going to be called member left. So we're simply going to take that element from the DOM, find out which member left the room, and we're going to remove them. So there's going to be a little bit more functionality here. So let's go ahead and add this. So we'll go back into room RTC, and we're going to take this event right here. Let's copy this, and we'll do member left here. So left, and then we'll do handle member left. So we'll go back into our room underscore RTM file and create that function. So let's go ahead and create that handle member left, make that an async function. We do need the member ID, so we'll pass that in, create the function itself. And in here, what I'm going to do here is actually go ahead and create another function that's going to remove this member from the DOM. So later on, we're actually going to want to call some other stuff inside of this function. So that's why it's going to be its own function. But we're going to create another function like this where we add the member to the DOM. Here, we're also going to remove it. So let's go ahead and just create that, or call it right here. So we'll do remove member from DOM. And we're going to pass in the member ID in here. And then we'll create that function. So remove member from DOM, and we'll make that an async function, pass in the member ID, and let's go ahead and close this out. So all we want to do here is go ahead and grab the specific member wrapper and remove it. So we'll just do member wrapper. So this specific wrapper, we're going to grab it by the ID. So we're looking for this ID. We're going to query this. So this tells us which member left. We're going to go ahead and get that member and then delete them. So we'll do document, not document type, but document, what the heck is going on here? So document.get element by ID. And this is going to be member double underscore, passing the member ID. And then we'll do double underscore wrapper. So we're getting that member and then we're calling member wrapper dot remove. And that's it. So we're just going to go ahead and actually remove the member. Now, to actually leave the channel, if I just close out my browser, technically the member will still stay in there after about 30 seconds. Agora, by default, if it senses an activity, it'll actually just call the leave function and it will leave the channel. But we want this to happen immediately. So when a user closes out their room, leaves the channel, turns off their computer, or whatever happens, we want this function to be called. Now, we could call this on click of some kind of back button or some exit button, but that's not always practical because some people leave the room by simply shutting their laptop or turning off their computer. Not everybody always clicks a button. So for this, just to ensure we actually call this function here, we're going to go ahead and call it on the unload or before unload event listener with a DOM here. So we'll first create a function, and this is going to be called leave channel. So when a user leaves a channel, we're going to go ahead and actually call this. So leave channel, we're going to go ahead and do await channel dot leave, and then we're going to log out with the RTM client. So we'll just do await RTM client dot log out. So we're simply leaving and logging out. Now to call this function, and again, this is what's going to trigger this event right here. So handle member left, this is going to be that response right here. So when we call this function. So now to ensure that this is always called, let's do window dot add event listener, and we're just going to do before unload. So before unload. So basically once the DOM is being torn down, once we're starting to tear this down before it actually completes it, we're going to call leave channel. Okay, so now we can join and leave a channel. So let's go ahead and try this. Here, let me make this room number a little bit easier to remember. We'll just do 1. So we're going to be in this room, and now when another user joins, we'll do 1, and this will be Tim. So we'll just keep adding these users, and this one will be Eric, or I guess that name is irrelevant. But okay, so the members are being added, but when I close this out, this is going to call that before unload function. It looks like it's freezing up a little bit. So let's go ahead and close this out. So when a member leaves, we see that be removed from the DOM, and there we go. And then if that member tries to join again, we'll join as Tim 1. All right, there we go. So that functionality is ready. So what I want to do now is make sure that when we first load our page, if there is a room with members already in here, so right now I joined as a new user, I want to see myself, and I also want to see the user that was in there before me, because right now we're only seeing the new members that are joining. So if I join as Paul and I join this room, you'll notice that the first user is going to see the 2 new users. This user will see the most recent user, and this user won't see any. So let's go ahead and call a function to get all those members and load them in here. So we'll save everything, and let's go ahead and down below the leave channel function. Actually, we'll do this above right here. So just below remove member from DOM, let's call this get members. So we're going to go ahead and make a call for all the members in the channel on the first load. So to get the members, we're going to create the variable members, and the channel has a function. I actually want to make sure to add in await right here. We have a method called get members. So it's going to go into this channel, and it's going to give us every single member that's currently in this channel. It's just going to return back an array of their IDs. So once we get this, we're going to create a for loop, and we're just going to loop through each channel member and then add them to the DOM. So let's go ahead and do let I is equal to 0, and then we'll do members dot length, and if that's greater than I, we'll go ahead and increment I, and then go ahead and add this function in here. So we'll do add member to DOM, and at this point, because of that iteration in that loop, we're actually getting the member IDs. So we'll do members and then get that current member's ID. So we're going to go ahead and call add member to DOM and then render them out here. So to get the members on the first load, let's go ahead and grab this. We'll bring this into room underscore RTC, and I'm going to bring this just underneath the channel functions right here. So let's go ahead and call this. So we'll go ahead and call get members. So we want to have time for everything to load. We'll load all our channel members in there. We'll join ourselves, and then we'll call the function. So let's go ahead and open this up. Here we go. So on the first load, I'm already seeing my own ID. That's perfect. Now when I join as a new user, I want to see my ID. That's going to be the new user's ID and then the users that are currently in there. So we'll join the first room. There we go. We see 2 IDs and 2 IDs. So we'll mute that there. I guess that didn't mute it. And then we'll join again. Let's call this Paul. Okay, and let's go ahead and join. Perfect. So every single member now sees themselves, and it's lagging right now. It's not an Agora issue. My network actually has been bad all day for some reason. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about this part. That's not an issue with the app. So here we go. We see the members. Everything looks good. As we leave, all that gets updated and perfect. So having an ID is not really practical. We want to actually see member names. So we want to know who's in the room. So let's go ahead and add that next. So this is actually going to be very easy. And I think it's about 2 lines of code here. So all we need to do is go ahead and as we join a room, we're simply going to add in an attribute to our members. So when we join, we kind of like upload our ID into that room. So our channel ID gets stored there. So that user object is stored in the channel room. And we just want to basically add in an attribute to that user object, and that's going to be a name. So we can add in whatever attribute that we want here. So let's go ahead and as we log in, let's go ahead and create this attribute. So we're going to do await RTM client dot add or update. It's kind of a long function. So add or update local user attributes like that. And then in here, we want to first specify the attribute that we want to add. So this is going to be name. So we want to add in a key value pair. And then we're going to take our current display name. Remember, we have that up here stored somewhere. So we have our user's display name, and we're just simply going to add that in there. So we're adding it as a channel attribute. Okay. So first we add the attribute. So now all other users can actually get this channel attribute by finding our user's ID. So now we'll go back into room underscore RTM, and we're going to get this channel attribute. So in the add member to DOM function, we have the member ID here. So let's go ahead and actually call this right here. So we're going to call let and then name. So we actually want to destructure the return value here, and we're going to call await, and then we can do RTM client dot get user attribute by keys. And we're just going to go ahead and call this function. First, we want to know what user attribute we want to get, or what user's attributes we want to get. So we're going to pass in that member ID. We're saying, hey, this is the user that we want to receive some more information from. And we're going to pass this in as an array, and we want a list of the attributes that we want. So we added this as name right here. So we want to get this value right here. So we're saying, go ahead and get the name value from this specific user. So get user attributes by key. So that should be S right there. I want to make sure I got that right. And let's go ahead and test this. So get user attributes. Just want to make sure all the spelling's correct. So once we get that value, we can go ahead and change the member name to name. So let's go ahead and just update that, and let's give this a test. So there we go. I see my own name. We'll join in as another user. Whoops. Okay, I copied the wrong value here. So let's go ahead and join. What the heck is going on? Won't copy the entire URL. Okay, so we'll join as Paul. Let's go ahead and join room 1. Here we go. We see Paul and Dennis. And then on this end, I see the user's name. So perfect. We're able to add in those channel attributes and join with those users so we can actually see who's in that specific room. So the next thing I want to do is update this total. So we want to make sure to actually get the list of channels, find out the length of that array that we have in that participants list or members list, and we'll just go ahead and update this total. So let's go back into room underscore RTM. So underneath our add member to DOM function, let's go ahead and create another function, and we're going to call this one update member total. So update member total, and this is going to be an easy function here. So we'll just go ahead and make this an async function by default. Let's go ahead and complete the function, and let's just go ahead and set the value of total, or let's go ahead and actually get that DOM element. So we'll do total, and that's going to be document.get element by ID. This value was member count, so we want to get this element right here, and we're simply going to update the value inside of that. So total is going to be dot inner text here, so we're going to update that text from 0 to members dot length. So we're going to go ahead and actually pass in the members array into here. So throw that into the parameters, and I want to call this anytime a member joins here. So when a new user joins, let's go ahead and call this. We'll call update member total. We'll throw in members here, and let's actually get the members on the first load. So we'll do let members is equal to channel dot get members, and I also need to throw in a wait right here. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and throw the channels in here, update the total. Let's copy this again. We also want to update it when we leave. So, or when a user leaves. So handle member left, we'll bring that in here, update that value, and then we also want to update the total on the first load. So inside of get members, let's also call the function right here. And here we already got the members. So let's paste that in and let's check this out. Okay, so I just need to refresh everything. So we saved it a bunch of times, probably screwed up a few things. So let's go ahead and just mute this, and here we go. Okay, so here we see 2 members. Let's go ahead and bring in another one. Paste that in. We'll call this one Eric. Join the room. We see 3 total, and then these were updated to 3, and this one was updated to 3. If we leave, that should be updated, and there we go. So we are now updating the participants' totals, and we have all the information. So we took care of most of the core functionality here, and now it's time to move on to actually adding in chat messages. So just underneath our get members function here, let's go ahead and create a new function, and we're going to call this one send message. So this function will be responsible for actually sending out a message to the entire channel. So anybody that's a part of this channel can have an event listener that can listen for this, and this is a channel message. So we have channel messages and we have peer-to-peer messages. We won't work with the peer-to-peer messages right now, but I just want to let you know that there's ways to actually direct message people based on their UID. So inside of the send message function, let's go ahead and prevent the default. So we'll do e.prevent default. And then after this, what I want to do is go ahead and get the message from the form. So we'll go ahead and grab that. Message is going to be e.target. And then we'll just go ahead and get the value. So target.message.value. So I want to make sure that this is the name that I actually give that form field. So let's go back into that form field inside of room. Let's see, where was that? So we have our stream or messages container. So let's go ahead and go to the bottom here. So we have our message form, and then we have the name of message. Okay, so we're grabbing the right value. So we're just going ahead and grabbing that message here. And then once we actually get that message, we want to send out a channel message. So we can go ahead and grab that channel value, and then we have a method called send message. So this is going out to everybody in that channel, or I guess in that entire channel. Now in here, we want to go ahead and send the actual text value. So we could do something like this and then pass in the message. Let's say the message was hey, like that. We can go ahead and pass in a string. Well, in our case, I want to send a little bit more data. I want to send our name, the type of message that we're sending, because we can actually send different types of messages. So what I'm going to do here is send an object, but first I'm going to stringify it, and then we'll parse it on the other end. So we want to make sure it's sent as a string. So inside of stringify, we'll go ahead and add that object, and then let's go ahead and specify the type. So type will be a chat message, and then the actual message value. Let me create some space here so you can see everything. So we'll go ahead and get the message, and this is going to be the message from the form. And then after that, we'll go ahead and send our display name. So do display name, and we'll camel case that, and then we'll throw in the display name that we currently have. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue to the next step here. So we're sending our message, and before we actually start adding this to the DOM, I'm just going to go ahead and console this out. So let's go ahead and just reset our form, and then we'll actually see what it looks like in the console, and then we'll actually start adding it to the DOM. So let's take this one step at a time. So we'll do e.target.reset. So the form will reset after we send it. Let's just make sure that that's working. So if I type something out here, hit enter, it's just going to reset. It looks like it actually refreshed the page. So I forgot one more thing here. Let's actually add in the event listener. So down here, and this is all inside of room_RTM. Let's go ahead and get that message form. Select, and we'll call this message form. And this is going to be document.getElementById. And we're just going to go ahead and grab the message _form. Double check this. We have message form, perfect. And then let's add in the event listener. So we'll do message form.add event listener. And the event we're listening for is going to be submit or on submit. And then we're just going to call send message. So this will send out a message. Now on the other end, I'm sure you're starting to see this pattern now. We need a way to actually handle the response to this message. So if we go to room_RTC, right here we have this channel member joined, channel member left. We also want to listen for a message. So let's go ahead and copy this one right here, paste this below, and then we're gonna listen for the event of, let's see, I actually need to add in a channel here. So channel, or the C there, and we're just gonna listen for channel message. So again, in the Agora documentation, these are all the events we can listen for. So anytime someone calls the send message function, that's gonna trigger channel message because that's the type, and we're just gonna handle the channel message. So we'll call it handle channel message. And now we need to create this function to actually respond to that message. So what's gonna happen when a peer gets this message? So let's go ahead and build that out. So we'll go back into room_RTM, and just above send message, let's go ahead and create the handle channel message function. So we'll go ahead and call this handle channel message. We're always making them an async function. And here we're gonna get the message data. And we also wanna know who this message came from. So we're gonna get the member ID. So those are two values that we can access right away. And then we'll continue on with the function. And the first thing I want to do is console this out. So let's just go ahead and do console.log, and we'll just say a message. Let me fix this. A new message was received. Okay, so we got a new message, and I don't know why I can't spell received. Let's see. Whoops. Okay, so a new message was received. Then we want to get the actual message, so we're going to create a variable called data. And remember that the message was actually stringified, so we need to go ahead and parse it. So we're just going to do json.parse, and we're going to parse message data.text. So we're just getting the text value right here. So we want to get everything inside of this object. So there's more data that comes with this message, but we're just wanting to get that value because that's the actual data of the message. And at this point, let's go ahead and do console.log, and we want to see the message. So message, and then let's pass in the message. So this will be an object, and we're not getting message data, but data. Okay, so we send a message to the channel, we reset our form, we have the event listener that listens for that submission. In this section, we actually listen for that event here, and let's go ahead and check this out, see if we did everything okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute this, bring in a new member here, and let's change the, whoops, what's going on here? Okay, I need to reset this entire thing. So let's join the room name of 1, and we'll do that again. So we'll do Peter. I don't know where I come up with these names. I guess more common names. I'm just gonna stick to that. Okay, so I'm gonna mute this. Okay, so let's go ahead and do inspect here. And we're gonna have this user right here send this user a message. Well, technically to the entire channel. So let's go ahead and make sure we can see the console. And let's just do, hey, like that. We'll send it. And then on this end, here we go, we see that chat message. So that happened in real time. I didn't have to refresh anything. This other user automatically got that message. Let me try this again. We'll just do hi this time, and I just want to see how that works. So as I'm typing this out, you can keep seeing the messages right here, so we can see the actual chat or the message type, the message itself, the display name, and so on. So we're able to actually go ahead and get all of this data. So the next thing I want to do is actually add this to the DOM. So I guess the fact that we're sending out a channel message, you should assume that both users can actually send messages back and forth. So this user can now respond to this one and so on. Okay, so we'll go back here and we're going to create a function called add message to DOM. So I'll just go ahead and bring this right here, just underneath send message, and let's just go ahead and add this. So add message to DOM. And we want to take the parameters of the user's name, so whoever's sending it, and the actual message value, so the text of the message. And then let's go ahead and actually create an HTML element, so a message, and then we'll append it to the DOM. So before we do that, we want to go ahead and get the messages wrapper. So we want to know where we're adding this element. So we'll do document.getElementById, and we are looking for the container for all the messages here. So all the messages are added into this div right here. So we have the ID of messages. So let's go in here, we'll grab that container, and then we want to create the message item. So we'll call this new message, and let's go ahead and use backticks here. And I want to find a message that's not from a bot here. So we have a Mumble Bot message, and that looks a little bit different from an actual user message. So we want to get this one, and then later on we'll use the Mumble Bot message. So any message that's from the Mumble Bot, that's going to be extended by _bot right there. So we want to scroll down and grab one of these right here. So make sure it doesn't say bot. So let's grab that entire message wrapper, and we'll bring that down here. Give me a second. Oh, I keep thinking I need to open up a new tab here. So we'll paste that in right there inside of the backticks. Let's create some space here. And then for the actual name, all we need to do is go ahead and take this out, and we're just going to pass in the name of the sender, and then we'll take in this message right here, and we'll just remove the entire text value. Then we can just go ahead and throw in the message. So we'll throw in message right there, and there we go. So we have the new message, we have the message wrapper, and we just need to go ahead and append this to that messages wrapper. So we'll do messages wrapper dot insert adjacent, not element, but HTML. We'll add this before end, and we'll throw in new message. Okay, so now we want to actually call this here. So there's a few things that we want to fix up here. But the add message to DOM, we want to go ahead and call on send message. So right now, only the sender will actually see that message, and we're going to have to actually add in something on the other end for a user to receive that message. So in add message to DOM, we're just going to go ahead and throw in the display name, and then we'll just do the message itself, and let's test this out here. So let's go ahead and look at this. Let's send a message. So if I say hey, if I scroll down, we're going to see that message. Now if I say hi, we have one slight problem here, and that is the fact that new messages, we want them to appear at the bottom here. So as we're typing, we want to make sure that they always go into frame. If you look at the scroll bar, it keeps scrolling up here, or it keeps adjusting, but we want to make sure that the newest one is always in frame at the bottom. So let's go ahead and add something to fix that. So down here, after this messages wrapper here, after we actually add in the element, what I want to do is go ahead and get the last message. So we'll do last message, and this is going to be document.query selector. So we'll use the query selector, and we want to go ahead and get the messages div. And then we want to go ahead and get the message double underscore wrapper, and we want to get the last one. So we'll do last dash child, and that'll ensure that we always get the latest message in that wrapper. Now, once we get that last message, all we're going to do is call scroll into view. So this will just make sure that this element is in view. So if it's out of view, by default, it'll just quickly adjust, and we're going to scroll that into frame. Now, for some reason, I've actually had issues with this before, so let's actually check if we have a last message. For some reason, when I try to call scroll into view, it doesn't always read it as an element. I feel like if there's no messages, then it tries to call it, and then that's when it throws an error. So anytime we're calling it for the first time, that's where I get that issue. Okay, so that should fix it. We get the last message, then we scroll it into view. So if I go ahead and just refresh everything, let's try this again. So we'll say hey, and there we go. So now we see it. If I say hi, hello, the latest message comes in. So now I want to make sure that remote users actually get this message. So right now we're only calling it when we send it. So we want to go ahead and make sure we call add message to DOM on the receiving end. So at this point, we need to do this inside of the handle channel message. So anytime we receive a message, we want to actually get the message and then append it to the DOM. So here we go. We have handle channel message. Let's go ahead and clear this out. We'll just leave this right here just in case we need to debug later. So at this point, let's go ahead and check the type of message. And if we get a chat message, so if data.type, if this is a chat message, so remember we sent that with the object of chat right there, we want to go ahead and actually get this message. So we want to append the message to the DOM, but we first need to get the user's name, so the sender. So let's go ahead and throw in name, and then we'll do data.message. So we're getting the message value, and then we're getting the display name. So at this point, we can just go ahead and do data.displayName. So let's go ahead and save that, and we'll try this one more time. So I'll bring this to the left here, and then I'll take another one, bring it to the right. Let's make sure we're in the same room. I believe the room ID is 1. So let's just go ahead and rejoin again. So we'll do Dennis 1, and then we'll do Tim, and then we'll also do 1. So let's go to the room. We'll open up the chat here, and I'm going to mute the audio so I don't hear an echo, and let's try here. We'll say hey. So Dennis says hey to Tim, or everybody in the room, and then Tim says hi to everybody in the room, and there we go. So we have real-time communication between them. Awesome, it's looking good. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of cleanup. So I want to go ahead and get rid of these extra messages right here, and we're just going to comment this out because we're about to add in this bot right here. So I want to comment out that bot message, make sure that we have it so we can actually use it in the new function we're about to create. So we'll go to room, and let's go ahead and go to the bottom of the messages, and let's grab every single message but this last one at the top. So delete all of them but one. We'll go ahead and save this because this is a bot message, and let's go ahead and comment this out, create some space here so we have a fresh start here. So right now I'm going to go ahead and start all over again. There we go. That looks good. And there's one issue here is that the chat box right here doesn't actually have this background until I add a message. So I'm going to go ahead and work on some CSS. So when you get the template, this should be updated. I'll make sure to fix that. But now let's go ahead and move on to adding in this bot message. So let's go back into room_RTM. And what I'm going to do here is take this entire add message to DOM function, and let's just copy everything and duplicate it. And we're just going to add in another function to deal with bot messages. So let's take the one on the bottom. So we have add message to DOM, and then this one's going to be add bot message to DOM. Now in here, we're just going to go ahead and change up a few values here. So we're going to call this one bot message. So we'll do bot message, and we're only going to throw in this one parameter because of how we're going to throw in the text based on the message from the bot. And at this point, let's go ahead and change this value. So let's actually take this entire div right here. Let's grab that and we'll copy it. And I guess I could just remove it right away here. So let's just go ahead and take that out, save it, and let's go back into this function. So we'll take this value right here and paste that in. Let's fix the indentation. And we have this bot emoji. So there was a hex value to that. You could just literally look up a robot emoji and then copy that, and that's going to save that hex value for you. So that's how it shows up like this. So the name will be Mumble Bot, and then for the actual value, well, that's going to be the message that the bot is saying. So this will either be a user left or a user just joined us. So we just want to go ahead and throw that value in. So that's the actual thing that the bot is going to say. Now with this, we have this underscore bot, so the styling is going to be a little bit different. So we changed this up, and now all we need to do is go ahead and call this. So the first place I want to call this is going to be when we first join a room. So I want users to know that there is an active chat box right there. So this way it'll just welcome them to the room, and it'll just notify them that something's actually going on here. So let's go ahead and throw that in. And then the actual message here, let's just do welcome to the room, and then we'll just go ahead and take in their display name. So we'll do display name, and this is what I meant by that emoji here. So let's just go ahead and actually grab it. So I'll just go find one. We'll just call this wave emoji. Looks like I already looked it up. And if you just grab this right here, this should work. Just go ahead and copy that, and I believe that's going to turn it into a hex value. Actually, I've seen it before, and I've never done it before myself until this video, so it's kind of cool to try that. So we just want to wave to the user and say hello. I kind of want it to look a little bit different. Okay, so the bot message is going to say this, and we're just going to go ahead and make sure that that is inside of this text area. So let's check this out. So this is on join room init just after we get all the members. So let's try this, close this out, and there we go. So welcome to the room, Dennis. Makes me feel special. There we go. And now I want to make sure that anytime another user joins, I also want to see a welcome message. Well, I want them to see the welcome message, but I also want to be alerted that someone has joined. This way we can see them in the participants, but we see an active chat move in here. So let's see. At this point, I want to go ahead and call this in the handle member joined function here. So we'll grab this, go back into room_RTM, and we have handle channel or handle member joined. And let's see, where do I want to add this? So let's just go ahead and put this at the bottom. So we'll go ahead and grab the user, and we'll say welcome to the room, and then the user's name. So I don't want it to say display name. So what I want to do is go ahead and change this value to name. And earlier I showed you how to get a name here, so we can actually grab it from this section. So we're simply going to go ahead and grab that user's name attribute based on their member ID. So when they join, we have their member ID. So let's go ahead and grab this value, bring this in. So we're going to take that name, and then we'll say welcome to the room, and then whatever their name was. So let's go ahead and test this. So we're in the room, and if another user joins, I should see a message in a second. Oh, let's see. Okay, let's do Tim, and then I'll do 1, and then I'm going to jump back to this one real quick. So as Tim joins, here we go. So Tim sees welcome to the room, Tim, and then I see that Tim was here. Now I want to add in one more bot message, and that's going to be when a user leaves. So I really don't see much value into this, but it's kind of a cool feature, I guess. You can learn how to do it, and then it's up to you if you ever want to add this in. But essentially, I want to know whenever a user leaves. So I want to be able to notify everyone, just, I guess, a small alert that we can add in. It feels like, since the app isn't that active, it feels nice to actually have something filled up in that chat bot, or the sidebar there. So at this point, we want to go ahead and call this function whenever a user leaves. So instead of creating an entirely new function for that, let's go ahead and just call this on remove member from DOM. So rather than querying that user's name again, we're just going to go ahead and call this right here. So let's go ahead and call the message or the function down here. So we'll take this value, we'll go into remove member from DOM, and we're going to call this down here, and we're just going to change the message up, and we're going to say name. So we're going to start it with name, and then we're just going to go ahead and say has left the room. So we're not sending the user the message, we're just letting everyone else know, because that user left, they're not concerned about what's going on in the room anymore. So has left the room. Okay, so we have a message, and now we need to get this user's name. So how are we going to do this? Well, at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and do this very simply, and I'm just going to grab it from this member wrapper. So right now, we're actually getting this member right here, and we're simply removing this element from the DOM. So before we actually remove that, I can just go ahead and get the name. So we'll just do name, and we'll just go ahead and grab the member wrapper, and we'll just do get, let's see, member wrapper dot get element or elements by class name. So we'll go ahead and get elements by class name, and we're going to get the member name to be specific. So member underscore name, and make sure it's 1 underscore and not 2, because I've been using double underscores, but at this point it's only 1. So we're getting all the elements that are the child of that member wrapper that have the class of member name, and there's only 1, but it's still going to return an HTML collection because of this. So it's still going to be an array. So let's go ahead and get the first element. So we return an actual item, and then we'll just get the text content of this item. So that's going to be the name itself. So this is how we get the name. We're going to go ahead and throw that in here. So as a user leaves before this item is torn down from the DOM, we're also going to get a message. So let's just go ahead and refresh it just in case here we don't have any errors, and we'll open this up. We'll join as a new user. So we'll just do Tim, and we'll join the room. So Tim has joined the room. We see Tim, and let me just mute this because I keep hearing the echo. Okay, so I'll mute that, and we'll just do Paul. I just want it to look busy. Okay, so right here, we see Dennis has joined the room, so that's us. We see Tim and Paul. So right now, if Paul leaves the room, if I click this, we're going to see Paul removed from here and removed from here. So we'll see the message. So Paul has left the room, and Tim has left the room. So perfect. Now we're getting all the alerts along with us engaging with the chat. So that's the participants and the chat bot there. We added in the Agora RTM. Everything's looking really good, or the RTM SDK. Everything's looking good, and the next thing we want to do is we want to work on how a user actually joins the stream. So the idea would be to turn this into something like more like a social platform where people can stream and talk, have people join the video call, but also be able to come in and just view it. So it's almost like a Twitch, maybe Twitter Spaces type of clone, whatever you want to call it, kind of a mix of that. So right now, when we join, it automatically turns on our camera. We could mute it, but we don't want everybody to join that way. So what I want to do here is add in a join button. So if I want to join as a viewer, I can actually click join and then enter the room. And then later on in the live demo of this, I'll probably have it to where the host can invite people, so not just everybody can join whenever they want. I can imagine that can get pretty messy if we just start letting everybody join the room. So yeah, we'll make this to where these controls won't be here until someone clicks join. When they join, then they'll pop up on screen. So when they join a room, they'll still see their name here. So we'll still see that they're in the chat, just not in a video stream. So to get started with this, let's go ahead and actually jump into our room.html page, and we're going to create a new button here. So we have the stream container. So let's actually get rid of some of this stuff that's commented out. We might as well get rid of this so we don't have extra space in here. So, or we don't have more code taking up space. So we have our stream actions, and it ends right here. So just underneath stream actions, let's go ahead and create a button here, and this will be the join button. So we'll do button, and we'll give this an ID of join-btn. Okay, so we'll have our join button, and we're just going to say join stream. So we want to prompt a user, and then let's go ahead and also style, whoops, I should autofill that. Let's also style the leave button. So I want to make sure that this is red. So we want to give users the ability to still be in the room, but also leave the stream. So if they don't want to be publishing their video stream anymore. So we'll just do this inline. We'll add in a background color. And for this, I have a red hex value that I'm going to use. So this is going to be pound FFF. We'll just do capital F, and then we'll do 5050. So that should give us a red color. So let's see, style, background color. Why does that look off? Oh, I have 2 pound symbols there. Okay, so we have our stream button, and what I want to do is just make sure that it's there, and then we'll actually style that. So there's our stream button. Now we have a red back button, so if anybody wants to leave, it's more obvious. So let's go ahead and go into our room.css, and now we want to style up that stream button. So for this, I'm just going to go down to the very bottom. I'm just going to start a new little section here, and we'll do join-btn. And the first thing I want to do is set a background color to it. So we'll do background. So background color, and this is going to be pound 845695. So we'll make that a purple color. I guess I could have just copied and pasted it right there. And then we're going to set a font size. So we want to make sure that this is a little bit bigger. So we'll do font-size. We'll set this to 18 pixels. And then I want to set some padding here. So we'll do padding. And for this, I'm just going to do 25 pixels and then 50 pixels here. Okay, so I also want to make sure there's no border. So we are going to style this from scratch. So let's just go ahead and set that to none. So we're actually not going to use any of the button styling for one of these, even though it's going to look the same, but I just want to do all of this from scratch. So let's see, for the actual color, we want to set a text color, and this is going to be white. So we'll do pound FFF. Okay. And let's see, for the position, I want to make sure this is at the bottom. So we'll do fixed. That way we can place this anywhere we want. And for that, now that it's a fixed position, we'll set the bottom value at 1 rem. That's how much space we'll have from the bottom. We'll set the border radius here of the button itself. So border-radius. And this is going to be 8 pixels. And then we want to make sure that this is actually completely centered. So we'll do left positioning at 50% here. So 50%. And then we just want to do transform. And for this, we'll do translate X. And that's going to be negative 50%. So this is how we're going to center this item here. And we'll also do cursor pointer. So we want to make sure that people know it's clickable. Okay, so that should place the button right here. So let's see. Join button. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe I didn't save something. We'll go back to room.html, join BTM. I need N. Okay, so let's try that one more time. Here we go. Okay, perfect. So that's where we want it. Now, in the beginning, before we actually join a stream, I want to make sure that this stream actions container is hidden so we don't see those buttons in the background. So let's go ahead and actually hide those. So let's see. We're looking for stream underscore actions, or we'll do double underscore actions. And at this point, it's display flex, so that's how we inline the buttons. So let's go ahead and set this to none, and then we'll display it as flex when we actually make this appear. So we'll go ahead and hide those buttons, and there we go. So that looks good, and I want to make sure that I'm not joining the stream right away. So let's go ahead and change that now. So we'll go into room underscore RTC, and at this point, when we join a room, we have the join room in it. We call this join stream function. So I want to go ahead and get rid of this. So let's copy this actually. And let's just go ahead and go down to the bottom, and we're going to create an event handler, not event handler. So we'll do document.getElementById, and we're going to create an event listener for the join-btn. So for the join button. So we'll do add event listener. Let's go ahead and listen for the click event. So we'll do on click. Let's go ahead and call join stream. So now we're only going to join a stream when this button is clicked. So for this, we're going to go back to our join stream function, and let's change up a few things here. So before we actually get that audio and video track, let's go ahead and change up a few values. So we'll just go ahead and grab the join stream button. So we'll do document.getElementById, and this is going to be join-btn. And immediately what I want to do here is just go ahead and actually hide this button. So we'll just do style.display, and we're going to set this to none. Okay, so we're going to hide the join button because we just joined, and then we want to go ahead and actually grab the stream actions container and go ahead and actually display that. So we'll do document.getElement by class name, or elements. So let's see, in the template, it's actually set to class here. So we'll go ahead and grab stream actions, And we only have this once, so it should be an ID, or it should be an ID. But at this point, we'll just go ahead and just grab the class because that's fine. So we'll just grab the stream actions class. We need to get the one item, so we'll just go ahead and get the first index of 0, and then we'll just set style dot display, and this is going to be to flex. So remember, the original display when in the template was flex, so instead of saying display block, we're going to do display flex, so they're all in line. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and hide the button and then display this one. So we still have more work to do, but let's test this out. So right away when I join, I'm no longer toggling my camera. So we're just in the room, we can chat, we can see that we're in it, other people join, or if they join, we can also see them in the chat here. So let's just find a different name. So let's just do Peter, and we'll join 1. Okay, so we have Dennis and Peter in the room, and they can message each other. Okay, so let's say Dennis wants to join the room. So Dennis can click join. Let's say we have approval to join the room. And there we go. So we toggle it, and now we are in the room. So if I go to Peter's side, Peter is currently not in the room, but Peter can see Dennis streaming. Now, if Peter wants to join, Peter can just go ahead and click join. There we go. Now they are both inside of the stream, and it's working exactly how we want it. So what I want to do is actually give users the ability to leave now, and then also to be able to rejoin the room. So we're going to add in an event listener to this button right here. That's essentially going to allow users to leave, unpublish their stream, but still stay in the chat. And then if they want to join back again, let's say the host gives them permission, they can actually jump back into the room. So we're just dealing with a little bit of toggling over here, making sure that all the functionality actually works, so all the clicks are working correctly. So let's go ahead and go down to the bottom of the page here, and I'm going to create a function called leave stream. So it's not going to leave the room, but it's simply going to leave the stream. So go ahead and do leave stream, and we'll make sure that this is an async function. So we'll do async. And let's go ahead and throw in the event here, and let's go ahead and continue the function itself. So leave stream is going to be called on the leave button. So let's add in that event listener right now. So let's copy this, and we have a button called leave. So we have leave BTN. Let's go ahead and add it to this. We can close out room RTM there. So we'll do leave dash BTN, and then we're going to add the event listener of leave stream. Okay, so how is a user going to leave the stream? So what exactly is going to happen? So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and change the styling of the buttons. So we'll go ahead and go into join stream, and let's just reverse this right here. So right here we hide the join button and then display the controls. But the first thing I want to do in the leave stream button is go ahead and change this up. And I also want to go ahead and prevent default. So maybe this was set to a link for some reason. So by habit, any link I always do prevent default if I feel like that can mess something up here. So let's do that. And for the join button, let's go ahead and do display block. So we're inverting this. So the join button is now going to be displayed once we leave a stream. And then for the stream actions, we'll do display none. So we simply invert those. That looks good. And then we want to go ahead and turn off our tracks. So I'm going to go ahead and create a loop, and we're going to loop through every single track inside of local tracks here. And we're going to stop and then close each track here. So let's go ahead and create our variable, set that to 0. Then we'll just grab our local tracks. So local tracks dot length here. So we'll go through that, make sure that when that's bigger than I will just simply increment. And then we can go into local tracks and then actually go into each value. So let's see, local tracks I, and then we want to do dot stop. So we'll stop the track from playing. Let me just do dot, sorry, I'm like stuttering a little bit. So we'll want to stop the track, and then we'll want to go ahead and close it. So you can actually close or you can actually stop and start a track, but once you close it, it means the track is closed and you're actually gonna have to create a new one. So we're stopping it and then we're closing it. So we're looping through all the tracks and stopping that stream. Now, once we do that, we wanna unpublish our stream. So right now our stream is still technically published. So we wanna go ahead and unpublish it from the channel. So we'll call client, and then we can do dot unpublish. So we've done this before. So client dot unpublish, and we're just gonna unpublish our local tracks, audio, and video. So we're gonna grab the first index, which is the audio, then we'll do local tracks, and then unpublish the video. So we'll unpublish those, and then if for some reason, let's say we were sharing our screen, we wanna check if we were, so we'll just do if local screen tracks. So if we ever click share, let's make sure we unpublish these too. So we'll do local screen tracks. Having a hard time talking here. And then we'll just simply unpublish local screen tracks. So we're unpublishing all of our tracks. Then what I want to do is go ahead and remove my item from the DOM. So I want to make sure that my video frame is removed. So we'll do document.getElementById. We'll go ahead and grab our own user container. So we'll use backticks user-container, and then we'll throw in our UID. So now we're going to remove our video frame from the DOM. So let's go ahead and call the remove function, and that'll get rid of it. So the next thing I want to think about is if we happen to join a stream and if our video frame is in focus here, so let's say we clicked on our own video frame, if we leave, I want to make sure that we actually go ahead and hide this display frame and that we resize all the circles that were here. So we've dealt with this before, we've done this a few times, but we haven't dealt with this when we actually leave a stream, but we still stay in the room, because this functionality is a little bit different. Before, we've just been leaving the room, so we don't really have to think about what happens when we actually leave and tearing anything down after that. So let's go ahead and run this check. So again, this should be all really familiar now. We're just gonna go ahead and check the user in display frame function, and we're just gonna check if we're currently the ID that was in there. So if the value is this user container with our ID, then let's go ahead and take that display frame, and we're just gonna go ahead and do .style.display, not display frame, but display, and then we're gonna set that to null. So we're just gonna go ahead and hide it. Now, I also wanna make sure that all the circles are resized, so we're just gonna go ahead and run through this loop again. And at this point, let's just go into room.js, and I think I should have this somewhere here. So we're just gonna take this loop right here. This is inside of the expand video frame function. Let's grab this, and actually, I guess we can grab one of these right here. So let's grab this one inside of hide display, because we want to make sure that those frames are actually expanded since we just hit it. So we'll bring that in here, paste that. So we're going to loop through all those video frames and then reset the size. So let's try this again. Let's join. And then I want to join as a second user. So we'll join as, let's do Steve. And then we'll let Steve join the stream. We'll mute the mics. And then let's see, I think this is my display frame. So if I leave, there we go, it resized it, and then we still see Steve's frame here. So that's perfect, that's exactly what we wanted to deal with. So at this point, what I want to do is make sure that anytime we leave a stream, we also remove that video frame for the remote user. So I'll show you what I mean by this. So right now, if we join the room, I'll just mute the mic, and if we join again with another user, let's just do Paul this time. So if we're in the stream and we happen to leave, what happens here is if we leave, we tear down our video frame and everything looks good. But for the remote users, we technically unpublished our stream, but we never left the room. So the only way we've actually been tearing down this div right here, or that video frame, is inside of the handle user unpublished function, I believe. Let's see, where did we call that? So somewhere down here, we called client or user left, and that was handle user left. So let's go ahead and check out this function. So we call this when we actually leave the stream. Well, the issue here is we're actually not leaving the stream. We're simply unpublishing, but we're still in that video stream. Our video is not publishing, but we're there, so we haven't left. So the way that I'm going to solve this is right now, technically, if this user just leaves, then it'll work. But if that user is still in the video stream, I'm just going to handle this in another way. So we'll have both functions actually handle that. And essentially what I'm going to say is I'm just going to go ahead and send out a message using Agora RTM. We're just going to send out a message to everybody in that channel saying, hey, this user has left. Go ahead and remove their element or their video frame from the DOM. So it's simply going to be a message that we're going to send out when we actually leave the stream, but not the room. So in this function right here, if we leave a stream, let's go ahead and at the bottom, let's go ahead and actually send out a chat message. So we'll just go ahead and do channel.send message. And with this message type, we're going to go ahead and throw in text. We'll go ahead and stringify that again. So we'll do json.stringify, and let's throw in the object. And the type here of the actual message is going to be, let's see, what do I want to call this? I'm just going to go ahead and call this user underscore left. So that's what we'll call the type, or the message type. So we'll do user underscore left. Okay, so we're sending this message, and the other thing that I want to send here is simply the user ID, or the UID. So I want to know what user left so we can send this message to all the other users, find that container in the DOM, and then remove it. So we'll throw in our UID. So as we leave, we tear everything down, we unpublish, and then we send a message. and then we're passing in the type of user left with that UID. Now, if I go into room_RTM, we have this function to handle these messages. So remember, we can send a lot more than just a chat message. This can be any kind of message, just as long as we're sending data. So in that handle message function, let's see, somewhere here. It's a lot of work that we've done here, so it's kind of hard to find it. Handle, I think it's towards the bottom. Okay, add message to DOM, send message, handle channel message. Okay, so at this point, we're just going to do if data.type, if this is user_left, so user_left, let's go ahead and remove this user from the DOM. So if this is the type, let's go ahead and do document, so document.get element by ID. And we're just going to go ahead and grab that user container. So we'll do user-container, and then we'll throw in that user ID. So at this point, it's data.uid because we sent that with that channel message. And then we're just simply going to remove it. So we'll do remove. And then I guess all we need to do at this point is see if this user was in the display frame, and then simply resize everything. So let's go back in here. Let's take the same exact value, and let's just go into this user left function. And I think that's all we need. We can simply just repeat this, make sure everything's resized, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this out. We'll join the stream. So let's bring in another user, and we'll just call this one Steve, join. Okay, so here's Paul's stream. So if Paul leaves, now this stream was removed from here, and that's perfect. So it's working exactly how we wanted it, and Paul can join again, and everything is working. So there's one last thing that I want to work out. It's not really an issue, but it's going to remove an error from the console, and that is if I happen to leave the stream, and if I go into inspect element, if I happen to actually close out with this user, we're going to see, oh, it was actually in this frame right here. We're going to see this error right here. And essentially when we call handle or user left with Agora RTC, we're also trying to remove that DOM element, or we're trying to remove that entire video frame. So that's going to cause an issue because that video frame technically doesn't exist because we removed it by sending that message. So inside of room_RTC in handle user left, let's go ahead and just do this. Let's just make this a quick fix. We'll patch it up. We'll just do item is equal to this right here. So let's go ahead and run a condition. So we'll just do if item. So if it actually exists, then let's remove it. So we'll just do item.remove. So it's a quick fix here. Okay, so I just noticed it as I was finishing up this video. So let's try this again and let's see. So if we join, we'll be in frame. Then if we join as another user, let's think of another name. Okay, so let's go into inspect here. So in console, if I leave, and then I go in here and then close this out, that error doesn't show up anymore. Everything looks good, and it all checks out. So that's it for this video. I had a lot of fun with this project. I hope you enjoy it, and be sure to check out the live demo down in the video description. So that demo might look a little bit different from what we built out here because I will keep adding features to that. So be sure to check that out, and make sure to check out my YouTube channel, Dennis Ivy. That's linked up in the video description. So thank you, Brad, for allowing me to collaborate again. This is a lot of fun. I'm sure it's not going to be the last time. I always enjoy doing this. So see you all in another video, and thank you for everything.